Chapter 101 Dinner. Qian Yuchen really felt tired. He lay on the bed in his room and quickly closed his eyes and entered a state of rest. Yin looked at Shui Yunluo and said, "Since there is nothing wrong, I will continue to go back to my room to meditate and practice. Sister Ayan, I'll wait in the hall for my sisters and the others to come back." Shui Yunluo knew that Yin was a kind of quiet person and had been concentrating on practicing during this period. In addition, although the other party is in the Soul Saint realm, the seventh soul ring is 100,000 years. This made her sigh that her brother-in-law's ability was so strong. You can find a soul beast that is 100,000 years old with just a random move. She also had a fight with Yin and was shocked by the other party's gold and blue-silver grass. A martial soul like blue-silver grass can be so strong. Ayan went upstairs and returned to his room to continue his soul meditation. She felt that she was about to break through and had to hurry up and practice. Shui Yunluo has been very relaxed these days. She has arranged all the college affairs and just do a regular inspection. And you can also take a lot of time to practice, which is much easier than before. After staying in the hall for a while, she walked out and wandered around the manor. Time flies, Ling Yuan and the others come back from the city together. I'm looking forward to the seafood meal tonight. So there are so many sea fish that look delicious. You little greedy cat, eat, and let you eat until you are over at night. Humph, my martial soul is a cat, isn't it normal for you to like to eat fish? It's a pity that the young master didn't come back, otherwise it would be great if everyone would eat together. Ling Yuan and the others talk and laugh, and they look very good. However, Shui Yunyan's words made Ling Yuan miss Qian Yuchen a little. It was the first time I was separated from him for so long, and I don't know if things went well for 6 days. When they walked to the hall, they found a black and white bear cub playing with Shui Yunluo. Wow, what a cute cub! Sister, where did you find it? Shui Yunyan was instantly attracted by the little bear and asked hurriedly. This is encountered in the nearby woods. It is not afraid of people, and it follows me along the way. Shui Yunluo smiled. The 2 ghost tiger cubs in Ziling and Yuling's arms felt uneasy. Danger! Aou! 2 ghost tiger cubs broke free from their arms and fell to the ground, and quickly came to the little bear. They circled around the little bear, sniffed, but didn't feel anything strange. Roar! The little bear looked at them in confusion, his little eyes full of confusion. I have been to the woods before, and there is no bear. Where did it come from? Ling Yuan asked, where did this cute cub come from? Also, the bear cub is here, where are its parents? Shui Yunluo thought about it and it seemed that it was, where did this little bear cub come out? Roar! A powerful bear roar came from the woods, as if calling for something. The little bear cub immediately became excited when he heard the roar. Roar roar roar! The sound was so stingy that Shui Yunluo didn't want to let go. Luo, hurry up and take the little bear back to the woods. This must be the big bear calling his child. Shui Yunyan said hurriedly. Well, I know sister. After Shui Yunluo finished speaking, she touched the little bear's head. Little guy, don't worry, I'll send you to see your family. She picked up the little bear, left the hall, and headed towards the source of the roar just now. Ling Yuan and the others stepped into the hall and felt the breath of Qinyu City. Young master is back. Shui Yunyan said in surprise. Ling Yuan's thoughts flashed and she understood something in an instant. I understand. The little bear boy just now was brought back by the second young master. In order to verify her guess, she quickly went upstairs after she finished speaking and came to Qian Yuchen's room. After feeling it, I found a steady breathing sound inside. That's right, he has returned from the far north. Returning downstairs again, she smiled and said, the second young master is back and is resting. Let's not disturb him, let him rest with peace of mind. Well, the young master may be very tired, after all, he has been away for 6 days. Shui Yunyan glanced at the upstairs and put away her casual appearance before. If the noise is too loud, it may cause Qinyu City to rest. It's getting late, let's start cooking and make a seafood meal for the host. Zhu Lingyun said to Ziling and Yuling. After saying that, the 3 of them walked towards the kitchen. Ling Yuan was not good at cooking, so she walked to the dining table and placed the purchased juice and wine on it. I'll help them. Shui Yunyan also walked towards the kitchen. When Shui Yunluo came back, she found Ling Yuan sitting alone in the hall. Sister Ling Yuan, where is my sister? Where is the kitchen, why have you been there for so long? Ling Yuan asked in confusion, it doesn't take so long to send a cub. Shui Yunluo sat down and talked about what she saw. It turned out that the big black and white bear was the mother of the little bear cub. Looking at their cute appearance, she caught a lot of fish in the nearby river and gave them supper. The animals' habits should not interfere too much, try to do as little as possible. Ling Yuan reminded. Qianyuchen once said that you should not interfere with the survival of other races casually. He brought these two bears back, but they were not kept as pets at home like ghost tiger cubs, so they should not interfere too much in their lives. It's just this time, so safe. Shui Yunluo waved her hand. Then, they talked about other things and waited for a sumptuous seafood meal. An hour and a half later, a rich seafood flavor came from the kitchen. Oh, the meal is ready. Shui Yunluo's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait. Then, Ziailing and Yuling walked out with prawns and crabs. Steamed lobster. Steamed blood-red crab. Ling Yuan stood up and headed upstairs. I'll call the second young master and sister Ayan to come down for dinner. As she went upstairs, Shui Yunluo also went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Seafood feast, her favorite. Ling Yuan came to Qianyuchen's room door, tried to open the door handle, and then the door opened. Second young master, your vigilance at home is still so low. She looked at the other person sleeping soundly and shook her head. He walked slowly to the edge of the bed and called softly. Second young master, get up and dinner is ready. Qianyuchen opened his eyes in a daze. That's what he was good about, and he woke up if someone called him. I haven't gotten up yet. Ha! It's dark, I've been resting for a long time. Qianyuchen immediately stood up and yawned at the view outside the window. When did you come back? In the evening, fresh ingredients are hard to find. Let's go, I want to try this seafood meal. Qianyuchen was very curious about what the difference was this seafood meal and what I had seen in my previous life. Afterwards, Ling Yuan also called Ayan out, and the three of them went downstairs. Qianyuchen looked at the rich seafood on the dining table, which was even more hearty than what he had seen. Steamed, sashimi, seafood platter. Needless to mention the types, there are all seafood tables that I cherished in my previous life. Owner. Young master. Brother-in-law. Master. Ao. The others in the hall looked at Qianyuchen, showing a happy look. Okay, I'll give you the gift I brought to you too. Qianyuchen looked at them with a smile, and then took out 7 irregular things like mutton fat jade from his storage soul guide. This is the gift to you, the 10,000 years of ice marrow. Chapter 102 The Evolution of Martial Souls, the Ultimate Ice. What, the 10,000 years of ice marrow, such a big piece? Shui Yunyan said in surprise. She has a certain understanding of this thing, but she has never seen such a big one. At the Ken Shoucheng auction, a fingernail size appeared, and a sky-high price of 100 million gold soul coins were sold. Now there are so many more at once. Could it be that he has picked up the Wanyan ice marrow mineral vein? It's just such a big piece. Thanks to Tianmen's leadership, I can find it. After Qianyuchen finished speaking, he asked them to put away the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. After he sat down, he looked at the girls with a smile and said again. Everyone, let's do it. Then, a pleasant dinner began in the restaurant. An hour and a half later, after dinner, Qianyuchen looked at Ling Yuan and the others. You guys come outside with me. The moon is full tonight. I will help you absorb the marrow of ice for thousands of years. Shui Yunyan stood up and said, Young master, the effect of this 10,000-year-old ice marrow on ice attribute martial soul is said to be quite obvious. Is it true? Of course it's true. After you and Luo absorb it, their strength will definitely be greatly improved, and they can even affect the martial soul. The effect of others may not be as good as that of you sisters. Qianyuchen said again, which made the Shui Yunyan sisters look forward to it instantly. What's so magical about absorbing this 10,000-year-old ice marrow? Everyone came outside and looked at Qianyu City curiously. You 7 of you stand a little further, then sit cross-legged, put the 10,000-year-old ice marrow between your palms, and use the method of cultivation. Ling Yuan and the others quickly lined up in a row, about 2 meters apart, and then sat cross-legged and practiced. In an instant, the rich cold air was released. Qianyuchen waved his hand, and Ling Yuan and the others were covered with a layer of golden light, and the spiritual energy emitted by the 10,000-year-old ice marrow was not exposed at all. Concentrate on absorbing it, and I will stabilize the spiritual energy of the 10,000-year-old ice marrow and will not overflow. His voice came into the ears of several girls. They were at peace and began to use their own cultivation methods with all their strength. A strange phenomenon appeared on Shui Yunyan's body, and her martial soul, iceberg, suddenly appeared in the sky and then turned into an egg. The power of the 10,000-year-old ice marrow was slowly absorbed by the egg it turned into. The same is true for Shui Yunluo. Her martial soul, the extremely cold bird, suddenly appeared and turned into an egg. Similarly, it is also absorbing the power of the 10,000 years of ice marrow. As sure as I thought, their martial souls evolved. Qian Yuchen's mouth raised slightly, all of this was in his imagination. He looked at Ling Yuan and the other 5 more, and the soul power breath on their bodies was slowly increasing. I guess after absorbing it, the soul power level can break through at least one great realm. Ling Yuan is expected to break through to level 95, and the other people will help them obtain new soul rings. Okay, after they devote themselves to practicing for a few more years, they will reach the extreme Douluo realm. Even if Haoshan sect comes out again, the Douluo lineup of these women can stop them. He is full of confidence in his arrangements. In the future, the titled Douluo of the Wuhun Palace is far superior to other forces on the continent. Think about how magnificent the scene was when you appeared in the 20-person extreme Douluo. Unless it is a god, who can block the footsteps of the spirit hall. Unification of Douluo continent is just around the corner. With the help of the faith of the whole continent, he did not believe that he could not create 2 gods. Poseidon broke through the limit of level 100 to become a god just by relying on his faith in the ocean. Then he Qianyuchen can naturally achieve the creation of gods through this method. The 10,000-year-old ice marrow in the hands of the 7 women is slowly decreasing, and the aura on their bodies is increasing. Zhu Lingyun felt that the operation speed of the 9 yin scriptures was accelerating. It seemed that a certain level was opened in her body, and her body felt a sense of pleasure. I have reached the great perfection of the 9 yin scriptures and opened up the Ren and Du meridians. She instantly realized that her martial arts were a great success. Ziling and Yuling are also in this state. Hey, I didn't expect that the 3 of them also broke through. The 9 yin true sutra is a great success, although it is the version of the divine condor, but it is also a top martial art in the Douluo world. Their soul power realm will be broken through soon. Qian Yuchen looked at the appearance of Zhu Lingyun and the 3 girls, and was also very satisfied with their performance. Ayan and Ling Yuan have become stronger and there is no obvious change. Click! The sound of the eggshell shattering came, making Qian Yuchen look back on the Shui Yunyan sisters. The eggshells transformed from their martial souls have been hatched. Ice Phoenix! Extremely Ice Green Luan! Qian Yuchen looked at the sisters' martial souls in surprise. The effect of the evolution of this martial soul is too powerful, right? Not only that, he also felt the power of the ultimate ice. The 10,000-year-old ice marrow in Shui Yunyan and Shui Yunluo's hands quickly became smaller. Their absorption speed becomes very fast. Bing Phoenix and Jibing Qingluan flapped their wings at the same time, and then returned to the sisters' bodies. 1 minute later, the 10,000-year-old ice marrow in Shui Yunyan's hands disappeared. She slowly opened her eyes and felt the changes in her body, very surprised. He got up and came to Qianyuchen and asked, "Young master, I feel like it's different. Summon your martial soul and see." Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Shui Yunyan nodded, then summoned his martial soul, and was shocked. Ice Phoenix martial soul. The rapid ice bird has evolved. Young master, this she was a little incoherent and didn't know what to say. Not only you, Luo's martial soul has also completed evolution. Qian Yuchen said again, which shocked Shui Yunyan even more. My sister's martial soul has also evolved. At this time, Shui Yunluo also opened her eyes and immediately stood up. She looked at Shui Yunyan in confusion. Sister, why is your martial soul not the ice bird? Shui Yunyan said, Luo, you will understand when you summon your martial soul to see it. Shui Yunluo summoned his martial soul in confusion, and was also shocked. Martial soul mutation? Or the evolution of martial souls? Sister, your martial soul has evolved like me. What? Shui Yunluo looked at her in surprise. Has her martial soul evolved? Then the information about the martial soul came into my mind, extremely Bing Qingluan. Oh, my soul power seems to be different. Shui Yunluo discovered that her soul power attributes became stronger. Seeing this, Shui Yunyan also released his soul power and instantly showed a sense of surprise. Extreme ice. This is the power of the extreme ice. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, as I guessed, your martial souls have indeed evolved, and they are the ultimate ice attribute. That is the ultimate ice. Brother-in-law, you are so good. Shui Yunluo didn't finish her praise, and felt something was wrong. Brother-in-law, I seem to be at level 80. Qian Yuchen looked calm, as if all this was in his expectation. Don't worry, when they wake up, they will probably have broken through a big realm. Shui Yunyan and Shui Yunluo put away their martial souls, then stood beside Qian Yuchen and waited for others to wake up. The one who gained the most tonight belongs to the two sisters. Chapter 103 Breakthrough Together and Prepare for Hunting Souls. When the moon was brightest, everyone woke up after absorbing the marrow of 10,000 years of ice. Second young master, I'm at level 95. Ling Yuan said with a smile. It was originally expected that the time would exceed level 95 in 1 month, but this time was shortened too much. Zhu Lingyun, Master, I have broken through level 70. Zai Ling, I have broken through level 60. Yu Ling, I have also broken through level 60. A Yin, Young Master Qian, I am at level 80. Shui Yunyan, Young Master, I am at level 90. Shui Yunluo, Brother-in-law, I have also broken through level 80. Qian Yuchen. He looked at the happy girls and shook his head. Since all absorption is over, let's clean them up and rest. It's getting late now. After saying that, he also pointed to the moon in the sky. Ling Yuan glanced at the sky and headed into the house. It's really late, so I'll talk about anything important tomorrow. The group returned to the house, entered their respective rooms, and took a bath. Unfortunately, the warm water cannot calm their excitement. There is no way, who told Qian Yuchen to give them a big surprise. Qian Yuchen lay on the bed after taking a shower, preparing to plan tomorrow's arrangements. Zhu Lingyun and the other two in A Yin's soul ring can be obtained from the Star Do Great Forest or the Sunset Forest. The soul beasts in the frozen forest are not suitable for their choice. Ling Chuan is at level 95, and you can take them to your destination to hunt soul beasts. The choice of the soul ring is easier for the sisters Shui Yunyan. Two extremely cold birds, one of which is the 8th soul ring prepared for Shui Yunluo. The 9th soul ring of Shui Yunyan must let him go to the frozen forest personally to find a soul beast that has been around for 100,000 years. Her 8th ring is the Ice Crystal Caterpillar King. If it exists for 100,000 years iceberg, that blessing on her will be even stronger. As for the distribution of soul beasts, just ask Tian Meng. It is the best place in the extreme north. After making the general plan, Qian Yuchen was about to lie down and rest. At this moment, his door was knocked. Enter. His door was not locked before going to bed, so he let the other party come in directly. When the door opened, it turned out to be Zhu Lingyun. Her appearance after changing into her pajamas highlighted her hot figure even more. Lingyun, it's so late, what are you doing? Qian Yuchen confused said. The visual impact is quite big when worn like this at night. I get angry, how can I sleep at night? After Zhu Lingyun came in, she closed the door gently and locked it. Walked to Qunya City and sat down slowly. Master, I'm very lucky to meet you. In the Xingluo Empire, after I awakened from my martial soul, how did I receive education that I thought about competing for the crown princess? Because if you don't work hard, you will be killed by your sister who also receives this kind of education. It can be said that life is not fun at all. It is either practicing or being alert to my sister's sneak attack. Until I escaped from that cage and met you. Hearing Zhu Lingyun's words, Qian Yuchen smiled. Actually, I have also learned about your Zhu family. From the perspective of family inheritance, there is no problem. After all, you are backed by the Xingluo royal family, and the Netherworld Spirit Cat and the White Tiger martial soul can emit martial soul fusion skills. If you want to change your destiny, you have to pay the price, or even fight to the death. I thought about it for you at the beginning just to see if you have the courage to change your destiny. Speaking of this, the two looked at each other. Master, I understand, you are for my own good. Otherwise, how could you bear to let me be like a beautiful maid and be close to Sister Ling Yuan and Sister Yunyan? Zhu Lingyun followed Qian Yuchen for so many years and understood what he probably wanted to do. But, I want to know what exactly you want to do. Through my alliance with the Xingluo Empire? With your strength, even the entrustment of the Xingluo Empire may not be your opponent. Seeing her asking, Qian Yuchen said, what I want to do may be an impossible thing in the eyes of ordinary people, but I have confidence. This matter requires the cooperation of all forces. I have not contacted the two empires at present, which does not mean that I will not contact you in the future. The seven treasures glazed Li sect and you are both the intermediaries I chose. Zhu Lingyun showed surprise, and it turned out that all this was in his calculations. Yes, the seven treasures glazed lilac sect and the Tiandu royal family have the most intimate contact. The relationship between Xingluo and Zhu family and the royal family is even closer. Both, we should indeed contact the middlemen of the two empires. But I don't want to contact that cold and inhumane family anymore. If my sister wants to be the imperial concubine, let her be the one. Anyway, Emperor Xingluo only has one son, so it doesn't matter whether I am an imperial concubine or not. And I have escaped for so long, and my sister may have married the other party. Zhu Lingyun didn't want to return to the Zhu family, and she didn't want to get involved in those royal disputes. You don't have any problem if you want to stay there, but when I go to Xingluo Empire, I need you to be a guide, that's all. Although Qin gave her the identity of a maid, he did not really treat her as a maid. Ziling and Yuling did not restrict the freedom of the two women too much. They also teach them how to practice, treat everyone equally. Master, I have said before that I want to live for myself, so I will no longer consider the Zhu family if I do anything. I have thought about it too if I come here tonight. After saying that, Zhu Lingyun hugged Qian Yuchen and smiled. Qian Yuchen felt the beauty in his arms and didn't say much. Since the girls have reached this point, if they do anything to refuse, they are really worse than beasts. The beauty of adulthood is a good moral character. Master, it's late at night, hurry up and rest. The next day, when Qian Yuchen woke up, Zhu Lingyun was no longer by her side. It's still a wild little cat. He smiled and quickly put on his clothes and got up. However, there was a piece missing on the bed sheet. Qian Yuchen shook his head, then changed into a new one, and left the room. After he went downstairs, only Ling Yuan and Ayan had not yet come down. Brother-in-law, have you thought about my 8th soul ring? Shui Yunluo asked impatiently. Luo, why are you anxious? Shui Yunyan scolded softly, young master must have an arrangement, why are you anxious? One of those two extremely cold birds that are 100,000 years old is prepared for you. Qian Yuchen walked to the dining table and spoke. Shui Yunluo instantly showed a look of joy. This brother-in-law is so good. Even if you turn the mainland over, you can't find a second person like this. If her sister dared to abandon him, she would break off her sisterhood relationship with her. It really doesn't work, she's on it. Young master, I think you should have made arrangements for everyone to obtain the soul ring, right? Water, clouds, smoke asked again. Her 8th soul ring was 100,000 years old, but it took her a lot of time to find the ice crystal caterpillar king. I searched in the far north for 10 days before I found it. My plan is to take action in 3 sessions. Ling Yuan took Ling Yun and the other 3 to the Sunset Forest to hunt ghost tigers or other cat martial souls that had been more than 50,000 years old, as a soul ring. Yunyan, I will take you to the extreme north quickly to find the suitable 9th soul ring. Ayan's 8th soul ring, I'm going to take her to the ocean to obtain it. The soul beasts in the sea are no worse than those on land. Qian Yuchen told his plan. In the underwater world, there are naturally sea plant soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. The demon soul great white shark must have known it. Then I will just let Xiao Bai take him to find it. Well, I have no problem. Shui Yunluo smiled. Shui Yunyan gave her a blank look. If you have any problems, you can win by lying down. It's good to have such an arrangement. If someone is taking care of him at home, I'll trouble Sister Ayan. It happened that Ayan got down from the upper floor at this time. No problem, just follow the arrangements of Mr. Qian. Chapter 104, Set Off, Sea God Island. 3 days passed by, and Ling Yuan and others came back to obtain the soul ring. Qian Yuchen also successfully obtained the 9th soul ring with Shui Yunyan. 100,000 year soul beast, Bing Bai Scorpion. This was because Ice Emperor asked one of his tribe members to offer sacrifices to him in order to thank him. Qian Yuchen guarantees that in the future, water, clouds and mist will become gods, which will bring the ice scorpion back to life. In short, everything went smoothly. Seeing their strength increase, Qian Yuchen was very satisfied. After obtaining the soul ring, it is time for him to set off to the Sea God Island. Yin's 8th soul ring cannot be delayed for too long. Your soul ring has been obtained, so I'm ready to set off. He looked at Ling Yuan and the others and spoke. Master, are you going to set off now? Zhu Lingyun still wants to be kind to him tonight. For her, this is no different from a newlywed smile, at most it is just a lack of a wedding. Second young master, are you ready? Ling Yuan still didn't want to separate from him, but she knew that Qinyu City was very important and was not prepared to follow him to the Sea God Island. In the manner, she, the Super Douluo, must be in charge. Brother-in-law, are you leaving again so soon? Shui Yunluo still wants to stay with him for a few more days. After all, his brother-in-law is not here, so he always feels less joy. Young master, there are so many dangers in the sea. Do your best to be careful with Sister Ayan. Shui Yunyan understood that Qinyu had made plans. When he was helping him find the soul ring, he was thinking about his plan to go to the Sea God Island. All she could do was the advice before parting. Ziling and Yuling did not express their opinions, just follow the boss and develop. No big problem. I can just take that extremely cold bird that has been around for 100,000 years. It can keep a watch on us. Qinyu City had already made preparations, and he knew the situation on the Sea God Island through the original work. With his strength, even if the deep-sea demon whale king comes to ask for it personally, he can still fight the other party. What's wrong with the 990,000-year-old soul beast? It still beat him up. On this continent, there is no awesome existence than him. When he breaks through to level 99, even the Silver Dragon King has to tie up his hair. It's a long way to go, and the most important thing now is to go to the port and find a boat. Ling Yuan remembers to take good care of the family. Just observe the mother and son every day. Qian Yuchen reminded Ling Yuan. Their strength at home is only weaker, and if they encounter trouble, it will be in vain. Ling Yuan promised, no problem, leave it to me at home. Then, Qin Yuchen took Ayan away from the manor and headed to the port of Kanshoucheng. Boss, what price are you renting a boat? Qin Yuchen came to the port's boat charterer and asked about the price. I wonder what your needs are for the guests. I have ships near the sea and ships far away. The merchant confidently introduced his own ship type, and it depends on what Qin Yuchen's own choice is. We need to take a long voyage, and the round trip is expected to be 20 days, and there may be some danger on the road. Qian Yuchen expressed his request, which made the merchant fall into thinking. The dangerous thing on the sea is the invasion of the ocean soul beast. If you are traveling far away, the risk coefficient will increase a lot. This business is a bit difficult. Guest, is the place you want to go to a legendary place? The legendary land, where is that? It's what the older generation said, the land of the god of the ocean. It's almost the same. I yearn for the legend of the sea god. The merchant didn't expect that Qin Yuchen was really a brave man and wanted to find the legend of the sea god. Looking at Ayan beside him, he sighed in his heart, why don't young people cherish their lives at all? They have to go to the dangerous sea. 5,000 golden soul coins, the strongest ship, 20 days. After all, the place you are heading is too dangerous, and I need to consider the worst plan. If the guest returns safely, we will refund 3,000 golden soul coins. The merchant told his own price plan. He is really I dare not bet that Qin Yuchen can return safely. I have not seen those who explore the distant seas return for many years. For the sake of interests, he had to come up with this worst. Qian Yuchen thought about it and found that the price was acceptable. Then prepare a business contract, I'm going to set off right away. When the merchant heard this, he looked at him in surprise, and then turned around and went to get the contract. What a pity this young man. 1 minute later, the merchant handed the business contract to Qin Yuchen in duplicate. Guest, sign and pay, in duplicate, please save your own copy. Qian Yuchen nodded and quickly signed his name on it. Then he took out an ordinary black gold card and asked, can you swipe the card? Yes. The merchant nodded. 10 minutes later, Qin Yuchen arrived at the port pier and looked at the ships in front of him. Number 9527, this is this ship. Qian Yuchen looked at Ayan and said, go on the ship, ready to set off. Yet. Ayan nodded, indicating that there was no problem. After the two boarded the boat, Qian Yuchen personally took the knife, unbuttoned the anchor, and began to move towards the distant sea. He stood in front of the rudder and operated slowly, while using a little ability to add thrust to the ship. In this way, compared with other ships preparing to set sail, his speed is very fast. In 5 minutes, the direction of the port was already blurred. Mr. Qian, I read the book and said that the sea was bumpy, but why didn't I feel it? A Yin walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. I drive a boat, unlike others, so there will naturally be no bumps. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, in fact, it was using soul power to form a special short slide under the sea. This kind of operation can only be done by someone like him. The truths cannot be explained. Young Master Qian, where is this sea god island? Why are people on the beach afraid? Ian was very confused. On the way to the port, many people were very afraid of the sea god island. Many mainland forces are not aware of the existence of the sea god island, and it is a mysterious place. Once the Wuhun Palace sent 3,000 soul masters to the sea god island, and finally lost 2/3 of the people. The legend of the sea god Poseidon has been circulating in the sea, and people have a strong sense of awe of God. Qian Yuchen said slowly. The sea god island has not much contact with the mainland, and the sea soul masters are just living their own life without fighting against the world. The resources in the ocean are not something you and I can imagine. The number of soul beasts in the 100,000-year-olds is more than that in the Stardo Great Forest. This time I asked you to travel with me, and I also wanted you to see the sea soul beast and learn about the sea. He added a few more words to inform him of the purpose of bringing A Yin out this time. A Yin smiled and said, then I have to see what the sea soul beast looks like. However, she still frowned slightly when she smelled the salty sea breeze. I don't like this taste very much. I'm going to sit firmly, I'm going to be ready to speed up. Qian Yuchen reminded, and then accelerated. Sea God Island, he is here. Chapter 105 Demonic Soul Great White Shark. As the distance of sailing became farther and farther, Qian Yuchen felt the aura looming in front of him. Titled Douluo. It is the aura of the titled Douluo. Although this aura was very weak, he still felt it. This also shows that he is getting closer and closer to the Sea God Island. In addition, he also felt the breath of the soul beast. I think it should be the demon soul Great White Shark clan, and only they dare to approach the Sea God Island. The other sea soul beast races, evil tiger and demon whales, deep sea demon whales and other races dare not easily get close to the Sea God Island. Through his perception of the breath of life, Ian also discovered that the ship was approaching the location of a powerful breath of life. Young Master Qian, are you coming soon? Well, I guess you noticed it too, there is a strong presence in the distance. Yes, we are slowly approaching them, but be careful. A Yin still reminded. When facing strangers, you must remain highly vigilant. Qian Yuchen felt that he would probably encounter a roadblock if he had gone halfway. The Demon Soul Great White Shark clan protects the safety around the Sea God Island. Their patriarch Xiao Wu was once the mount of the sea god. It is not easy for strangers to break into the sea area. Only the strong can enter the Sea God Island. Another condition is the person recognized by the sea god. He doesn't have the vast sea and the universe now, so it may take some time to communicate. Demon Soul Great White Shark, he wants to see how smart he is. At the same time, here on the island of Sea God, Xiao Bai, who was swimming happily around the Sea God Island, was very sensitive to the strange aura approaching. Hey? Is it a human who is lost on the sea again? She felt a little confused. There was no stranger coming to the sea area for a long time. Except for 2 very strong human men who have been hereafter competing with the High Priest, no humans on the mainland set foot on the island of the Sea God. Look, if you are lost, then drive it away. Xiao Bai turned his direction and headed towards the unfamiliar aura. In the Sea God Temple on the Sea God Island, a woman in a red robe and long sea blue hair was about 1.8 meters tall, holding a 3-meter-long golden scepter and looking into the distance. The High Priest of the Sea God Island, Posei, is the breath of an old friend, the descendant of Qiandaoliu. She felt that the people moving towards this place had a similar aura to Qiandaoliu. She admires Qiandaoliu for the guardian of the divine position. But Tang Chen occupies more of the share in her heart, and he is the existence that reaches the top level of the soul master with his talent. Qiandaoliu and her ultimately rely on the power of God. But Qiandaoliu once said that he would not enter the Sea God Island in his lifetime, and would protect the continent and expel evil throughout his life. Could it be that he wants his descendants to come to the Sea God Island to be tested? Boseixi's calm heart rippled in a ripple. I hope you did not come for the inheritance of the Sea God. The oracle given by the sea god is very clear. Without the vast sea universe, you are not qualified to take the 9 sea god test. Otherwise, even if you are an old friend, don't blame me for being rude. Retracting his gaze, Posei walked into the hall again and sat in the position of the high priest. On Kunyuchen, as he thought, the person blocking the road was coming quickly towards him. The demon soul great white shark is still in existence for 100,000 years. Apart from you, Xiao Bai, I really couldn't imagine other demon soul great white shark. He looked at the sea in the distance and murmured. Young Master Qian, the soul beast is approaching quickly, right in front of the ship. Yin also noticed it and hurriedly reminded him. It's okay, she won't hurt us. Qian Yuchen said there was no problem, so she felt at ease. After 3 minutes of sailing, a huge shark fin appeared on the sea. Then, a strange force blocked the ship's advance. Humanity, the danger ahead is not something you can step in. Let's leave quickly. Under the water, a gentle woman's voice came. But the patriarch of the demon soul great white shark clan is in front of you. Kunyu City asked questions to the sea, calm and relaxed. Hey, human, how did you know me? Xiao Bai immediately became interested. My father is Angel Douluo. He has been to the Sea God Island before, so he naturally talked about some experiences. He told me that the guardian soul beast of Sea God Island is the leader of the demon soul great white shark clan. Qian Yuchen said again, throwing this reason to his father. No wonder you know my existence. It turns out that you are the descendant of the blonde human man who was the first. Xiao Bai understood that this human being is also a descendant of the angel god. Angel Douluo Qiandaoliu is his father. What are you doing when you come to Sea God Island? The high priest has disappeared from outsiders. She is quite friendly to people who are more familiar with her. Therefore, I still hope he can return. The 7 holy pillars of the Sea God Island have no good impression of the soul master on the continent. There was really a conflict, and he didn't have an advantage in terms of number of people. 7-2, the advantage lies in the 7 holy pillar. I came to Sea God Island this time to find the high priest. If there is personal news, she must want to know. Just think I am a messenger. I won't do more other things, nor will I have conflicts with others. Kunyuchen said again, expressing his intention to come to Sea God Island. In fact, he did come to Posei this time, but it was for another matter. Similarly, Tang Chen's news was just by the way. The original book said that the person whom Posei fell in love with was Tang Chen, not his own old Deng Qiandaoliu. Besides, he didn't want Posei to become his little mother. If Lao Deng really marry her, he would be disrespectful to his deceased mother. The two of them are the fallen flowers and the flowing water is ruthless, and they are both guardians of God, and they are destined to be impossible to be together. Seeing him saying this, Xiao Bai thought about it and said again. Since you have news to bring to the high priest, come with me. However, I hope you remember not to have conflicts with the people on the Sea God Island. Qian Yuchen promised, I won't have a conflict with them. I'll just pass on a message and talk, it won't take much time. Xiao Bai changed direction again and lifted the resistance by the way, allowing his ship to continue to move forward smoothly. Let's go, come with me. After the words came, a shark fin reappeared on the sea surface and led Kunyu City toward the Sea God Island. Yin looked at Qian Yuchen and asked, Young Master Qian, this demon soul great white shark seems to be different from an ordinary soul beast. From the perspective of life breath, the other party's cultivation of 100,000 years is a little stronger than the ordinary 100,000 year soul beast in the Star Do Big Forest. They have the title of Ocean Hunter. It is the most ferocious and aggressive sea soul beast. The 1,000-year-old demon soul great white shark dares to compete with the ordinary 10,000-year-old sea soul beast. Do you think it is strong? This is similar to the Titan giant ape, probably that's it. Qian Yuchen explained. The demon soul great white shark is the overlord of the ocean. Except for the deep-sea demon whale king, no other sea soul beast race can suppress them. In the original work it was Tang San who killed the deep-sea demon whale king, making his wife demon emperor resent this clan. In the end, the demon emperor broke through 1,000,000 years and was promoted to the god level, killing him all, leaving only Bai Xiaoxiu. However, this time he came, and the pattern between the sea soul beasts naturally would not develop like that in the original play. Kunyuchen is looking forward to what will happen if the 1,000,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king faces Poseidon. Chapter 106 The Sea God Douluo Posei. Under the leadership of Xiao Bai, Qunya City successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Sea God Island. As soon as he approached here, he felt the powerful aura of 8-legged essays. The 7 holy pillars on the Sea God Island. High Priest Posei. These 8 people are the powerful pillars supporting the Sea God Island. Similarly, when Qunya City approached the Sea God Island, these 8 people also felt his presence. The tacit understanding between the titled Douluo. A strange strong man is here, but no mainlanders have come to the Sea God Island for many years. Heilong Douluo looked at the sea and said softly. The other 6 people did not react much, and only a hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Posei walked out of the Temple of the Sea and looked at Qunya City. The sacred breath is indeed the descendant of Qiandaoliu. She was very confused. What did his descendants come here to do? Sea God Island is in conflict with the world and never participates in the affairs of the mainland. Could it be that Qiandaoliu encounters difficulties and needs help? But in extreme Douluo, no one can cause trouble for him. Well, let's see what's going on when you come to Sea God Island. Posei sighed lightly, then looked at the location of the 7 holy pillars. Haima, go and bring the visitor to the temple of the Sea God. Hearing her voice transmission, Haima stood up respectfully and saluted her. Abide by the order of the high priest. After saying that, he came to the location of Qunya City. After Qunyuchen parked the boat, Xiao Bai appeared from the other side. Humans, remember, don't have conflicts with them, or your ship will be gone. After saying that, she dived into the deep sea. Yin, be careful. Well, it's okay. Then, he and Yin got off the boat and stepped on the land of the Sea God Island. After just 2 steps, I felt a powerful aura coming quickly. No need to leave, the person who leads the way is here. Qian Yuchen smiled and signaled Yin to stop. After the words came, a man wearing black clothes and emitting resentful light in his eyes appeared in front of them. Stop the person coming, I will come and lead the way by the order of the high priest. Haima said in a cold voice. He was not interested in the soul master from land, after all, the other party had attacked the Sea God Island. Since the high priest had his life, he should follow the instructions. Then please trouble me. Qian Yuchen smiled and signaled the other party to lead the way. Come with me. After saying that, Haima turned around and headed towards the location where the Sea God Temple was. Qian Yuchen and Yin followed him slowly. 5 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Sea God Temple was located. The seahorse looked above the ladder, full of respect. He looked at Qunyuchen and said, the temple of the Sea God is above, you can go up by yourself. Qian Yuchen said in confusion, you are not here with us. No, the high priest asked you to go to the Sea God Temple, I am only responsible for guiding the way. Haima shook her head and then took 2 steps back. Qian Yuchen and Yin looked at each other and stepped onto the ladder. Posei outside the temple of the Sea God, felt the aura of the 2 of them, and turned around and returned to the temple of the Sea God, and sat down. This is the majesty of being a high priest, and the etiquette must not be lost. In 3 minutes, Qunyuchen and Yin came to the Sea God Temple. The huge statue of the Sea God stood in the square, shining brightly. In the Sea God Temple behind it, Qunyuchen felt the breath as strong as his father. One of the 3 sealings of the Soul Master of the continent, the Sea God Douluo Posei. The ocean is invincible. Relying on the advantages of the sea, defeat the existence of Tang Chen and Qiandaoliu. Yin also felt a powerful aura, which made her feel a little scared. Qian Yuchen looked at Yin's restrained look and whispered, don't be afraid, she is a gentle person. When Yin heard him say this, his uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Then, the 2 of them crossed the square and came to the temple of the Sea God. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Posei wearing a red robe and holding a golden scepter. The 2 sons of Angel Douluo Qiandaoliu, Qunyuchen, have seen the Sea God Douluo crown. Qian Yuchen gave an elder tribute and said with a respectful tone. Posei looked at him, and a faint pressure came. However, this was of no use to him. The pressure of Posei's noble aura had no effect on him. Yin was originally Lan Yinhuang Emperor, and he was also a noble person, so he had no effect on her. Have you ever been safe? Posei spoke, and a gentle and peaceful voice came out. Father, he is no longer concerned about the world, and is invisible to practice in seclusion, just waiting to complete his mission. Qian Yuchen replied, this is a big truth. Posei nodded. As the guardian of God, he should follow his own mission. It is important. The island of sea god has never been concerned about the world. What's wrong with you here? Posei was very puzzled. Since Douluo was fine, what was his second son doing here? Come here to tell me in the next news, a news that is very important to you. Yuchen's words made Posei stunned. What is important news for her? Then she understood, and said with a hint of excitement, Tang. Yuchen nodded. It was the news about the person she was thinking about. My father talked about some things from that year. You three can be said to be the strongest beings among soul masters. You and my father have the mercy of God, but the first sect leader of Haoshan sect has reached the same level as you with his own talent. He has been looking for miracles for many years, but in fact he has already achieved results. It's a pity that things don't go as they wish. Yuchen sighed and was very moved by Tang Chen's experience. What? Tang Chen really found the inheritance of God? Posei felt a little unbelievable, but he didn't expect that the strong man really found a miracle. Which god has he found? Shura god, and has completed 8 assessments. Hearing Yuchen's words, Posei finally stopped having that stiff expression. She smiled happily. The man said it, and was about to do it. There are 9 levels in total for the assessment of becoming a god. Doesn't that mean that the other party is taking the 9th exam? The 9 exams are also the most difficult ones. The ones who have reached the most difficult level of the state of mind are extremely difficult. Then how is he? His god's test is now lost in his own way because of the interference of other gods. Yuchen said again, this was a heavy hammer. Posei's face turned pale and he almost couldn't sit firmly. The thing she was most worried about was still happening, and Tang Chen was stuck on the most critical link. Although Senior Tang Chen is temporarily imprisoned, he will be able to escape in time and may be able to visit the Sea God Island again. You don't have to worry too much, Mr. Kang, he will definitely be fine. Yuchen once again comforted him. After all, in the original drama, Tang Chen actually saved him, but he sacrificed himself for the plot needs. All the Shura divine power he obtained was left in the magic weapon Shura demon sword he obtained. Leave Tang San an opportunity to pass on his inheritance. Thank you for bringing me this news. Posei stood up, walked off the position of high priest, and thanked Yuchen. You are polite, I actually have a trivial matter that I need your help. After saying that, he looked at Yin and said again. I don't know how to tell that there is a sea plant soul beast that has been in the sea for 100,000 years. My friend's 8th soul ring needs the power of this soul beast. Upon hearing this, Posei looked at Yin. After taking a closer look, he nodded. I know this, the sea plant soul beast iceberg seaweed has existed for 100,000 years. It often invades the people of the passing sea gods, and it is a good thing for you to besides it. Chapter 107 Yin's 8th soul ring. Yuchen was flying on the sea with Yin, and below was the demon soul great white shark Xiao Wu. After learning about the 100,000-year-old sea plant soul beast from Posei, he took Yin away from the sea temple. Posei still supports this, after all, besides that guy, he also contributed to the sea area. I arranged for Xiao Wu to lead the way for the two of them, in order to avoid danger from them. Human, what are you going to find that seaweed for? She has a very bad temper. If she gets entangled, it will be very troublesome. Xiao Wu still has a little understanding of this iceberg seaweed. It seems that he has been successfully promoted to 100,000 years after absorbing a piece of ice. Then he was domineering in the waters ahead and attacked the passing fishermen at will. This place belongs to the Heilong Douluo territory, but after finding the other party's traces several times, he returned in vain. I met once by chance, and the two fought and the draw ended. This gave them a headache. Posei took this opportunity to get rid of it with the help of Yuchen. What happened like this is that I don't have much contact with her. This is done by the soul master of the mainland and has nothing to do with the Sea God Island. The 7 Saint Pillars didn't know it, and they won multiple goals in one go. Yuchen guessed Posei's idea, but the problem was not big. It's just a stronger seaweed plant, what's there to worry about? Anyway, Yin's 8th soul ring is it? Xiao Wu, we are here to obtain the soul ring. This iceberg seaweed is just right for our choice. Yuchen spoke. That's a coincidence. It's better to turn her into a soul ring, so as not to show off your might all day long. She was doing the facts too much. If I had eaten grass, I would have swallowed her long ago. Xiao Bai has no good impression of this iceberg seaweed. Young Master Qian, if we deal with sea plant soul beasts on the sea surface, our combat effectiveness will probably be greatly reduced. Yin was a little worried. After all, it was not a land battle, and if you were not careful, you would likely fall into the sea. Although the titled Douluo can fly in the air, time is limited after all. Qian Yuchen can take her to fight against the air, and the consumption will be greatly increased. Qian Yuchen said, why didn't I know that flying consumes energy? But Yin seemed to have forgotten that she seemed to have an external soul bone, which evolved into a winged form, and was able to fight in the air. Don't worry, I can handle her. So far, Qian Yuchen has not encountered a soul beast that he can't handle. If so, you're so brave. I feel like I've lived too long and can't wait to become a soul ring, right? In this world, soul beasts that oppose him are not allowed to appear. Even if it is the Silver Dragon King, he has to tie up his hair. Soon, under the leadership of Xiao Bai, the two arrived at a low-temperature sea area. This place is also filled with abnormal sea fog. It's here. That guy is hiding in this sea area. Just find her yourself. After saying that, Xiao Bai swam to a long distance, not wanting to be affected by the battle. Besides, if you don't run away, how can you watch the scene of this human being dealing with that seaweed monster with peace of mind? Qinyu City looked around and there was no place to stay. It's all sea water, and it falls into the sea when it falls. This matter cannot defeat him. He was carrying a yin on his back, so it would be fine to free up one hand. Extend your left hand and aim at the sea below. The power of the Holy Spirit, the ice condenses. In an instant, the sea surface below was frozen and an ice surface appeared. Let's go, let's make a move first. Qinyu City slowly descended and landed on the ice. The ice surface is not smooth, but rather the rougher one, which is not easy to slip when standing on it. The moment he landed, he felt a lot of seaweed attacking under the ice. Yin, that guy started to do it, he is really impatient. He hurriedly reminded him. Young Master Qian, I'll make the ice surface more suitable for combat. After Yin finished speaking, the martial soul blue silver emperor appeared in the palm of his right hand. The blue and silver are dense, and the spring breeze blows and grows again. The blue light spots fell on the ice and were covered in a flash by dense blue-silver grass. Now, the ice surface is suitable for combat. Okay, then wait for her to take action. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. The iceberg seaweed had already discovered the two of them. The seaweed under the ice was just for testing. Brush. The sea water splashed everywhere, and 8 tough seaweeds seemed to have eyes, attacking the two of them. Humph, let me see what you are. Yin snorted coldly, and the golden patterns on his right arm were wrapped around. The first soul skill, entanglement. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor vines divided into 8, entangling all the seaweeds, preventing them from moving forward. Plant-based martial soul, blue-silver emperor is the top presence. Qian Yuchen was still very satisfied with Yin's performance. Bang! 8 tough seaweeds, like lack of water, instantly turned into fragments. Immediately afterwards, cold female voices came from all around. You are the emperor in the blue-silver grass, you are willing to turn into a human form to recultivate. You are really courageous. It's a pity that this is at sea. My home court has swallowed your blood. I might be able to go further. Hearing the sound of the iceberg seaweed, Yin's eyes showed a sense of fighting. You guy who hides your head and tail, what qualifications do you have to say this to me? The ability of Lan Yin Emperor is not something you can understand. After saying that, a golden blue-silver grass grew under her feet, and the majestic aura of life was emitted. Swish! A black shadow rushed out of the sea water, and the figure was not visible clearly under the stimulation of the sun. Qian Yuchen responded immediately to prevent the other party from attacking. Holy light enchantment. The barrier opened, covering the ice surface. Oh, I didn't expect that you, a male human, still have some strength. The iceberg seaweed fell on the sea, and she stood on the sea with a human form. She was a little surprised by the barrier summoned by Qinyu City. This move really prevented her from wanting to attack. You are the iceberg seaweed, a sea plant soul beast that has been 100,000 years old. Qian Yuchen looked at the evil woman on the sea, and it was hard to imagine how many humans she had attacked. Iceberg seaweed, you have too much resentment. The 200,000 year heavenly disaster is your death. You sacrifice to become my soul ring, and when I become a god, I will give you a brand new and pure body. Otherwise, today will be your death disaster. Ian scolded and prepared for the battle. Salvation, and become a god. Even on this sea, a sea god has appeared in tens of thousands of years. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak wildly on land soul beasts? Iceberg Xiao looked disdainful, and after saying that, he rushed towards the ice. Ice algae flying thorns. The third soul skill, the shield of the blue-silver emperor. Yin Jiao, the golden patterned blue-silver grass turned into a barrier to block the attack. The fourth soul skill, blue-silver emperor's cage. When the iceberg seaweed came to the ice surface, the golden patterned blue and silver grass formed a cage, trapping it in it. Just because of this grass cage, you still want to block me? The iceberg seaweed burst out with powerful soul power, shattering the cage. At this time, she was trapped again, and her feet were entangled by golden blue and silver grass. Silver's first soul skill entanglement. Is it over? The iceberg seaweed once again shattered the blue-silver grass and wanted to launch another attack. As a result, he was trapped by the blue-silver emperor cage again. What a good guy, let's put it here to make people's mentality. Qian Yuchen looked at Yin in surprise. Who did you learn this move? It's a bit interesting. Iceberg seaweed probably got a little furious, right? This is simply a nesting doll. Young Master Qian, this is called a one-time effort, and a one-time effort that will fade away again and again. You seem to have said this before. Yin smiled and said that her two skills basically do not consume soul power. By the time the other party's mentality was blown up, her goal would be achieved. The final battle will definitely be completed by Qian Yuchen. The iceberg seaweed is really blowing up. Every time I prepare to take action, I am either entangled or trapped in a cage. Very annoying. It's really about to collapse. I have to say that Ian's strategy is really useful. Qian Yuchen looked at the tortured iceberg seaweed and prayed silently for her. Half an hour later, he felt that the time was almost over and he didn't plan to continue playing with the other party. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from him, and suddenly pressed the iceberg seaweed on the ice. Iceberg Hi-Hept, I remember that it is not easy for you to cultivate for 100,000 years. Do you agree to sacrifice? Qian Yuchen looked at her coldly and said coldly. Yin has the inheritance of God in her body. If you sacrifice her, when she becomes a god, you will naturally give you a new life. If you kill you, you won't have any chance. This sentence was communicated with the other party through his thoughts. Iceberg seaweed also knows what it means to be a hero, so he naturally agreed to offer sacrifices. Soon, a huge soul power reaction came from the ice surface, which made Xiao Bai, who was watching the show in the distance, very curious. How did these two humans make iceberg seaweed voluntarily sacrifice? 20 minutes later, everything calmed down. Yin felt his strength, and now he is a level 85 conqueror. Then, his soul ring was revealed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, red. Iceberg seaweed also left her a skull called the pure jade skull with clear water and ice. Chapter 108 Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Cooperation. After Yin absorbed the soul ring, he also absorbed the soul bones. Qian Yuchen clearly felt that the souls of two soul beasts were sleeping in her 7th and 8th soul ring. The soul beast after the sacrifice, the soul sleeps in the soul ring. After becoming a god, Yin can use God's power to resurrect them again. After all, this is how Daming and Erming in the original work were resurrected again. Xiao Bai swam over at this time and looked at Qinyu City curiously. Human, the pressure you just burst out is not much worse than that of the high priest. How did you convince that arrogant seaweed? Qian Yuchen looked at Xiao Bai and smiled and said, of course I'm just telling her. I'll give her a voluntary sacrifice after a little tip. He didn't say the rest of the sentence, if she doesn't understand the truth, then I will understand a little bit of punches and kicks. Your strength still needs to reason with her. Isn't it enough to just take her into seconds with one move? You humans are really complicated. Xiao Bai said he was puzzled and just had a fight. What are the fancy ones doing? Since it's done, I'll take you back to the Sea God Island. As soon as she finished speaking, she became alert instantly. Qian Yuchen also felt a very powerful aura coming, very similar to the powerful aura of Dityan. Xiao Bai said in a serious tone, I'm afraid I can't leave anymore, that annoying guy is here. The annoying guy she said was the overlord of the soul beast in the sea. Deep Sea Demon Whale King. The 990,000-year-old sea soul beast once competed with Poseidon for the position of the sea god. Qian Yuchen looked at her and tried to ask, Deep Sea Demon Whale King? Yes, that guy. This time I came out alone and let him seize the gap. Xiao Bai has only been in his cultivation for more than 100,000 years, and he will not be the opponent of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King if he really fights. But what made her curious was that this guy usually doesn't appear on the sea, so why did he come out today? Since he was blinded by the sea god, he spent most of his time practicing in the deep sea, preparing to break through the last barrier of the soul beast. Could it be because of these two humans? Qian Yuchen was also puzzled why the Deep Sea Demon Whale King appeared at this time. If the fight starts, he will be confident of defeating the other party. He decided to see what the other party wanted to do. Xiao Bai, can you turn into a human form, right? Yes, what's wrong? Come to us so that the other party will not launch a surprise attack. After hearing what he said, Xiao Bai didn't hesitate, jumped up from the sea, turned into a human form and fell next to Qian Yuchen. At this time, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King also came to 10 meters in front of the ice. Can humans tell me one by one? A powerful voice came, and Qian Yuchen frowned slightly. Soul beasts, why do they always like to do this? He waved his hand, dispelled the other party's pressure, and said to the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, you are the overlord of the ocean, and I am just an ordinary human, and there seems to be no common topic, right? The Deep Sea Demon Whale King watched the other party easily dissipate his pressure, and he became more convinced of something in his heart. However, he has this kind of strength, why do you say that he is an ordinary person? Humans still like to cover up so much. Just like Poseidon, he did not talk about martial ethics and blinded his eyes. Human, I really have something to talk to you. Although I have been praised for being notorious at sea, I still pay attention to credibility. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King said again. Qian Yuchen turned his head to look at Xiao Bai and asked, can you believe the words of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King? Xiao Bai thought about it and it seemed that guy seemed to be quite counting in his words. After the sea god defeated him, he severely warned him not to harm the demon soul Great White Shark clan, and he had never taken action himself. Although he was inciting the evil tiger and demon whale clan, he did not take action himself after all. Otherwise, with his ability, the demon soul Great White Shark clan would be massacred in minutes. He said that, just go and see what he wants to do. Xiao Bai thinks there is no big problem. When they left, she just took the human woman to escape. Returning to the Sea God Island, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King dared not be presumptuous. The High Priest can use the power of the Sea God to repel him. Then Yin, please take care of you. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he stood up and left the ice surface, floating in the air towards the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Human, come with me. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King turned around and headed towards another sea area. After they left, Xiao Bai looked at Yin and said, come with me, I'll send you back to the Sea God Island first. She jumped into the sea and turned into her body. You sit on my back. Yin did not refuse and flew on Xiao Bai's back. Holding firmly at the dorsal fin, Xiao Bai then took her away. On the side of Qinyu City, after following the Deep Sea Demon Whale King for 10 minutes, he came to near an island. Crazy! The Deep Sea Demon Whale King jumped up from the sea and turned into a human form. He landed on the island, and Qian Yuchen saw his appearance clearly. The middle-aged man, about 1.9 meters tall, has a strong body and a bit unyielding face, and his left eye is blind. Qian Yuchen also fell down and looked at him. Human, you want to resist God, too? As soon as the Deep Sea Demon Whale King opened his mouth, Qian Yuchen was a little incredible. How did this guy see it? He looked at the slightest confusion on Qian Yuchen's face and said again. When I was young, you were the same. It's a pity that I missed a move and lost to Poseidon. Otherwise, the master of this sea will be me. Qian Yuchen's state is exactly the same as when you Poseidon competed for the position of the sea god. I always feel that I can control everything and win the final victory. But the result is that Poseidon took the lead in breaking through the limit and becoming a god with the belief of the sea soul beast and humans. During the battle, he was defeated and injured his left eye by the opponent with the sea god trident. Yes, the people in the god realm suppressed the development of the continent. Since Poseidon, the legend of God has never appeared again. There is no more than 100-level soul master on the continent. Qian Yuchen paused for a moment and continued. Your soul beasts are even worse, and you will suffer a heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years. If you can't hold on, you will be wiped out. His words made the deep-sea demon whale king very recognized. He has experienced 9 heavenly tribulations, and he is more powerful every time. Fortunately, he practiced his special cultivation and successfully survived it. He is now 990,000 years old, and there is only one last step left to become a god. But since 30 years ago, he always had a premonition in his heart that he could not exceed 1 million years. The disaster of death is coming, and everything will disappear. The movement on the sea just now made him see hope. That human being is not an ordinary person, he is even greater than his own ambitions. The momentum of swallowing the sky indicates that what he wants to do is crazy. It is impossible for ordinary people to see it, only people from the same path can see it. I am one last step away from becoming a god. 99% of my body has turned into a divine body. Even the high priest Posei is not my opponent. Your plan is very big, we can cooperate. The deep-sea demon whale king expressed his ideas and cooperated with Qianyuchen. Qianyuchen came to the sea this time to unite some sea soul beasts. The supporter of the sea god, he does not want to contact him at the moment, and the risk may be a bit high. The deep-sea demon whale king is the collaborator he wants. But you must also be vigilant about whether the other party will backfire. No problem, after all, the golden-eye black dragon king is already my friend, and I believe we can become friends too. Qianyuchen said with a smile. The deep-sea demon whale king was shocked. The golden-eyed black dragon king is the king of the soul beast on the continent. Has he reached a cooperation with this human? Sure enough, this guy's plan is really big. Could it be that he really wants to gather the power of the soul beast and go against the will of heaven? Too crazy. Okay, the king of the mainland can become your friend. As the king of the sea, I can naturally become your friend. After saying that, the deep-sea demon whale king opened his mouth and a large piece of gelatin appeared in his hand. To show sincerity, this is 800,000-year-old whale rubber, just treat it as a meeting gift. He is worthy of being the overlord of the deep sea, and he is really generous in his actions. It's impolite to come but not come back. I'll leave this book to you. I wish us a happy cooperation. Qianyuchen took out a bone piece from his storage soul guide, which was engraved with dense words. The deep-sea demon whale king naturally saw the words on it clearly and was very excited. Whale bio changed dragon transformation. Okay, you are so generous, I will congratulate you on your arrival again in the deep sea. I will kill Poseidon by myself to avenge my blind revenge. His tone to Qianyuchen changed, as if he was calling a friend. There is no way, this method of cultivation can make his family of 3 become the top existence in the ocean. Transform from bloodlines, evolve into a dragon, and achieve a leap in the life level. After Qianyuchen handed the method of cultivation to the other party, he also took the whale rubber. At this point, one purpose of this trip to the sea has been achieved. Chapter 109 Leaving the Sea God Island, a gift before leaving. Ian was anxiously waiting for Qianyuchen in the sea temple, praying in his heart that he was fine. The strength of that deep-sea demon whale king was so suffocating to her. Posei was calm, and she felt that something would happen to Qianyuchen. This descendant of Douluo was surrounded by a layer of fog, and she couldn't see through it. Yin, he will definitely be fine. Although the deep-sea demon whale king is very notorious on the sea, he is also a person who keeps his promises. I guess he should be on his way back now. As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of Qianyuchen came from outside the hall. The high priest said it very accurately, I'm back. Then, he walked into the sea god temple with a smile on his face. Yin felt relieved when he saw that he was fine and hurriedly walked to him. Young Master Qian, it's fine if you are fine, otherwise Ling Yuan and the others will scold me to death when they go back. Qianyuchen smiled and said, it won't matter if you say anything. I will keep my word. After saying that, he gently patted Ian's hand and signaled her to calm down. Qianyu City then looked at Posei and asked, Mr. Mian, you are the guardian of the Sea God Island and the spokesperson of the Sea God in the mortal world. You must have a special mission, right? Yes, my mission is the same as your father. Posei said directly without hiding this. That's really a sacrifice to become a new generation of inheritors. I admire you. Since you have chosen this path, there is nothing to regret, there is no saying that you admire or not. Posei didn't feel anything. Since the assessment of choosing the sea god, she has dedicated everything to the sea god. This is the supreme honor of being a people from the sea. The so-called death is what you want to live, don't you know if the Bangladesh is interested in understanding it? Kyunyuchin said again, looking at Posei with a smile. Posei also understood what he meant, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. The 9th test of the sea god requires her to sacrifice herself and open the path to the 9th test for the inheritors. This means that she will completely die. The only regret is that she can no longer meet Tang Chen. But this young man told her to die and live. This shows that he has a way to avoid this deadlock. I do protect a very important thing, and even give all my efforts. This is the mission God has given me in my own choice. In fact, I used to long for a little time to live for myself. After saying that, Posei shook his head, which seemed impossible. Mr. Cultivation is only a thing of the body. If the soul is immortal, it is immortal. Qian Yuchen spoke, with a hint of confidence in his tone. Whether it is Posei or Douluo, they sacrifice their own vitality and open the last door to become a god for the inheritor. They had the ultimate Douluo cultivation, after sacrificed their lives, their bodies lost their vitality and declared death. In the original work, in order to help Qian Rongxiu become a god, Qian Douluo uses his body as the guide and his own energy as the bridge of communication. It triggers true divine power, opens the door to the temple of angels located in the endless starry sky, and ultimately helps Qian Rongxiu become a god. This is just sacrificing the ability of the body and has no effect on the soul. In the finale of Dupo, Xiao Yan sealed the soul emperor with his body, but his soul was still intact. It would be fine if he refined a body. Finally ascended to the vast world and created the legend of Yan Emperor again. As a fantasy floor tiles, Douluo, who practices the method of enhancing souls, can choose his own life after completing his mission. This is not a bug, but a rational use of rules. Posei was stunned and came back to his senses and thought about it carefully. It seemed that this was fine. The last level of the sea god is to require the guardian to use his body as the guide to open up the final assessment. What you give is the entire vitality of your body, and it has nothing to do with your soul. Posei asked in confusion, how do you strengthen your soul? Qian Yuchen nodded and closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, his body began glowing, a transparent person appeared in front of his body. Did you believe it, my grandson? What the soul body said made Posei quite surprised. I understand what you mean. On the side of Yin, he felt that the breath of Qinyu City's life had temporarily disappeared. Incredible actions. Young Master Qian, you. Fine. After saying that, Kyunyuchen's soul returned to his position and opened his eyes again, without any problem. Yin felt that he had returned to normal again, which was no different from before. This is the gift I gave to the crown before leaving. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took out a necklace from the storage soul guide. There is a method of cultivation in this necklace. Only when the king mausoleum meditates, the technique will be displayed. You can find practice at that time. Posei nodded and took over the necklace. He did this to prevent this practice from being leaked, but he was a very cautious person. I really feel guilty for such a great gift. If you feel bored in the mainland, come to Haishan Island if you have time. You will always be welcome here. Posei smiled and showed his kind side to his elders. Qian Yuchen nodded and took Yin away from the sea god temple. After boarding the boat, he glanced at the direction of the sea god temple and put away the anchor. On the boat, Yin kept looking at him curiously. This made Qian Yuchen a little puzzled and asked, Yin, are there any problems when you look at me like this? Young Master Qian, is the deep-sea demon whale king really so easy to negotiate? Hearing that she said, what did Qian Yuchen think it was? It's just that. The deep-sea demon whale king has a strong obsession with the sea god. He tried his best to practice to take back the dignity he lost. Yin asked in confusion, obstinance? Is there a big conflict between him and the sea god? Qian Yuchen nodded and said again. In order to become a god, Poseidon began to conquer the sea, and many sea tribes and sea people surrendered to him. Only the deep-sea demon whale king was dissatisfied and fought with him to the death. In the end, I missed a move and was blinded by Poseidon. Only then did I realize that this deep-sea demon whale king also hated the existence of God. What Kyunyuchen wants to do is also aimed at the gods in the divine world. If the goals of the two are the same and have a common enemy, you can unite. But he has been 990,000 years. Are you not afraid that he will be enemies with us? Yin doesn't believe that such a powerful existence will cooperate with him with peace of mind. As the overlord of the ocean, how could it be that he does not have his own ambitions? No way, Qian Yuchen showed a confident smile on his face. If the deep-sea demon whale king cooperates with peace of mind, I will keep him safe. If you really want to go against me, you're seeking death. He never believed that the deep-sea demon whale king would sincerely cooperate with him, and both of them were just using each other. Qian Yuchen is sure that when he really defeats the gods, this guy will definitely be the first to rebel. Because there is never a shortage of people in the world who think they are awesome. But no one knows that there is someone outside of the world and there is a world outside of the world. Chapter 110 Returning from a Voyage. The ship from Qinyu City was sailing calmly on the sea, heading towards the location of the Kanshui City port. According to the distance I had been here before, I have now walked about 1/3 of the journey. Qian Yuchen and Yin were idle, so they took the fishing rod to fish in the sea. When practicing, it is important to combine work and rest. You have to rest and relax. It's not a big deal to keep a string tight. Crazy. Yin used his hands to force and a fish was pulled out of the sea. 1.5 pounds of flying fish. On the other hand, the Qinyu city was empty. The two of them caught fishing for about 2 hours, and Yin had already set up a rod for 5 times. Qian changed the bait 5 times, and the difference was judged immediately. Seeing Yin catch another fish, Qian Yuchen was a little suspicious of himself. Could it be that I am really an air force? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There are abundant fish resources here, how can the air force be able to do it? Impossible. Yin couldn't help but smile when he looked at his face. Who would have thought that the capable young master was a rookie in fishing? I guess no one believed it if it was told to Ling Yuan and the others. However, she was also confused, why didn't the fish bit the other party's hook? Qian Yuchen lifted the rod again, and it turned out to be the same as he thought, and the bait was gone. After getting the bait back on, he threw the fishing rod back into the sea. Then, the scene that made him hungry appear. More than 20 bluefin tuna, trout, and other fish were wandering around his fishing rod. Seeing him looking at them, he opened his mouth and spit out a few bubbles. It was like a kind greeting, "What are you looking at, Air Force?" Yin looked at Qian Yuchen's face that was not right, walked over and took a look and smiled. "Why are these fish so bold? Just forget it if you don't eat bait, but you are still provoking others here." Qian Yuchen shook his head, his face becoming expressionless. "Eat a whole fish feast tonight." After the words came, with a wave of his hand, the fish near the fishing rod were caught by a strange force. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects hitting their shoulders sounded, and the fish had been caught by him. Yin observed a moment of silence for these fish. "Who told you to provoke him?" Just as she was about to pack up the fish, she felt a strange aura approaching here. "Young Master Qian, the stranger is here." "Well, put away the fish first, and then see who is coming." Open the storage port on the deck and all the fish were sent into the frozen storage room below. When the two of them stood up again, they saw a very vintage ship heading towards them. The other party's banner surprised Qian Yuchen. "Pirate! Interesting, really interesting." Then he wanted to see if these pirates had the strength. Or, like the pirates I saw in movies and TV in my previous life, I like to burn, kill, loot and do everything evil. Soon, the other party's ship approached. Qian Yuchen sensed it and found that there were about 100 people, and the strongest person was the sole emperor level. The leader of the pirate ship looked at Qian Yuchen and Ian Toji and felt a big feeling. The temperament of these two people is very unusual, and their appearance is extraordinary at first glance. Two people dare to venture into the far sea, this is not something that ordinary people can do. I didn't look at the highly when I went out. Pirate leader of this world pirate group has collided with noble people, please forgive me. The leader stood at the bow of the boat and bent down and said respectfully. Qian Yuchen nodded. This man was quite eye-catching. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind letting these guys disappear on the sea. You are passing by, so you will understand. If you have nothing to do, leave quickly. Qian Yuchen smiled, without any intention of blaming him. This is not a compassionate heart. Everyone has their own laws of survival. As long as they don't provoke him, there is nothing wrong. This is the case if people don't offend me. The pirate leader breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly looked at his subordinates. The wind is normal, I'm back to the island. The pirate ship turned around and left the ship of Qinyu City. After seeing the other party leave, Yin said in confusion, "Young Master Qian, those people have a lot of evil spirits, and they are obviously not kind-hearted." Qian Yuchen shook his head and said, "The other party's profession is pirates. If they boarded our ship just now, I will tell them that there will be no return. But that leader has some vision to avoid this conflict. It's all for survival. If it doesn't infringe on my interests, it's nothing. He is not a saint, nor is he a person who is afraid of it." Like Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, said that the person who dares not cause trouble is not a hero. He sneered at this. When Yes Haikyu encounters this, he has been in trouble for 8 lifetimes. Not only was the junior ridiculed by the turtle, but he was beaten by Xiao Wu. To put it bluntly, it is just a typical bully of the weak and afraid of the strong. Qian Yuchen would not do such a bottomless thing. As long as others don't mess with him, it has nothing to do with him. Yin thought about what he saw and heard in the Star Do Great Forest, but there was no problem with his approach. The pirate's practice is nothing more than seeking to live. I won't talk about this anymore. The fish I just now was very fat, and it must be good to make sashimi. Show your skills and see how the sashimi I made is different from Ling Yun and the others. Qin Yuchen changed the topic. What is there to talk about in pirates? Isn't it delicious to eat? It would be a pity to not make such a fat bluefin tuna. Yin was also very curious about what tricks he could make that fish. Time flies 7 days, and Qinyu City intends to stay on the sea for a little more time. This leads to their return speed being slower, and it will appear boring over time. However, for cultivation, time passes quickly. After 3 days of relaxing on the sea, Yin devoted himself to cultivation. Qin Yuchen occasionally sneaked into the sea and carried out undersea adventure. The treasure was not found, but he found a lot of pearls. In his free time, he created 7 sets of pearl jewelry. After I got back, I gave it to several girls as gifts. If you come out, you can't go home empty-handed. There is also the 800,000-year-old whale rubber given to him by the deep-sea demon whale king, who can share a small portion of it. The cultivation level is about to improve again. This speed is really annoying. Seeing the seaport not far ahead, a feeling of longing appeared in Qin Yuchen's heart. It has been half a month since he and Yin left Kanshui City. I have been staying at sea for a long time, and it is indeed boring. Navigation is something that ordinary people can't stand. I am close to homesickness, and this is his second home. I couldn't wait to see Ling Yuan and the others in my heart. I'm still humane and down to earth, but I still don't adapt to the feeling of being arrogant. Qian Yuchen felt that he was not suitable for the kind of person who removed human nature and looked down on all living beings. Yin came out of the cabin, looked at the harbor in the distance, and smiled. I've finally come back after leaving for so many days. I wonder if Sister Ling Yuan and the others miss Mr. Qian very much. Hearing Yin's words, Qian Yuchen smiled and said, "That's all right. They are probably waiting for us at home at this moment. Maybe, there are still some food that are not enough." Then he looked forward with a good look. It seems like I have returned to my own manner. Chapter 111 Yin's change. After Qin Yuchen's ship stopped at the port, he met the merchant who had rented him a boat before. "Boss, it's a coincidence that I met here." He looked at the businessman on the shore and greeted him with a smile. The merchant looked at Qinyu City incredibly as if he had seen a strange sight. "Guest, you have successfully returned." He didn't expect that someone could really return from the far sea. "It's shocking. You should know that those who rent a boat to the far sea in his hands are not short of strong men above the Soul King." Without exception, he did not return successfully. Only this young man has been back after spending half a month. "I'm back, the sea is too boring, so it's better to be down to earth." Qin Yuchen threw the anchor down. After the ship was stabilized, he got off the ship with Yin and came to the dock. "Since you are here, boss, then go and settle the account." "How about it?" "That's natural, the good fortune of the young master, this is my honor." The businessman smiled, but the shock on his face had not yet dissipated. Then, he took Qian Yuchen and Yin to his business and took out the previous commercial contract. Qian Yuchen also took out his part and watched the merchant's next move. "Guest, since you are safely returning, then act according to the contract." After the businessman finished speaking, he took out a silver card. "This is the silver card of the 3,000 gold soul coins, please collect it." Qian Yuchen nodded and took the silver card over. The merchant then took out the seal and stamped the 4 words trade completion on his contract. Guest, please take your contract over and I'll stamp it. Qian Yuchen placed the contract in front of him, and the merchant quickly stamped the seal. Finally, Qian Yuchen signed the 2 contracts and took away his own ones, and left the business. With a longing, Qian Yuchen found that his pace of returning to the manor was much faster than usual. Yin felt the same way. He seemed to have become a different person today. How to say it seems to be more humane. In half an hour, Qian Yuchen and Ian arrived at the gate of the manor. This time was different from last time. Qian Yuchen felt the breath of Ling Yuan and others. They are all here. The moment he opened the gate of the manor, he heard the cry of 2 ghost tiger cubs. Aou! Qian Yuchen looked at the 2 cubs that were rushing towards him and leaned over and wrapped around their little heads. Why are you 2 coming here? Aou! The 2 cubs were very dissatisfied with the fact that he stopped his head and shook their heads wildly. Okay, let's go and see what they are doing. Qian Yuchen let go of his hand, and the 2 ghost tiger cubs kept wandering around his feet. Yin smiled and looked at the 2 ghost tiger cubs. They seemed to have grown up a little after not seeing each other for so many days. Stop making trouble, go back together. She spoke, the 2 ghost tiger cubs nodded, and then ran quickly towards the direction of the villa. Qian Yuchen smiled and walked towards the villa. At the same time, Ling Yuan in the hall held her chin with her right hand and looked outside. Second young master, when will you come back? She murmured to herself, her body was a little thinner than before. However, there is no effect on not being thin. Sister Ling Yuan, are you missing your brother-in-law again? Shui Yunluo suddenly came down from the building and made a sound. Don't worry, brother-in-law is very capable, maybe he will appear outside the door in a short while. She is now full of confidence in Qian Yuchen. In her mind, her brother-in-law is an invincible existence. About 2 minutes later, the 2 girls heard the cheerful cry of the ghost tiger cub outside the door. Then he looked at each other, smiled, and rushed out of the hall quickly. Second young master, brother-in-law. That's right, Qian Yuchen and Yin are walking towards the villa. Yin looked at the 2 girls like this and shook his head slightly. No one can stop Mr. Qian's charm. It seems that after coming out of the Stardow forest, I was gradually attracted by him. She is a soul beast and is born with a congenital Mujiang. There are high requirements for your spouse choice. At least, he is also a powerful man with titles among humans. But along the way, people are much inferior to Mr. Qian. Yin was also wondering at this moment, should he have a long talk with the other party one night? She knew that Zhu Lingyun left the room that night. She also saw the changes the next day. Another woman conquered by his charm. Thinking about myself, it seems that he has already been sucked by him. The man surnamed Tang and his fate was just a joke to her. Destiny has changed, she is the future god of life. She walks her own way. Qian Yuchen didn't know that in this short time, Yin had changed his view of him. It seems that the scene of dreaming at the beginning is about to come true again. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, you 2 are at home, what about others? Sister is in trouble at the academy. It is said that it is the registration procedure for the Soul Master competition. Ling Yun and the others fought in the soul fighting arena until very late last night. They were a little tired and were resting now. Shui Yunluo said hurriedly. Qian Yuchen was a little surprised. Zhu Lingyun and the others went to the soul fighting arena. Isn't that a real abuse of food? Even if you suppress your soul power, it is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Then he understood something and smiled, then I won't disturb them to rest. By the way, Aluo, go to the college and talk to your sister, and go home for lunch. Shui Yunluo's eyes lit up, and she knew that there was another sumptuous food meal at noon. Brother-in-law, I'll inform my sister now. After saying that, she ran out of the manor in a flash. Looking at her rushing appearance, Qian Yuchen couldn't help but smile. How come you are so big, why are you still like a child? He looked at Ling Yuan, I'm back safely. Ling Yuan smiled brightly, well, second young master, I knew you must be fine. You've lost weight. Qian Yuchen's words made Ling Yuan unable to hold back any longer and threw himself into his arms. Humph, it's all caused by you, which makes people worried all day long. I don't care. Next time, no matter where you go, you will take me with you. Hearing her coquettish words, Qian Yuchen smiled and gently stroked her hair. Okay, okay, I'll take you wherever I go later. Now his top strength in his manner can easily destroy one of the next 4 sects. The titled Douluo includes, Qian Yuchen, Ling Yuan, Shui Yunyan. Contras include, Ayan and Shui Yun Luo. Soul Saint, Zhu Ling Yun. Soul Emperor, Purple Spirit, Jade Spirit. It can be called the King. Let's go into the house and just talk about what you see at the sea. When I have time, I will take you to the sea to see it. After saying that, Qian Yuchen walked into the villa. Ling Yuan and Ayan looked at each other and walked in. Ling Yuan really wants to know what the differences are between the sea and the land. Chapter 112 Chihiroji's Child. When Qinyu City and the others gathered with Ken Shui City, Qian Sunji's movements on the side of the Wuhun Palace also became big. He is always paying attention to the news about Tanghao and the news about the woman around him. According to Yuegwen's personal investigation, the woman's identity seems to be a 100,000-year-old soul beast. This is very big news for him. Similarly, this is also a good opportunity for him to take action against Haoshan sect. The time is not yet here, and it is not the time to take action. In Bibadong's opinion, Kyung Sunji's actions always felt a little strange. My teacher seemed to have changed after waking up. Every day, I basically shuttle between the Pope's hall and the bedroom, and then I just talk to the 2 elders Ju Gui to discuss things alone. Besides, there are no other actions. Since Bibadong received a letter from Qian Yuchen, he felt much more at ease. In the letter, this second uncle told himself to hurry up and practice, so that his strength could shatter all conspiracies. She agreed deeply about this. She completely let go when Chihiroji returned to the position of Pope. Qian Daoliu and other people from the worship hall also came, but just watched it and left. However, she clearly felt that the attitude of these worshippers seemed to be less enthusiastic than before. And Qian Sunji didn't care at all and was devoted to his own affairs. After Bibadong's martial soul transformed, his cultivation speed was very fast. It's only one step away from breaking through Contra. 20-year-old Contra, this is unprecedented in Douluo continent. She is alone. Second uncle, I'm going to be a Conra soon. You'll probably be surprised when you come back. Bibadong looked outside the Wuhan city and murmured. During this period, she concentrated on her practice and went to the Stardew forest for practical training. She helped to get Yumei's soul ring. After the Death Spider Emperor transformed, she was possessed by the martial soul and was like a Valkyrie from hell. Those soul beasts that were not eyed were basically ruthlessly harvested by her. It brought a strong visual impact to Yumei. She knew Bibadong's talent, but she didn't expect that the other party's martial soul was so strong. With a cold look and a cold face, it is hard to imagine that this is a saint who talks and laughs to her. Bibadong thought of Yumei's surprise after possessing her martial soul, and couldn't help but shake her head. Sister Yumei's cultivation speed is also very fast. It's only been a soul lord after just how long it's been, it's so fast. She was very surprised at Yumei's cultivation speed. Even though I have known each other for so long, I still feel very surprised. On the side of Kyung Sunji, he was concentrating on handling official documents in the Pope's hall. The latest whereabouts of Tanghao were written on the document on his right hand. It says, the 3 of them separated, Tang Xiao returned to the clan Tanghao and an unknown woman went to the capital of Killing. After processing a document, he picked up the document that recorded Tanghao's whereabouts again. Tanghao, you are still walking with that soul beast woman. Even if Ayan is not here, her replacement still appears. The gods' plans, haha. At this time, Qian Sunji showed a strange smile, not as dark as before. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumei's voice came from outside. Saint, are you at home? Come in here. Bibadong stood up and came to the door. Yumei opened the yard gate and came in. Sister Yumei, your cultivation level after breaking through has been consolidated. Well, I participated in 60 soul fighting games in the soul fighting arena, and I won a row. What, then have you won the golden soul fighting medal now? Looking at Bibadong's surprised face, Yumei nodded with a smile. She is now the owner of the golden soul fighting medal, breaking the record of the soul fighting arena in Wuhan City. Awesome, Sister Yumei. Bibadong also wants to go to the soul fighting arena, but unfortunately her strength is too strong. The actual battles she carried out were all fighting soul beasts. The moves used are all fatal to one blow. If you go to the ring, it will be bad if you fail. Saint, you are about to break through to Kanra, right? Yume looked at Bibi Dong and was envious of her talent. 20-year-old Conrad. It feels scary when you think about it. The genius talent. Well, I'm just one step away from breaking through. Uncle Second will definitely be very happy to hear this news. Bibi Dong smiled. Speaking of this, where is the second uncle now? Why do I feel like he is not traveling, but something is happening? She asked again in confusion. The speed of Kyunyu City's advance made Bibi Dong feel that it was not as fast as he should have when traveling. When you appreciate the scenery along the way, the speed will definitely slow down. We can't guess what the second young master does. I hope he will go smoothly along the way and can return to the Spirit Hall as soon as possible. Yume hopes that Kyunyu City can complete the matter as soon as possible and return to the Wuhun Hall safely. She always believed that Kyunyuchin was the real leader of the Wuhun Palace. Pope Chihiroji, she always doesn't feel like a decent person. On the contrary, he is targeting the second young master everywhere, which is completely different from what an older brother should do to his younger brother. The reputation of the Wuhun Palace has increased, but she always feels something is wrong. During that brotherly dispute, the second young master whom she was proud of broke his fate and crushed Pope Kyungsunji with the powerful posture of being titled Douluo. She knew that the second young master Kyunyuchin was the real leader of the Wuhun Palace. He can take the Spirit Hall to a new height. Bibi Dong probably guessed what Yume was thinking, and she also knew that the Wuhun Palace was the best under the leadership of Kyunyu City. But he is now weak in his clone. Compared with the matter of the Spirit Hall, creating gods and attacking the God world are the top priority. However, this kind of behavior is a bit filial to the angel god. The layout of God has begun. What Kyunyuchin wants to do is to let these noble gods know the power of human beings. Bibi Dong practices hard, just to be able to fight side by side with Kyunyuchin in future battles. Her strength will definitely rank at the forefront. This is Bibi Dong's confidence, the confidence given to her by the twin martial souls. In addition, Kyunyuchin told her that a god had taken a fancy to her. This means that she still has the opportunity to become a god, and she must also seize it. In this way, the chances of winning in Kyunyu City will be greater in the final battle. Bibi Dong suddenly remembered something, looked at Yume and asked. Sister Yume, how is the maid whom the teacher favored before? Yume sighed, saying, she is already pregnant. Pregnant? Bibi Dong flashed with a hint of shock. I have arranged her in a safe residence so that she can give birth smoothly. Yume said again. Bibi Dong flashed a little bit of gratitude. If there were no second uncle that time, maybe I would have. Teacher's child, this is a very important thing. We must ensure that she is born smoothly. I will find time to talk to the great worshipper about this to make her residence safer. She believed that the great worship Kyandaolio was very concerned about her descendants. It is difficult for the six-winged angels clan to give birth to children, and the other party will definitely attach great importance to this child. Qian Rongxiu is about to be born. Well, let's ask the saint for the great worship. I'm going to that sister's place now. Today is the day to visit her. After saying that, Yume left Bibi Dong's residence. Bibi Dong stretched out his body, and his perfect figure was instantly outlined. The teacher's child just doesn't know when the second uncle will have a child. Chapter 113 The curtain opens, the attack on Kyungsunji. After traveling in the mainland for 2.5 years, Kyunyuchin finally returned to the Martial Soul Hall. After learning the news, Bibi Dong and Yume came to the south gate where he had left before to greet him. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and he and Ling Yuan slowly approached the Wuhan city. Dad. Ling Yuan held a baby in her arms and was talking in her sleep. Looking at her cute appearance, Kyunyuchin smiled. Ling Yuan itself has a bit more denominator brilliance. This baby girl is her and Kyunyuchin's child. Second young master, the envoy over there. Ling Yuan was still a little nervous, after all, her identity was changing a little faster. Originally a subordinate, he has now become one of the candidates for his daughter-in-law. I'll do it on my father's side, it's certain, and he arranged for you to protect me, maybe he had this plan. Kyunyuchin smiled and said, with Jiandaoliu's approach, there must be a second thought when he arranged Ling Yuan to come to him. His son cannot practice, but his daughter-in-law is strong and can protect him for life. Maybe the next generation will have stronger genes and give birth to an excellent offspring. If Jiandaoliu doesn't have this intention, Kyunyuchin would not believe it. Soon, the two saw Bibi Dong and Yume waiting at the city gate. Donger's talent is really strong. She has become a titled Douluo during the time we left Wuhan City. The titled Douluo in his 20s is no match for the entire continent. Qian Yuchen said to Ling Yuan, his tone full of praise. The saint's talent is indeed terrifying. There has been no better existence in the martial soul palace in thousands of years. She is still a twin martial soul, and I'm a little jealous of her talent. Ling Yuan also felt that Bibi Dong's aura was very strong, so she was slightly weaker than herself. Ling Yuan's own strength has improved very quickly. A year ago, Qian Yuchen distributed the 800,000 year whale rubber that the deep-sea demon whale king gave him to 7 of them, and his cultivation level increased greatly. Taking this opportunity, Ling Yuan cultivated the 9 Sky True Sutra taught by Qian Yuchen to the realm of 9 chapters and 9 octopuses. Now it is level 99 Extreme Douluo. After reaching this level of cultivation, her body is also slowly changing. The bones are slowly turning into jade, and the body is developing towards the impure body. The years of the 9 soul rings are automatically upgraded. Qian Yuchen told her that this was laying the foundation for breaking through level 100. Second uncle, Elder Ling Yuan. Bibi Dong quickly came to them and seemed very happy. Qian Yuchen returned to the Wuhan Hall, which means he was going to make a big move. Second young master, Elder Ling Yuan. Yumei followed Bibi Dong and said with a respectful tone. Qian Yuchen nodded and asked, Donger, what is your cultivation level now? Second uncle, I am now a level 94 level titled Douluo, and it will only take about a month to break through level 95. Bibi Dong said, and even revealed his soul ring. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. Saint, your talent is indeed the only one in the mainland. If it spreads, many people will probably be hit hard. Ling Yuan said with a smile. Bibi Dong was about to reply and found the baby in her arms. Elder Ling Yuan, this child is. Hearing the child, Ling Yuan looked down at the baby in her arms and said. This child belongs to me and the second young master, 3 months old. After saying that, she also glanced at Qian Yuchen. Bibi Dong's pupil shrank, and the joy on his face was instantly replaced by shock. This is my second uncle's child. Yes, my daughter, Qian Linger. Qian Yuchen looked at the child and showed an old father-like smile. Let's go back first, I'll tell you about my experiences over the past 2 years. He said again, bringing Bibi Dong back to his senses from the shock. Yeah, let's go. Then, the 4 of them entered the Wuhan city. After Qian Yuchen returned to his residence, Ling Yuan settled the child and walked out of the room. Bibi Dong and Yumei sat at the table, looking at Qian Yuchen with curiosity. They really want to know that he had experienced those things in 2.5 years. The most gossipy thing is the matter of having a baby with Ling Yuan. In the past 2 years, all the forces of all sizes on the mainland have basically been our alliance. Only the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family are left, and it's currently an undecisive situation. Qian Yuchen spoke. Bibi Dong handles the affairs of the Pope Palace and has a certain understanding of these 2 upper 3 sects. They stand on the same line as the Spirit Hall. Unless it is a large-scale riot between the evil soul masters, it will be difficult to reach a unified opinion. Uncle Second, don't contact them for the time being. Yu Xiaogang is not dead, and he has become sworn brothers with 2 other people and has made the title of Golden Iron Triangle. The teacher seems to be tracking the whereabouts of Tanghao and a woman. In the afternoon, he took 5 titled Douluo and 8 Douluo to leave the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong thinks it is better not to contact these 2 major forces for now. There are conflicts between them, the second generation of direct lines, and the matter of alliance can basically be put on hold. A hint of surprise flashed in Qian Yuchen's eyes, but he didn't expect that Yu Xiaogang would be really alive. That must have been the Rakshasa god who took action and brought him back to life. But this doesn't matter anymore, he is just a character needed by the plot. Qian Sunji went out with such a big battle, and he must have been capturing the 100,000-year-old Ghost Vine Queen. Tanghao is with her, and the child is almost born. Brother acts, of course, for another purpose. He can't have discovered a human who has transformed into a soul beast for 100,000 years, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do such a big battle. Hearing Qian Yuchen say this, Bibi Dong seems to understand something. The woman following Tanghao was transformed into a soul beast of 100,000 years. Canis, my teacher did this, and it was undoubtedly a breakup with Haoshan sect. Tanghao is the next candidate for the sect leader appointed by Haoshan sect. This conflict really happened, and the Haoshan sect and the Wuhan Hall fell into great hatred. Why did the teacher do this? With Tanghao's personality, he will definitely resist to the end. Why is he so reckless when he acts this time? Bibi Dong sighed and said, Qian Sunji had already set out and could not stop him. Qian Yuchen shook his head, not sure what his elder brother wanted to do. 100,000-year-old soul beast is not that rare, it just depends on luck. Ling Yuan said. The last 2 soul rings of the others in Kan Shoucheng manner are basically red. This time, Qian Yuchen came back to give Qian Daoliu a reassurance. There is more than one child. On the other side, the people led by Qian Sunji were quickly moving towards Tanghao's position. Elder Ju, Tanghao hasn't left yet, right? Sir Pope, they are in the small town ahead. Hearing Yuegwen's words, Kyung Sunji nodded. That is a 100,000-year soul beast. What kind of constitution does the disciples of Haoshan sect ignore humans and soul beasts together? My spirit hall, I will never allow such a thing to happen. After the incident, Haoshan sect wanted to find an explanation, so we have the right to do it. His words made others deeply agree. Soul beasts and humans are naturally opposite each other, and Tanghao's behavior is undoubtedly despised by the world. Their action this time is based on the human justice. If Haoshan sect wants to ask for an explanation, then he has to be more at ease. On Tanghao's side, he snuggled up with Aman, a human woman incarnated by the ghost vine queen, with a happy smile on his face. Aman's abdomen was slightly raised, and he was obviously pregnant. When Kyung Sunji and others came to fight the outside of the town, Tanghao realized something was wrong. Aman, those people are coming again, we have to leave. The two put the things into the storage soul guide and left the town. Chapter 114 The plot begins. Tanghao, I will warn you again. Submit that 100,000-year-old soul beast, otherwise even if you are in a relationship with Haoshan sect, I will take her down at any cost. Qian Sunji stood on a valley and looked down at Tanghao who was guarding in front of the hut. Kyung Sunji, you can try it. Even if it's a death-ending battle, I will never hand over Aman. There are no soul beasts here, only my beloved wife. Tanghao's face was firm and he looked at the people in the Wuhan Hall above the valley without any fear. The best battle soul hammer, the majestic Haoshan sect. Since you are stubborn, I will no longer care about the face of my seniors. Superior. Kyung Sunji started to attack with a command. Tanghao summoned the martial soul Haoshan hammer and was ready for battle. Afterwards, the two sides started a war. On this side of the spirit hall, Qian Yuchen looked outside the Pope's hall and was stunned. Second uncle, what's wrong? Bibi Dong looked at him in a daze, a little confused. Qian Yuchen looked at her and said, Donger, what kind of person do you think my elder brother is? Bibi Dong thought about it and still expressed his own point of view. Second uncle, the teacher is too paranoid. From the perspective of the Wuhan Hall, he is a relatively qualified pope, and from the perspective of his family, he is not qualified. She didn't say the rest, after all, Qian Yuchen knew it. It has been almost a year since he went out to pursue Tanghao and his wife. Xiaoxiu is already born, he doesn't even come back to take a look. Qian Yuchen was also a little confused at this time, whether to keep the other party or not. When Qian Rongxiu was born, the angel temple made a strange movement, which was undoubtedly announcing something. Thousands of streams burst into tears of joy, and the mission given by God is hopeful. After Qian Rongxiu was born, Qian Yuchen's arrangements for some plans were a little shaken. Bibi Dong guessed what he was thinking and said again. Second uncle, if the teacher is still obsessed with it, then give up that little thought. You have said that those who achieve great things do not care about the details. Qian Yuchen could only nod. It was really difficult to do things to do so. In the original work, he was looking for Lan Yinhuang Emperor, but he was only seriously injured. If he had the auxiliary treatment of Juxin Haitang, there was still a possibility of recovery. Bibi Dong was resentful and used the power of the soul-devouring spider emperor to send him off. The cycle of cause and effect is unhappy. The result is reversed by him now. I wonder what it would be like to return to the spirit hall of Kyung Sunji. Dispelling the thoughts about Chihiroji in his mind, he looked at Bibi Dong and asked. Have you sent the complete collection of basic medical knowledge to the villages through the divisions of His Highness from various places? When it comes to important matters, Qian Yuchen is still very concerned about it. Uncle Second, according to the reports from each branch hall, all the books have been issued and the results are significant. A large number of civilians are grateful to the Spirit Hall, and the two empires are a little panicked. Bibi Dong replied. Of course, Qin Yuchen knew that this would touch the interests of the two empires, but this matter must be promoted. He wants to collect the power of faith of the people on the mainland through various book knowledge. He wanted to experience what kind of power he could become if he gathered the power of faith on this continent. Poseidon spent 1,000 years fighting the sea, finally collects enough power of faith to ascend to the divine realm. And although the sea god ascended to the god world after the war in the god world, his status in the god world is not low. The sea god is a first-level god. This is just a part of it. How are our books of knowledge printed? Qian Yuchen asked again. During this nearly a year, he taught the craftsman department the method of printing movable type. At the same time, he also compiled the first dictionary of Douluo continent. Once released, it attracted the sought after by countless civilians. This also gave him a lot of faith. By the way, there is also the martial soul theory I have studied before. Although it was sent out in the name of the Wuhun Hall, the power of faith also came to him. Qian Yuchen himself also felt the changes in his body. The power of faith was invisible and intangible, but he could feel its existence. After level 99, he knew that the final step of breaking through lacked a key thing. It's similar to the 9-star Do Sheng breaking through to the Do Emperor, which requires source energy. Thinking of Poseidon becoming a god, he was ready to use written knowledge as a medium to collect the power of faith on the mainland. The types of books prepared by Qin Yuchen include medical skills, agriculture, water conservancy, and entertainment. He doesn't plan to bring out the knowledge that is too advanced. This does not conform to the current continental civilization and can easily attract too much attention from the gods in the divine world. If the battle between the gods really happens, then Douluo continent will suffer. Mortals suffer when fighting. At present, Ayin and Xuedi are completing the divine test, and it is only a matter of time before they become a god with their strength. Chen Xian has already realized his sword path and has been promoted to level 99. He is gathering his sword heart to forge his sword bones, preparing to break the shackles. Qian Rongxiu succeeded to the throne of the angel, and it was still early. Bibi Dong, the position of Rakshasa god, she has not yet made a good choice. Once she decides to add a soul ring to the soul-devouring spider emperor, the Rakshasa god will definitely give up the divine test. No one is more suitable to inherit the position of Rakshasa than her. Now Tang San has not really arrived in this world, and the battle for the general trend has not yet begun. Uncle Second, are your books your gains in the past 30 years? It's really amazing. Bibi Dong still admires Qin Yuchen very much. Is this really something that can be accomplished by one person? I'm just standing on the shoulders of my ancestors, nothing to praise. Qian Yuchen shook his head, not feeling that he was too great. The 4 sentences of Hengku, it would be great if he could achieve the unique knowledge of the past sages in this world. In this way, he would be more than enough to collect the power of faith to attain enlightenment and become a god. Donger, come forward a little, I have an important thing to tell you. Qian Yuchen suddenly said to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was unknown, so he came to him. Qinyu City was pointing at Bibi Dong's eyebrows, and then the holy light barrier was opened. Bibi Dong fell into a deep sleep immediately, but the person did not fall down. Rakshasa god, don't think that you are concealing, I can't find you anymore. He withdrew his right hand and said calmly to Bibi Dong. Ha ha ha, human, you are such an interesting person. Bibi Dong raised his head, purple lines appeared on his face, and his eyes became evil. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and her eyes looked like an ant looking at Qian Yuchen. Which world are you, an intruder? 5 Elements continent, Jinyuan continent, or which continent are you? Qian Yuchen shook his head. He was not the continent in the circle of great gods as the other party said. That's interesting. He is actually a person outside the domain. No wonder, no one else can do such a shocking move. The Rakshasa god became curious in an instant. She knew that there were other worlds outside the great god circle. However, if you want to break away from the great god circle, you have to give up your god position in order to conduct extraterritorial travel. Human, I have to say that your ideas are really good, and you can collect the power of faith through words. You will also be the existence that has attained enlightenment and become a god in this continent after Poseidon. She paused for a moment, and then a trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. But I don't want you to grow up, what should I do? Qin Yuchen was not panicked, but his holy light barrier was not afraid of any evil. He asked back, Rakshasa God, how much impact will your spiritual consciousness be removed? The Rakshasa God did not expect that this human would really dare to provoke her. It's interesting, I have to say that you are very brave. However, I really want to know how you noticed my existence. She put away her arrogant temperament and asked. You have made arrangements since a long time ago. Yu Xiaogang has come back from the dead. I guess you took action. One night 3 months ago, there was an extra mosquito in the Martial Soul Hall that shouldn't have appeared and flew to Donger's room. I've said it almost done, please see you at the right opportunity. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly, and then dispelled the evil thought. Bibi Dong woke up slowly and looked at him in confusion. Uncle Tu, what do you want to say? Chapter 115 The seriously injured Kyungsunji. Goodbye, my lover. When Tanghao heard this reluctant voice, he hurriedly tried to break free from the vines on his body. But he was seriously injured and could not use any force. No, Amon. A special magic array formed, surrounding Tanghao. No, it's a sacrifice, stop her immediately. Kyungsunji shouted loudly, and his men immediately attacked. Unfortunately, it's still one step late. The powerful soul barrier blocked their attack and progress. Brother Hao, take good care of the mistress, we will meet again. After the words ended, the woman's figure disappeared. Under Tanghao's feet was a bright red soul ring gradually taking shape. The huge soul power entered his body, allowing him to quickly break through to the tidal Douluo realm. His own injuries have also recovered by 70%. The vines that controlled his body had also disappeared. He hugged the children around him in one hand, and then looked at Qian Sunji, the people in the martial spirit hall with grief and anger. Ah! You all have to die. Tanghao summoned the Haoshan hammer and jumped up. His powerful momentum instantly covered the radius of 200 meters. Big. Su. Me. Hammer. Tanghao directly shattered 6 soul rings, and the Haoshan hammer became extremely huge. Qian Sunji's face changed. Tanghao was so evil. The true body of the angel's martial soul. The true body of Qirong Tongtian Chrysanthemum. The true ghost body. Qian Sunji and his friends opened their true body of martial souls and launched an attack on Tanghao. Boom! The true body of the martial soul of the people in the Wuhun Palace was shattered, and the 3 powerful conquerors were beaten to death. Kyungsunji, Yuegwen, and others were all injured to varying degrees. They all looked up at Tanghao, and the shock in their eyes fell on him. Tanghao landed and slowly walked to Kyungsunji's body. I won't kill you, today's shame will accompany you for the rest of your life. The one who defeated you is the new generation of Haoshan Douluo of Haoshan sect. After saying that, he left with the child in his arms. Qian Sunji returned to the spirit hall, carrying a seriously injured body. Yuegwen and Ghost Maiden were also depressed. Who would have thought that the Pope went out to do business with a huge lineup, but the generals were back with few soldiers. Qian Yuchen naturally knew the result when he learned that Qian Sunji had returned to the spirit hall. The top soul healer in the martial soul hall immediately took action and tried his best to heal the injured people. The outside world also knew that Haoshanzong Tanghao broke through Douluo's title. At the age of 44, he broke through the title realm and became the youngest title Douluo on the mainland. For a moment, many forces turned their attention to Haoshan sect, and they had no time to care about what happened in the Wuhan Hall. 3 days later, Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Sunji who was unconscious on the bed and frowned. He was thinking about whether to go to Haoshan sect. In his eyes, Tanghao was very talented and seriously injured 5 titled Douluo including Kyungsunji. But this is not his reason to take action against the spirit hall. How can there be a close connection between humans and soul beasts? It's simply disregarding human ethics. This is an act that people in the mainland despise. Aiken, what do you think about your elder brother? Qian Daoliu turned around and looked at Qian Yuchen, wanting to hear his opinion. Haoshan sect must give an explanation for this matter. Tanghao took advantage of the world's terror and seriously injured the contemporary Pope of the Spirit Hall. It is impossible for him to stay out of the matter. If Haoshan sect cannot give a satisfactory attitude, let's see if they can withstand the anger of the Spirit Hall. Qian Yuchen said slowly, with a bit of solemnity in his tone. Qian Daoliu nodded. He didn't attack Haoshan sect immediately, just because he was for Tang Chen's sake. If they are really ungrateful, then he doesn't mind showing his strength again. If Tang Chen is not here, then Qian Daoliu is the strongest existence. Qianyuchen, Lao Deng, what did you say? I'll go there in person to Haoshan sect. After Qian Daoliu finished speaking, he left the room. Qianyuchen sensed Qiangsunji's injuries and was powerless to recover. His heart meridians were severely damaged and his lifeline reached its end. Brother, I didn't expect that you would still be a stepping stone for Tanghao after all. Haoshan Douluo's reputation has risen from the mainland again. He sighed and left Qiangsunji's room. When he came outside the room, he saw his unnamed sister-in-law. She didn't go in, after all, she had a very weak relationship with Qian Sunji. If it weren't for Qian Rongxiu's sake, she really didn't want to come. How is he police? The situation is not optimistic and I can't make it happen. Qianyuchen shook his head and looked at Qian Rongxiu in her arms, a little low. Go in and take a look, alas. After saying that, he left. The woman hugged Qian Rongxiu, glanced inside, and walked in. Uncle Second, is the teacher's injury really untreatable? Bibi Dong asked. The lifeline has reached its end, and I can do nothing. Qianyuchen sighed. The general trend, Qiangsunji's death is destined. The changes in the continental pattern began from that battle. That day, Qianyu the city felt the faint power of time and space. Tang San has arrived in this world. Then Tanghao is really so strong. He defeated the teacher and several other elders above the level. Bibi Dong was still a little confused. After being named Douluo, the gap between each level was very big. Qiangsunji was at level 95. No matter how hard Tanghao broke through, he could die at level 93. Haoshan Hammer is really that powerful? The unique skills of Haoshan sect can burst out with powerful combat power in a short period of time. Tanghao has outstanding talent and has long integrated it. Although he won the last battle, he must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, brother and the others will not return to the spirit hall safely. Qianyuchen said again. Bibi Dong recognized Tanghao's strength after hearing this. However, the outside world's statement about his youngest titled Douluo. She sneered. The youngest titled Douluo, but she is a big hit. Even elder Ling Yuan is younger than him when he broke through the title Douluo. Think about it carefully, Bibi Dong understands Qianyuchen's approach again. There must be a target to attract attention when such a big thing happens in the Wuhan Hall. Tanghao undoubtedly became this suitable candidate. This will also allow Haoshan sect to bear more public opinion pressure. As time goes by, fewer people pay attention to Qiangsunji's injury. Second uncle, if the teacher is really will Xiaoxiu lose her father? Thinking of Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong was very close to this child for some reason. Xiaoxiu, this is a process she needs to go through, it's really a bit ruthless. Let her tell her the truth when she grows up. Qianyuchen sighed. Qian Rongxiu in this world is a little better than Qian Rongxiu's experience in the original work. At least it's not just my grandfather who hurts. As an uncle, he will naturally give care of family affection. In addition, it will also help her become a stronger angel god. Brother, you have such a fate, and I can't do anything about it. Xiaoxiu and her mother will be taken care of. Chapter 116 Break the shackles and be promoted to level 100. Second young master, how long will it take for you to complete your retreat? Ling Yuan looked at Qianyuchen's retreat and was very worried. Mom, what is Dad doing? Qian Linger in her arms asked angrily. Your dad, you're doing something very important. Linger must be good, and you can't disturb your father. Ling Yuan gently touched her daughter's cheek and smiled. That dad is so awesome. When he comes out, he will take Linger high. Qian Linger patted her hands, looking forward to Qianyuchen coming out as soon as possible. Qianyuchen has been in seclusion for half a year, and he needs to concentrate on absorbing the huge power of faith. Combining the soul power, transform it into a higher power, divine power. Now he has reached the most critical moment, and his whole body is already 90% of his divine power. It's just the last part of the heart. By concentrating the heart of God, he can penetrate the divine power in his body and break the last shackles. The 1,000 ways of changes who felt his changes came to the burial place of the Pope of the War Spirit Hall of all generations. A new tombstone was erected, and the content of the inscription on it was: the tomb of the 376th generation of Pope Qiangsunji in the Martial Soul Hall. Suji, I've already gone to Haoshan sect. The justice that should be sought has been sought. A trace of sadness appeared in Qian Daoliu's eyes, and his figure also grew a little older. In the end, Haoshan sect did not withstand the pressure of the Wuhan Hall. The second-generation disciples suffered heavy casualties, and the son of the seventh elder Tanghao died in the battle. After the unanimous decision of the elders of Haoshan sect, it is better to preserve their strength. The result was that Tanghao was removed from the list, and the Haoshan sect was hidden and no longer involved in anything on the mainland. Among the three sects, the only ones who are in opposition to the Wuhun Hall are the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Xiaoxu and her mother, your brother, and I will keep them safe for the rest of our lives. On the day Xiaoxu was born, the angel god descended to the oracle. She may be the heir to the next angel god. It is also a blessing that what you want to pursue is inherited by your own children. After Qian Daoliu finished speaking, he was about to leave. His strength has now touched the barrier. Although he is the guardian of the god's inheritance, he may not be able to go further. Bibi Dong is responsible for the operation of the Wuhun Hall. Qian Sunji died and Qian Yuchen was in seclusion. These things naturally fell on her. Damn it, my second uncle, it's been half a year, why haven't you come out of seclusion yet? Can you really come out of seclusion and be a god? Bibi Dong finished processing a lot of documents, stretched and complained. She has almost become a homegirl in the past 6 months. My favorite restaurant in Wuhan City has been to 3 times so far. At this time, she was very curious whether Qian Yuchen was a god after leaving the pass. A month ago, she suddenly received a magical exam. The 9 tests of Rakshasa gods. Bibi Dong also learned some secrets because of this. After the soul masters in Douluo continent reached their limits, the last level was to become a god. The easiest way is to find the inheritance of the divine position. After passing the assessment, you can break the limit and become a god. Secondly, use the power of faith to turn one's soul power into divine power, break the limit and condense the divine ring, and become a god without a god. The most difficult thing is to understand the power of the law and create your own divine position. Uncle second, I chose to become a god with the help of faith. Although I was weak at the beginning, I had a very strong growth potential. The sea god Poseidon was promoted from a priest to a first-level god in 10,000 years. I don't know what your god is. Bibi Dong is looking forward to how strong it is when Qian Yuchen comes out of seclusion. The power of faith is enough, and now is the best time to gather the heart of God. Qian Yuchen's mind moved, and his divine power rushed towards the heart. The bright red heart, washed away by golden energy, gradually became transparent. At the same time, the frequency of heartbeat is also changing. Buzz. Qian Yuchen began to be wrapped in golden light cocoons and began a journey of transformation. At the same time, a powerful sacred aura was leaked. The strong men in the martial soul hall and even the entire continent felt a sense of oppression. Qian Daoliu in the worship hall looked at the location of Qunyu City. Akin, are you really going to succeed? He is very sensitive to the breath of God, and this breath is exactly God. Qian Daoliu was very excited and could see God's existence again in his lifetime. Angel God hasn't contacted him for a long time. The 7 treasures glazed Panelia sect, Chen Xin, who was also in seclusion, opened her eyes. He got up and walked out of the door, looking towards the direction of Wuhan City. You really are you boy, I have to speed up. Chen Xin smiled, and he didn't expect Qian Yuchen to really break the shackles in a short period of time. I am about to attain enlightenment and become a god. Chen Xin now has 206 bones in his body, and 186 are already sword bones. As for the sword heart, it will be very simple when the sword bones are condensed. Gu Rong came to him and asked, what happened? Why did you feel a throbbing in your heart? Chen Xin looked at him and said, this is someone who is concentrating divine power and is about to break the limit and become a god. What? God? Gu Rong was stunned in an instant. Chen Xin nodded, yes, God is the legendary god. In Kanshui City, A Yin, who was practicing, also stopped. She murmured, Brother Cheng, are you really going to succeed? A Yin has now completed the 5th test of the Goddess of Life, and his soul power level has reached level 97. At this time, a knock on the door sounded, and she said, please come in. When the door opened, it was the sisters Shui Yunyan and Shui Yunluo. Sister A Yin, what happened just now? That terrifying feeling is Shui Yunyan asked. Shui Yunluo also said, yes, it's so scary. Don't worry, that's the aura emitted by Mr. Qian gathering his divine power and preparing to break the limit and become a god. Ian said, signaling them to rest assured. Shui Yunyan widened her eyes, feeling a little unbelievable, young master is going to become a god. Shui Yunluo said, brother-in-law, he is really a pervert. Shui Yunyan glared at her, Luo, what are you talking about? Everyone practice with peace of mind, don't let his expectations of us. Yin said again, it was time for the sisters to leave. On this side of the sea god island, Posei walked out of the sea god temple and looked towards the direction of the mainland. Young people are really amazing. You really have better than the best. She showed a look of surprise, obviously knowing the situation. This descendant of Jiandaoliu has such a terrifying talent. Not only was he understood the method of becoming a god, but he also collected enough power of faith so quickly. This is far beyond the great sea god in Posei's heart. Back at Qunyu City, his heart has been completely baptized by divine power and turned into golden. The divine power in his body has no obstacles. The divine power began to purify his body, dispel all impurities, and create a divine body. Click! The golden light cocoon that wrapped him shattered. Jian Yuchen crossed his hands and put his palms on his shoulders. His eyes were naturally closed, his face was smiling, and he was floating upright in the air. 9 soul rings appeared uncontrollably, surrounding him. The divine power of faith and soul power fusion surges into the 9 soul rings. The original purple, black, red and red soul ring has begun to advance in the year. In the end, the 9 soul rings completed the advancement. 9 platinum soul rings. After the 9 soul rings completed the advancement, the 10th soul ring began to condense and form. Red and golden. As the soul ring condensed, the aura emitted by Qunyu was becoming more and more terrifying. The breath of God. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes and said, I am pursuing enlightenment and becoming a god today, and I will be given the name of the god's position Holy Light Spirit God. After the words came to an end, the 10th soul ring condensed successfully. The absorbed soul bone also turned into a divine outfit at this moment and was automatically worn on him. Divine outfit Holy Spirit suit. Qunyu City landed, and the whole person looked sacred and inviolable. From now on, a new god was born. Holy Light Spirit God. Chapter 117 The God Realm Shocks. After Qunyu became a god with the help of faith, the central core of the divine world also reacted. The 5 great gods gathered together to look at each other going to the location of Douluo continent. This location seems to be the residence of the descendants of the angel god. Can you say that a new god appears in the 6-winged angel lineage? The kind god said in confusion. Maybe, since Poseidon, no one has ever appeared in that continent. Even if the person who accepted my inheritance was amazing, he was still a little different from the position of Shura god. The Shura god expressed his opinion. The overall level of Douluo continent is the lowest among several continents under the jurisdiction of the god realm. In 2000 years after Poseidon ascended to the divine realm, no new god was born. In other continents, new gods are born every year to maintain fresh blood in the divine world. Humph, Shura, it's still early for you to retire. Rashinagai doesn't want you to leave so soon. You'd better not think about inheriting the divine position. The god of destruction said coldly, then looked at the direction of the martial spirit hall and said again. This person also broke the limit with the power of faith, but his strength is no less than the 5 of us. Do you think that such people can appear on this restricted continent? The god of destruction does not believe that this new god is a native of Douluo continent. When Poseidon became a god, it was the Shura guy who gave some advice. This is why he spent 1,000 years in the lower realm to fight the sea. I have to admire Shura's vision. In 2000, Poseidon was already a first-level god. They left this matter alone. The place where the dragon god was born, the divine world has been strictly supervised. Without their instruction, the local people would not know the way to become a god. Even those who have obtained the god's test cannot reveal the way to become a god. Now, someone has become a god with the power of faith. The strength of pursuing enlightenment and becoming a god is no worse than that of the 5 great gods. This sacred aura cannot be fake. In the entire divine world, no one has a worse sacred aura than an angel god. This new god has the same root and origin as her. The goddess of life spoke, and she clearly felt that the other party was connected with the angel god. That aura is really annoying, but it's a little purer than the angel god. You didn't see the words revealed on the center, Holy Light Spirit God. The 6th God King is about to appear in the God realm. The evil god curled his lips and spoke. He was extremely sensitive to this sacred aura. Therefore, there were basically no angels participating in many meetings in the God realm. The two are in conflict with each other, and they will fight when they encounter it. In this way, if the central land recognizes him, wouldn't it be a day to ascend to the divine realm? A kind god knows that a god certified by the god realm must ascend to the god realm within 10 god realm days, otherwise the punishment will be imposed. God must not interfere too much in the lower realm of secular affairs, which is also the iron law of the operation of the divine realm. God King 3, what did you say? I can't hear it. I don't know. It depends on him personally in the ascension. What if he knows how to stay in the lower realm? You can't force the other party to ascend. There is a conflict, and the young people are very popular. If they fight, they will lose our divine realm. The Shura god felt that it would be better to go with the flow. If it was too forced, the scene of him becoming a god would appear. A Shura divine sword made the first gods in the divine world frightened and no longer forced him to fly into the divine world. The sixth god king, I hope it is a good thing. After throwing this sentence, the evil god left. He always felt that this was a bit strange. On the side of the angel god, she felt her breath increasing while resting. What's going on? Could it be that some of the descendants activated their bloodlines and evolved? She was surprised that the six-winged angel lineage was left by her ascend to the divine realm. Bloodline feeds back, and it will only appear when stronger existences appear. Such big things happened in the lower realm, those 5 people will definitely not know. As the inheritor of the position of angel god appears, I can be liberated from here. The angel god sighed and continued to enter a state of rest. The increased strength will at most increase the chance of survival. If you don't plan your future path earlier, you will probably die. The other gods in the divine realm naturally know the movements and stills of the center, but there are 5 god kings, and these things have little to do with him. Shocked, panic, uneasy. The god of emotions melted into Nianbing, feeling the situation in the central place, and shook his head. The 5 great gods attach great importance to the new gods on the surface, but in fact they all secretly suppressed them. The god realm is not about fighting, killing, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. He was in his own place, studying food with his wives every day, and just attending a meeting in the god realm occasionally. Whoever becomes a member of the divine realm committee has little to do with him. If he really fights with the 5 great gods, he will be hard to say for the outcome. Back at Qinyu City, he has completed the entire process of becoming a god. I think the feeling of being peeped out just now is that the god realm already knows that I have become a god. However, ascend to the divine realm, I have no plans for the time being. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, 7 shackles appeared on his body. Seal of the Holy Spirit. After 7 seals fell, he felt that his strength was limited to level 99. The 10th soul ring also temporarily disappeared, and the 9 platinum soul rings transformed into red. In this way, I won't have to ascend to the divine realm. He smiled and walked out of the retreat. After coming out, I saw Ling Yuan hugging Qian Linger waiting for him. Dad! Qian Linger shouted happily. Qian Yuchen walked to Ling Yuan, and Qian Linger couldn't wait to see the old father's arms. He opened his arms and hugged Qian Linger in his arms. Dad is not here for this time, will Linger behave well? Linger is very well behaved. Eat and sleep on time. Qian Linger counted what she was obedient in his arms with her fingers. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, well, Dad knows that Linger is the most obedient. Hehe, I also play with Sister Shuer every day. Qian Linger raised her chin, and she was a little bitch. It's strange to say that Qian Linger and Qian Rongxiu, the 2 children, look 80% similar. As soon as they met, they felt very close to each other. This surprised Qin Yuchen and Ling Yuan. However, this harmonious atmosphere is quite good. Linger is so well behaved. Will it be good to make a big meal for you later? Okay, but I have to call Sister Shuer. Hearing Qian Linger's answer, Ling Yuan and Qian Yuchen both laughed. Okay, then when you get home, call Sister Shuer and Aunt. Well, Dad is the best. Qian Linger said and kissed him on the cheek. Hehe. Qian Yuchen smiled. Ling Yuan asked at this time, Brother Cheng, you are now. Qian Yuchen turned his head and said, it's done, but it's not the time to reveal it. Ling Yuan didn't ask, but she was happy for him. Qin Yuchen raised Qian Linger and let her ride on her neck. Let's go, have a big meal today. Chapter 118 Lark, Dance of God? Second uncle, you really succeeded. Bibi Dong felt that the aura on Qin Yuchen became empty and ethereal, as if it was integrated with the surrounding environment. Qian Yuchen nodded, well, I used a special method to limit the realm. It is now level 99. However, there is also a gap between extreme Douluo. Qian Yuchen added a sentence, and then revealed his soul ring. Zhiheng. 900,000-year soul rings, this visual impact shocked Bibidong and others. The power of the god level is not something that can be compared with extreme Douluo. It's really a world of difference when you cross the past. Hearing Qian Yuchen's words, a trace of firmness flashed in Bibidong's eyes. The power of God is really addictive. Her Rakshasa God 9 test must be carried out as soon as possible. Just leave the affairs of the Wuhun Palace to the second uncle. Now she will practice with peace of mind. Red, wow! It looks so good. Qian Linger stared at the soul ring on Qian Yuchen's body with wide eyes. Qian Yuchen smiled, then put away the soul ring. Brother Cheng, I feel that barrier. The power accumulated is very slow now, and it will probably take several years to break it. Ling Yuan spoke. She is now at level 99 and felt that she could not break through half a year ago. Meditation and absorption of soul power no longer work, so I continue to practice the 9 Heavens Sutra. Now I have felt the existence of the barrier, and that thing is the existence that restricts her breakthrough. That's great news, but don't rush to achieve success. Just follow your usual practice method. After all, your practice emphasizes integrity and peace. Qian Yuchen's face was happy and then reminded him. He is very looking forward to what will happen if Ling Yuan is promoted to level 100. What kind of god will she be if she becomes a level 100 god? A look of surprise appeared on Bibidong's face. Elder Ling Yuan's cultivation level had reached this level. It's really scary. She herself broke through 2 levels in the past 6 months. Now it is level 96. Obviously feeling the difficulty of breaking through later, she felt that it was time to add a soul ring to her soul-devouring spider emperor. With the help of the power of the second martial soul, you can quickly break through to level 99. Bibidong also knew that there were other people around Qian Yuchen, and his cultivation was no worse than hers. The key is women. Qian Yuchen did not notice her emotions at this time, but instead looked at Qian Rongxiu's mother. Clouds and snow. Sister-in-law, let's show your martial soul out. Ah! Yun Shui was a little at a loss. She was a useless martial soul. If she showed it out. Mom, the lark is very beautiful and can sing. Qian Rongxiu said. Hearing his daughter say this, Yun Shui reveals her martial soul lark. As for the soul ring, she has no soul power, how can she absorb the soul ring? Qian Yuchen sensed that his sister-in-law did not have soul power in her body. But why is this lark like Luo Sanbao, with independent consciousness? He said curiously, little bird, can you sing a song? Human, I need energy. My master is too weak to support me to become a complete body. The lark was abnormal and spoke. Yongxiu didn't expect that her martial soul would actually have her own consciousness. Okay. Qian Yu without saying a word, Chang took out a small piece of 10,000-year-old ice marrow from the storage soul guide. Good stuff, but 1 piece may not be enough, 2 pieces are needed. The lark's eyes lit up, full of desire. Qian Yuchen took out another piece and handed it over. The lark flew into his palm and quickly swallowed 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Immediately afterwards, it was shrouded in pure white light and turned into an egg. 30 seconds later, the lark has changed a lot. But Qian Yuchen is so familiar with this. Yellow body, pink fluff on the back. Dance. He tried to say. Ah! Human, do you know my existence? Shen Yu said, but she didn't expect anyone to know him. How did you become a martial soul? Qian Yuchen felt puzzled. Logically speaking, the lifespan of the divine weapon beast is very long. The original demon is coming again, and our divine weapons and beasts are seriously injured. I have exhausted all my strength to restore those divine beasts that have lost their minds to normal. After waking up, I found myself a lark. Thanks to your help, I returned to my original appearance. Shen Wu also knew that this was a strange world, so she regarded herself as reincarnated and reborn. After the divine weapon and beast soldiers are removed, no one knows what will become and where they will go. Then can you still turn into the form of a divine weapon beast? Qian Yuchen asked again. Of course, but there are 9 levels of restrictions in my body. Once it is opened, you can transform into a divine weapon state. Shen Yu is still very clear about her new state. Qian Yuchen understood that if he wanted to unlock its magic weapon state, Yun Shui needed to break through to the titled Douluo realm. He looked at Yongxiu again and found that the soul power on her body was already level 30. The 10,000-year-old ice marrow absorbed by Shen Wu has been fed back to her. Sister-in-law, your soul power is now at level 30, so you can add a soul ring to yourself. What, level 30? Yun Shui looked at Qian Yuchen incredibly, feeling like she was dreaming. Bibi Dong immediately took out a golden crystal ball from his storage soul guide and handed it to her. Sister Shui, you'll know after testing it. This highest level is level 50. Yongxiu took the test crystal ball and then emitted a light. 3/5 of brightness meant that her soul power was level 30. This I am also a soul master. Her face was full of excitement, as long as she could practice. Of course, Shen Wu is a top-level beast martial soul. If you practice hard, you can get the title Douluo. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Since I am your martial soul, then I am my master. Practice well and let's become stronger together. Shen Wu flew to Yongxiu's shoulder and said. Well, I will practice hard, Shen Wu. Yun Shui nodded seriously. Mom, sing. Qian Rongxiu said again. She thinks that the larks are much better now than the ones just now, and they must be very good at singing. Little master, my singing is the best. After Shen Wu finished speaking, she flew to the lampstand and began to perform her singing voice. The pleasant singing echoed the most beautiful memories of everyone present. After Qian Yuchen listened carefully, he felt that the negative emotions had dissipated a lot. It is worthy of being the divine soldier, beast, God's dance, this song is wonderful and beautiful. He opened his eyes, looked at the intoxicated people, and murmured softly. Soon, the song of the divine dance ended, and everyone slowly woke up from their intoxicated state. Divine dance, what a strange martial soul. Bibi Dong praised himself secretly. Qian Rongxiu clapped happily, it sounds nice, the bird is awesome. Dad, can I go to my aunt's house to listen to music every day? Qian Linger looked at Qian Yuchen and asked. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, this is what I'm going to ask my aunt. Qian Linger turned to look at Yongxiu, Auntie, is that okay? Yun Shui smiled and said, of course, Linger can come every day. Okay, aunt is the best. The others also laughed at Qian Linger's smiling face. Shen Wu, why don't you ask me for my opinion? Chapter 119 Meeting the Silver Dragon King again. Qian Yuchen took his daughter away from the spirit hall. It is not the time for him to be in charge of the spirit hall. I can only let Bibi Dong continue to stay in the Pope's house and handle daily affairs first. Qian Linger looked at the forest below and asked, Dad, where are we going? Qian Yuchen smiled and said, go to a place with many soul beasts and see a beautiful big sister. A question mark appeared on Qian Linger's head, big sister? Could it be an aunt? I don't know, right? Qian Yuchen. He said ashamed, no, Linger, don't talk nonsense. Dad, are you just talking about it? Qian Linger pursed her lips. Linger, who taught you these words? Qian Yuchen was speechless. Why did this little cotton jacket start to leak when she was young? My father is very sad. Mom said when she fell asleep. Do you forget Linger will wake up at night? Qian Linger said again. Children speak without restraint, so they naturally say something. Qian Yuchen sighed in his heart when he heard this. It would be fake to say that Ling Yuan had no resentment in her heart. It is really rare for women to be unkind and jealous. He also knew this, so he chose her and had his first child. This is also telling her that she still has a high status in her heart. After all, it was arranged by his father. No matter how naughty he was, he would not be confused about major issues. Linger, there are many flowers in the place we are going to. When you go back, can you bring some to your mother? Qian Linger nodded happily when she heard this. Okay, not only my mother, but also my aunt, but also my sister Donger wants it. Okay, all. The father and daughter had finished chatting, and the stars forest also arrived. Qinyu City flew directly in the air and came to the lake of life where Aru was. As soon as it landed, the sky blue cow python in the lake appeared. Human, where are you here? Ming Dynasty, I'm here to meet the beast god this time. Then I won't bother you. The sky blue cow python sank into the lake and continued to practice. Dad, it looks so weird. Qian Linger expressed her views on the Ming Dynasty. Qian Yuchen smiled, the soul beast is different from the pet we see, do you understand? Okay, Qianlinger was not interested in this. Let's go and meet that beautiful big sister. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took her to the place where the Silver Dragon King was. 5 minutes later, Qianlinger looked at the lake bigger than before, and Shui Lingling's eyes widened. Shui, so much. Linger, I'm asking that big sister to come out. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he sent a message to the underwater. Silver Dragon King, please come out and see me. The Silver Dragon King at the bottom of the lake opened his eyes when he heard the familiar voice transmission. Strange, what's wrong with him coming to me at this time? The Silver Dragon King was very confused, but he was still ready to take a look. Turned into a human form and then left the bottom of the lake. A few circles of ripples appeared on the lake surface, and the Silver Dragon King appeared in front of the father and daughter of Qian Yuchen. Dad, beautiful big sister. Qianlinger opened her mouth slightly and looked at the Silver Dragon King in surprise and curiosity. The Silver Dragon King smiled and came to Qianyu City. Is this your child? She also looked at Qianlinger curiously. This human cub contained two powerful forces. In other words, there are two very strong martial souls that have not yet awakened. Yes. Qian Yuchen nodded. Immediately afterwards, he said, I have already broken through level 100, but I don't know the evaluation of my strength. I'll come and ask you. The Silver Dragon King flashed a little surprised. He had not seen him for only 3 years, and he had broken through to level 100 and became a god? She knew that Qian Yuchen had outstanding talent, so she was so fast to become a god? What color is your 10th soul ring? Red gold. What about your other 9 soul rings? Platinum. The Silver Dragon King is not calm now. Is this person an extraterritorial demon? The 5 great god kings in the divine realm may be his current realm. The top-level existence of the dragon god in the god realm was originally 10 red gold soul rings. After becoming a god, it is very difficult to break through. It is difficult to go further after faith becomes a god after reaching the first level of god. The 5 great gods are all gods, otherwise they would not have worked together to subdue the dragon god in that battle. Human, you are so scary. The starting point for your becoming a god is at the level of the god king. It's hard to imagine what level you will be at. As the split body of the dragon god, it is not a problem to fight against the 5 gods during its heyday. If it is the golden dragon king, it will be even stronger and can easily defeat any of the 5 god kings. From her memory, she has never seen the starting point of becoming a god as the god king. Qian Yuchen now understood why he felt peeping after becoming a god. It turns out that I am too strong and attracted the attention of the god realm. The god king of enlightenment is indeed an unprecedented existence. Divine king, I think it's just an ordinary god level. Qian Yuchen knew his strength and became confident in what he wanted to do later. But, why do I feel that your current strength is not yet god level? The Silver Dragon King asked again, and she felt that only half of the divine power existed in Qian Yuchen's body. After becoming a god, I need to ascend to the divine realm. I need to stay in the lower realm for a long time, and I can't leave now. Thus, I used secret techniques to limit my strength. Qian Yuchen told him about his current situation. Even if my strength is limited, I can still use magical tools and magical equipment. So that's it, but if you don't limit your cultivation, you can stay in the lower realm for up to 10 years. If you use the help of the god level killing during this period, you will be punished by the heavenly tribulation. The Silver Dragon King said again, adding points that Qian Yuchen didn't know. 10 years, that's not enough for me to arrange the lower world. I am at level 99 now, and the gods in the divine realm can't do anything to me. I can stay in the lower realm for a long time. Qian Yuchen said that even if he knew the normal time he stayed in the lower realm, he would not ascend to the divine realm. There are still many things to do, how can you leave in a sloppy manner? By the way, what are your achievements in wandering the mainland? Silver Dragon King was very curious about how he planned his plan for joining the Soul Beast powerhouse. You, the extreme north, and the Ocean Soul Beast, I have made all arrangements. The cultivation level of the Ocean Overlord Deep Sea Demon Whale King has been 990,000 years, and it is only one step away from 1,000,000 years. The leader of the extreme north has also had a cultivation level of more than 600,000 years, and has also obtained the inheritance of the gods. Qian Yuchen smiled and hid a little bit of news. The wife of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, the Demon King's cultivation is also very strong. Are you talking about the big whale in the ocean? He fought with that Poseidon very fiercely at the beginning, but he failed in the end. Unexpectedly, he had the opportunity to become the second beast god of millions of years. The Silver Dragon King was quite surprised by the deep-sea demon whale king, but he didn't expect that he would become more and more courageous as he set himself down. It is faster than Ditian's cultivation speed. Ditian's current cultivation level is only more than 800,000 years, which also shows that the cultivation resources in the sea are no worse than those in the Stardow Forest. However, when the auspicious beasts in the Stardow Great Forest are born, they will be the strongest existence. I have heard of the one in the north, as if it was a special existence born between heaven and earth. The throne she inherited should be the ice god. The place where she fell is there. The Silver Dragon King said again. You are right. She has inherited the ice god's position and it will take some time for her to become a god completely. Qian Yuchen replied. Just as he was about to say something, Qian Linger started moving in his arms. She stretched out her hands and said, Sister, hug. The Silver Dragon King was stunned and stretched out his hands. Seeing that his daughter was so active, Qian Yuchen let her go. I'm so sorry. Your child is very cute and talented. The Silver Dragon King smiled and took Qian Linger over and rubbed her gently on her face. Qian Linger waved her hand, Gee, itchy, itchy, itchy. Qian Yuchen shook his head, his daughter was really not afraid of being alive. The Silver Dragon King felt a sense of relaxation, and this human cub gave her a very friendly feeling. Chapter 120 Encountering and Conversation. How many soul beasts are there in the Stardow Great Forest of 100,000 years? Qian Yuchen asked the Silver Dragon King. Bibi Dong is now at level 96, and has taken the divine examination, so it is time to add a soul ring to the second martial soul. Compared with the Death Spider Emperor, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's soul ring selection requirements are not that high. If it is a spider-like martial soul, the effect is of course the best. The Silver Dragon King thought for a while and said, there are about 20 people, not including Xiong Jun and the others. If you need soul bones, I have a lot of collections. Qian Yuchen nodded, but the soul bone was also one of him. How old is your soul bone? Can you get a set of soul bone suits? The Silver Dragon King shook his hand and a set of soul bones floated in the air. Qian Yuchen saw it and said, what a guy. It's still the same kind of soul bone that is 100,000 years old. This blessing to the soul master is not an ordinary big deal. This is the soul bone suit of the 100,000-year-old power ape. Their clan is really miserable. Every time they survive the heavenly tribulation, they only have one breath left. Brigitte couldn't heal their injuries, and then she left so many soul bones. The Silver Dragon King sighed. The only Titan giant ape who can't achieve the cultivation level of ape soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest has reached 100,000 years, right? Qian Yuchen said in surprise. That's right, except for it, there are no other ape soul beasts for more than 100,000 years. The Silver Dragon King also found it very strange, why did that little monkey successfully survive the 100,000-year heavenly tribulation? The heavenly tribulation of the divine realm seems to have a very strong limit on those soul beasts with strong bloodlines. That guy Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has never experienced the heavenly tribulation, and it has been tens of millions of years. Qian Yuchen can only come up with this explanation. After all, the divine world does not allow soul beasts to become gods. It would be difficult for soul beasts to practice for 1,000,000 years. It's not just soul beasts, you humans shouldn't know how to become a god, right? No one should know except for some descendants of God. The Silver Dragon King spoke. The gods in the divine realm are very wary of this continent. The other half of the dragon god fell here, which is a very dangerous thing for the gods. Although the Golden Dragon King was sealed, the danger was not lifted. Once the two are merged, it will undoubtedly be a huge crisis for the current divine world. This is also something that the gods in the divine world are worried about, and they are afraid that humans who become gods will collude with soul beasts at a level of 100. Only then did I hide the method of becoming a god. Many of the 99th level extreme Douluo will be gone when the deadline is reached. The gods in the god sphere of the dragon gods made the development of Douluo continent lag behind. I unite your strength to change this situation. If we continue to accumulate strength, we will have one more chance of winning. Of course, Qian Yuchen knew the blockade of the level 100 gods in the divine world. Except for the Spirit Hall and the Sea God Island, basically no one knew how to break the limit of level 99. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to say that Douluo is known as a fantasy floor tiles. Tang San's hidden weapon can shine in this world, what else anything good to say? My injuries are slowly recovering. The technique you gave has a good effect on healing my injuries. Is there anything else? After the Silver Dragon King finished speaking, he looked at Qianlinger who was asleep in his arms and smiled. How is Ditian and his friends' cultivation progress? Is there any problem? Qianyuchen still wants to know the progress of the other ferocious beasts. They are improving quickly, don't worry. The Silver Dragon King said that there was no problem and she was quite relieved by her subordinates. That's good. After saying that, Qianyuchen took Qianlinger back to his arms. Practice your martial arts seriously, and the faster your injuries will recover from the later stages. The coordination of the soul beast will be left to you at that time. Before leaving, Qianyuchen said again. Yet. After saying this, the Silver Dragon King returned to the bottom of the lake. Qianyuchen saw her leave, and left here too. When he arrived at the Lake of Life on the Ming Dynasty, Aru and Xiaohu came back. Young Master Qian, you are here. When she saw Qianyuchen coming, she immediately greeted her. Xiao Wu jumped in front of him and looked at him curiously. Qianyuchen glanced at Xiao Wu, looked at Aro and said, well, there is something wrong with coming this time. You guys have been doing well in the past 2 years. Everything is fine, nothing special happened. Aru smiled. Uncle, what does the human world look like? Is there a lot of delicious food? Xiao Wu asked curiously. She heard a lot of knowledge about the human world from her mother and was very curious about it. Of course there are many delicacies in the human world, such as beef, mutton, rabbit, cabbage, carrots, everything is available. By the way, many humans like to eat spicy rabbit heads. Qianyuchen smiled and said. After the words came, the curiosity in Xiao Wu's eyes disappeared instantly, and then she quickly came to Aro. The human world is so terrible. Why do you like to eat spicy rabbit heads? Looking at Xiao Wu's appearance, Aru picked her up and said earnestly. Xiao Wu, I told you that although there are many things in the human world that we think are quite new, the danger is also very great. Before you have no self-protection ability, don't enter the human world casually. Qianyuchen deeply agreed with Xiao Wu's stupid and cute appearance is really not suitable for staying in the human world. When I have time, I will bring you some books on the human world so that you can learn more about this knowledge. He looked at Xiao Wu and said again, your mother is right. Don't enter the human world before you have no ability to protect yourself. That's so thankful. Aru thanked. Uncle, Xiao Wu won't go anymore. I want to accompany my mother, and Daming Erming and the others. Xiao Wu also understood the kindness of her mother and Qianyuchen, so she gave up the thoughts in her heart. Young Master Qian, how is Ian going to the human world for so long? Aru is still very concerned about this few soul beast sisters. She followed Qianyuchen to the human world, but no news came back. Ayan has turned into a human form, and now he is in the realm of titled Douluo. And I also got an adventure, everything is fine. Qianyuchen said with a smile. Aru showed surprise, but she didn't expect that Ian was already in her mature stage. The strength has improved so quickly. Titled Douluo is the top cultivator among humans. That's good. Which city she is in now? Maybe we will go and see her in the future. Aru asked again, after all, in the future, there will be a safe place to settle in the human world. Kanshui City is in the northwest of the Stardew Forest. When I send you books, I will give you a city map. Qianyuchen smiled, not caring about her thoughts. At this moment, the ground vibrated and a big black shadow quickly attacked here. Qianyuchen looked carefully and found that the Titan giant ape that was going out to play was back. Coincidentally, Qianlinger in his arms also opened her eyes. Chapter 121 The upcoming Pope Qianyuchen. After walking around the Stardew Forest, Qianyu City returned to Wuhun City. If he figures out what level of his strength is, he can do his own things with peace of mind. Qianlinger saw Ling Yuan and hurriedly shouted, Mom, I'm back. Ling Yuan heard the sound, and came out of the house and quickly came to Qianyuchen. Linger is back, Mom, hug me. She stretched out her hands and took Qianlinger from Qianyuchen's arms. Then, Ling Yuan's cheek rubbed slightly against her face. Do you miss your mother? Have. Hearing his daughter's answer, Ling Yuan kissed her on the face. Linger is so good. She looked at Qianyuchen and asked, how is the harvest this time? It's okay, I figured out where my strength is. I will be fully responsible for the matters of the Wuhan Hall next, so Dong'er will practice with peace of mind. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Ling Yuan didn't ask any more questions and hugged Qian Linger into the house. After entering the house, Qian Yuchen rested for a while before leaving his residence. Qian Linger didn't quarrel that her father would take her to play with her, but instead asked Ling Yuan to take her to find Qian Rongxiu. Soon, Qian Yuchen arrived at the Pope's hall. Looking at Bibi Dong who was dealing with things seriously, he walked over gently without disturbing her. 20 minutes later, Bibi Dong felt a little sore in his neck. When he looked up, he found Qian Yuchen looking at her with a smile. Uncle Tu, when did you come? She hurriedly got up and prepared to show him to sit down. Thank you for your hard work during this period, and the matters in the Pope's palace have been handled well. Leave the next thing to me. You can practice with peace of mind and strive to complete the divine exam as soon as possible. Qian Yuchen spoke. A hint of joy flashed across Bibi Dong, and finally I was able to practice with peace of mind. She doesn't want to fall behind too much of others. The saint of the martial soul palace must keep up with the progress in terms of strength. Bibi Dong still couldn't believe it. Second uncle, are you going to take over the affairs of the spirit hall? What are you lying to do? I will deal with the matters of the Wuhan Palace, and I still have some ideas. You can practice with peace of mind, and I will deal with these things in the afternoon. Qian Yuchen shook his head. It was unbelievable that he, the boss, wanted to do things. He needs to do some arrangements of the Wuhan Hall in person. Okay. Bibi Dong felt a little relieved. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll go to the worship hall. After saying that, Qian Yuchen left the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong looked at his left back and smiled. Uncle Second finally remembers the serious business. Now we are doing our own thing with peace of mind. Qian Yuchen came to the worship hall, and several worshippers were there, and everyone looked red. Qianjun Douluo looked at him coming and said first, Aiken, why are you free to come here today? I just happened to have time, so let's see you all. By the way, let's see how you practice. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, his tone was still very respectful. You kid, thanks to the method of practicing soul skills you gave me, I am now at level 98. We brothers use the martial soul fusion technique, even the great worshippers have the power to fight. Douluo, the demon-suppressing Douluo smiled and was very satisfied with the cultivation method provided by Qian Yuchen. The golden crocodile Douluo and the others also smiled, and it was obvious that the same thought was the same. Qian Yuchen then looked at Qian Daoliu and said, Father, I am ready to take over the affairs of the spirit hall. Qian Daoliu was a little surprised when he heard this. However, the other worshippers nodded and expressed their support. The burden of the Wuhan Palace will always fall on you. If you have any ideas and do whatever you want, just be confident and bold. We old men will support you. Qian Daoliu expressed his opinions, and the worship hall would also fully support him. It is no problem for him to take charge of the position of the Pope. Okay, then thank you father and uncles for your support. Qian Yuchen said to Qian Daoliu and several other worshippers. The matters about the martial soul palace will be left to you boy. Although Bibi Dong is also very good, after all, she is still a little younger. The golden crocodile Douluo spoke. Bibi Dong is a very outstanding person in his opinion, and it will be difficult to convince the public without sufficient qualifications. The Pope's position is the most reassuring thing in the hands of thousands of families. I know what to do, so I'll take it back first. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he left the worship hall. Qian Daoliu and the others watched as they left with relief. After leaving the worship hall, Qian Yuchen came to the craftsman's department that he had not set foot in for a long time. He came directly to the workplace of the Magnet clan, hoping to find Luti, a magic craftsman, to make something. When he arrived at Lu Hejin's office, he reached out and knocked on the door 3 times. Please come in. Qian Yuchen opened the door and walked in. Second young master, why are you here? Lu Hejin said in surprise. He hurriedly put down what was in his hand and stood up and left the workbench. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Young Master Lu, this time I came here to trouble you some things. After saying that, he took out a stack of drawings from the storage soul guide. Lu Hejin's eyes lit up, and he was curious about what novel design Qian Yuchen had taken out. He came to Qian Yuchen, took the drawings and looked carefully. Then, I was attracted by the content of the drawings. This. Lu Hejin looked at Qian Yuchen in surprise. This design was really amazing. He asked, "Second young master, are you a voice transmission device?" Qian Yuchen nodded, "Yes, this is a complete set of hand-cranked wired message transmission devices. The design principle, material composition, assembly, and use process are all here." Liu Hejin understood how much convenience this method would bring to the message. If it was created, it would be a name for itself. Potion's wealth fell on the Magnet clan again. "Captain Liu, this device cannot be completed as soon as possible with the power of your clan. I hope you can join forces with the other 3 tribes to complete this matter together. I am about to succeed to the Pope, and I don't want the craftsman department to be still scattered." Thousand Yuchen said seriously in a tone. Liu Hejin was shocked. Although the position of the Pope Kyungsunji after his death will definitely be inherited by the second son, this time is too fast. If the Pope is valued, the status of the craftsman's department will naturally rise. "Second young master, let my father come forward for this matter. He is now a magic craftsman and still has a strong say." Liu Hejin also knew that only by uniting the 4 major families can we achieve better development. The design drawings in the second young master's hand are endless. Similarly, the impact on the mainland is also very far-reaching. This is a great honor for any craftsman family. Then I'll trouble Master Liu, and I'll help me greet the old master. After saying that, Qian Yuchen got up and prepared to leave. Liu Hejin put the drawings into his storage soul guide and stood up and said, "Second young master, my father will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter tomorrow." "Okay, then I'll wait for the good news in the Pope's palace." Qian Yuchen smiled and turned around and left. Chapter 122 Sword God Jinexin. Kunyu City is already the new Pope of the Martial Spirit Hall, but he does not wear the Pope suit all day like Chihiroji. To him, the clothes were not only dazzling but also heavy. He personally designed a set of gold-plated garments and 6-winged angel patterns. Not only is it light, it also demonstrates the honor of being a Pope. Now his 2 assistants are still Yuegwen and Ghost. These 2 people are unquestionable for the loyalty to the Wuhun Hall. "Elder Ju, how many years have your cultivation level been stuck at level 92? Kyunyuchen looked at the respectful Yuegwen below and asked. Although Yuegwen was confused, he spoke, "Sir, it's been a long time. Your martial soul is Qirong Tongdianju, and it is also a top presence among plant-based martial souls. If you absorb the herbs such as Qirong Tongdianju, will your cultivation be further improved?" Qian Yuchen asked again. "Qirong Tongdianju." Yuegwen's face looked surprised and then sighed, "Sir Pope, I have been looking for this herb, but I have no chance. If he can really absorb Qirong Tongdianju, it will be no problem to reach level 95 at least. If you want to go further, you need to concentrate on practicing." Although Gui Mei stood respectfully on the side, she was happy for Yuegwen. If Yu Pass can break through, the more powerful their martial soul fusion skills will be. The static field of Lianji can last longer. "Sir Pope, do you know the place where the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum grows?" Yuegwen asked excitedly. "Old Elder Ju, I naturally know, and there are still people taking care of that place now. That person is still someone you are very familiar with." Kyunyuchen looked at Yuegwen and said with a smile. Yuegwen was stunned when he heard this. Who is he very familiar with? When he reaches his position, there are not many people who are familiar with him. There must be no one in the Martial Spirit Hall. There are only 3 or 2 people outside the Martial Spirit Hall. "Sir Pope, are you talking about an old poison?" Yuegwen thought about it and found that among the people he was familiar with, the one who was proficient in medicine was Douluo Dugubo. Qian Yuchen nodded, "No, it's Dugubo. Sir Pope, I have some conflicts with him, if Yuegwen really wants to see that place, but there is a conflict between Dugubo and him. With his level advantage, he seriously injured the opponent. If you meet, you will inevitably face tit for tat. It's okay, it's said that you won't know each other without fighting. Then you go with my handbook and he will understand. You 2 are plant masters and pharmacological masters. I believe there will be common words." Qian Yuchen felt that nothing was wrong, and if there were any conflicts, it would be solved, and there would be no big problem. "You can go to the Sunset Forest later. That place should be surrounded by Dugubo with poisonous miasma. After you find him, give him my handbook." After saying that, he handed a letter to Yuegwen. "Since the Pope said so, I'll go there. I haven't seen an old poison for a long time." Yuegwen said nothing, took the envelope and placed it in his storage soul guide. Qin Yuchen then looked at Gui Mei and said, Elder Ghost, go with Elder Ju. Me? Ghost looked at Qian Yuchen in confusion. That's right, there is a medicine called Xianming grass there, which will be effective after you take it. Qian Yuchen nodded. Xianming grass is a strange herb that he only learned after reading the Bible. For Ghost, this can help him reach level 95 smoothly. Yuegwen and Ghosts reach level 95, and they can also be much smoother when they are handed over to perform tasks. Yes. Gui Mei responded and stood quietly. Then you two will set out, remember not to do it easily. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he signaled that the two of them could set off. Then, Yuegwen and Gui Mei left the Pope's hall. After the two of them left, Qin Yuchen got up from their seats and came outside the hall. What? A strong sword intent. Chen Xin is ready to break through the last level. He looked into the distance and was exactly the location of the 7 treasures glazed sect. In fact, Chen Xin has also reached the most critical moment at this time. He has completed the condensation of the sword bones, and now the sword heart is only one step away. Is this the barrier? Chen Xin clearly felt a barrier blocking him. If he wanted to go further, he had to break it. 7 killing swords, come out. Chen Xin spoke slowly, and the 3-foot-long 7 killing sword appeared in front of him. Then he stood up and disappeared inside the house. As the picture turned, he was floating high in the sky of the 7 treasures glazed sect, with his long white hair in the wind. Ning Fengzi felt the breath of Chen Xin and walked out of the sect master's hall. As soon as I looked up, I saw the dust heart in the sky. Uncle Jian, this is him. Gu Rong immediately appeared beside him and said. The old sword man's aura is now increasing rapidly, and the sword energy around him is about to reach its peak. At this time, Chen Xion's calm voice spread around. Once the 7 kills come out, 10,000 swords surrender. Today, my 7 killing sword lord Chen Xion will use the sword energy of the mainland to condense the sword heart and achieve the supreme sword path. Come on the sword. After the words came, the 7 killing sword was suspended above Chen's heart, and his 9 soul rings were also revealed. At the same time, swords from all over the Douluo continent seemed to sense the existence of the king, and they all escaped from control and flew away from the sky. Those soul masters who awakened the sword martial souls appeared uncontrollably and even flew away. The Fengjian sect, one of the next 4 sects, all the swords in the entire sect soared into the sky and disappeared into the sky. The martial souls of all members of the sect were not controlled and flew into the sky. Once the 7 kills come out, 10,000 swords surrender. Chen Xian, what are you doing? It actually caused the swords on the entire continent to move abnormally. The leader of the Fengjian sect, a level 89 Contra, is also a sword cultivator. He naturally heard Chen Xian's voice. As the strongest sword cultivator on the continent, the Fengjian sect naturally respects Chen Xian very much. Chen Xian borrowed a sword, this is the first time in ancient times. The key is that he even borrowed it. On the side of the martial soul hall, many swords flew towards the sky, causing panic among the crowd. Don't panic, this is just Jian Douluo borrowing the sword. After a while, the sword will return the same way. The voice of Qinyu city spread throughout the Wuhan city, which calmed everyone down. The 7 people in the worship hall came outside and looked at the direction of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Chen Xian, what a sword Douluo Chen Xian. You are better than you. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but praise. On the side of Chen Xian, the sky was filled with light and rushed towards him. Rub. 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 Sword, a sword that covers the sky. Soon, Chen Xian surrounded him with 99,999 swords. The 7 killing sword quickly absorbed the huge sword energy condensed by these swords and passed it into Chen Xian's body. His uncondensed sword heart is rapidly taking shape. At the same time, the sword intent in his body was also running rapidly, and a resonance between the sword bones. Chen Xian felt the barrier and said firmly, today, I will use all the sword cultivators on the mainland to break the limit and open up a new path for future generations. Break it for me. The huge sword energy condensed into a 3-foot green edge and stabbed towards the barrier. Click. When the surface is broken, cracks appear in the barrier and then shatter. Chen Xian felt a brand new feeling, as if she had gained a new life. Swish. In an instant, the sword energy produced by the 99,999 swords was absorbed completely by him. The 7 killing sword merged into his body and entered a state of unity of human and swords. The colors of the 9 soul rings are undergoing transformation, and the 10th soul ring is condensing. Uncle Jian, has he broken through to the legendary level 100? Ning Fengzi looked at Chen Xian in surprise, which was simply unbelievable. The old sword man's talent in swordsmanship is so terrifying. I'm really convinced today. Gurong exclaimed. Buzz. The 9 soul rings before Chen Xian changed their colors. At this moment, 7 black and 2 red. His 10th soul ring is also slowly forming, appearing as silver as the 7 killing sword. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes and said, today, he used the sword of the continent to break through level 100 and achieve the position of God. From today, I will open up a new path of practice for sword cultivators all over the world. After the words came, 10 soul rings floated around him, and the soul masters of the sword and martial souls of the Douluo continent knelt in his direction. Where do you come from? Go back. Chen Xian waved his hand, and the 9,999 swords disappeared in an instant. He glanced at Ning Fengzi's position, and then teleported to him. Uncle Jian, you really succeeded. Yeah, it's done. 100 levels of gods, and the sword's dust heart will never return. Starting today, there is only sword god Chen Xian. Chapter 123, Guidance on Chen Xin card bug. In the divine realm, the 5 great gods gathered again, which is about becoming a god at the age of dust. Only 3 days have passed. Why has anyone broken the limit in the lower realm again? It's really strange if it's still Douluo continent. The god of destruction was very confused, this was too abnormal. I have some impression of that person. I asked him to accept my god's test in the early years, but unfortunately I failed. I never thought he actually created his own divine position. After the Shura god finished speaking, he looked at the new mark on the center of the divine realm. There are 2 words written on it, Sword God. In the divine world, no one has yet achieved enlightenment with swords. Although there are many gods who use swords, they do not ascend to the divine realm with the power of swords. The Shura god himself is also proficient in swordsmanship, but he becomes a god by the law of killing and judging. The angel god also used sword masters to become god with the power of light faith. Sword Dao Chen Xin, 7 killing sword, a well-deserved sword genius. The kind god exclaimed. In tens of thousands of years, there has never been a precedent for becoming a god with swordsmanship. As a new god, should you send him an ascension oracle to him? The god of life asked. After all, he was a new god who created his own divine position, and his autonomy was still very relaxed. The ascension oracle will be issued as usual. The plan on Douluo continent has begun. After all, there is a huge change in the lower realm. The opinions expressed by the evil gods, the new gods still have to follow the rules of the gods. But what if he is like the previous holy light spirit god, and he has a self-proclaimed god-level cultivation level? The good god asked a new question, which stunned the god of life who was preparing to issue an oracle. Yes, if the other party blocks the cultivation level, it will be useless even if the notice is issued. Distribute the oracle first. As for whether he ascends to the divine realm, it depends on his personal wishes. If he really relies on the power of God to make trouble in the lower realm, I will take action to capture him personally. The Shura god made the final decision and asked the god of life to issue an oracle as usual. If the other party really violates the laws of the god realm, the new god must also accept the punishment honestly for him. Shura's words are reasonable, just send an oracle in your life. The god of destruction agreed with Shura's words, and everything was easy to say under the premise of abiding by the rules. Then, the god of life sent an ascension oracle to Chen Xian through the center of the divine realm. In the 7 treasures glazed sect, a light came from the sky and flew into Chen Xian's eyebrows. Ascending to the oracle, but I don't want to go to that god world now. After understanding the content, Chen Xian shook her head. The ascension oracle is clearly introduced. After the god who created the god position is in all the worlds in the lower realm, he must ascend to the god realm. This time limit is quite loose. But now, he really doesn't want to ascend to the divine realm. The oracle also said that you cannot act casually as a god, otherwise you will be punished. Uncle Jian, what's wrong? Ning Fengzi asked as he looked at Chen's frowning look. Nothing. Chen Xian smiled. Old sword man, what do you feel like now that you have broken through to level 100? Gurong said curiously. The space around the body has become very fragile and can move at an extremely long distance. Others need to be displayed in battle. Chen Xin replied. At this moment, the space ahead of them fluctuated and Qinyu City appeared. Congratulations to Chen Xin, for breaking through the 100th level and pursuing the position of the sword god. Seeing Qinyu coming, Chen Xin smiled. I can break through level 100 today, so I have to thank you for your advice. After saying that, he carefully looked at Qinyu clothing and said again. But, should I call you the Pope's crown? It's more appropriate. Qinyu smiled and said, I am the Pope in the Spirit Hall, and I am an ordinary person after leaving the Spirit Hall. It's still the Qian Gongzi you know. Seeing him say this, Chen Xin nodded. This is the Qian Gongzi he knew. Ning Fengzi asked, Brother Cheng, are you here in the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect? Gurong said, Fengzi, this is not a place to talk, let's change the place. Then go to the sect master's hall. Ning Fengzi turned around and walked into the sect master's hall with the three of them. After entering the main hall of the sect leader, Chen Xin looked at Qinyu City in confusion. You have also reached the god level, why can't you feel the divine power at all now? On the contrary, it looks like a level 99 extreme Douluo. Qinyu nodded and said, my current realm is extreme Douluo, because my way of becoming a god is different from yours. If you don't claim to your own cultivation, you will have to ascend to the divine realm soon. You have self-proclaimed cultivation, but can you seal the divine power simply? Chen Xin sighed. Why not condense the divine power, let it exist in a specific location, and then restrict it? Qinyu expressed his thoughts, after all, Chen Xion's situation is different from that of him. He has condensed his sword bones and his divine power operates differently than his own. Chen Xian immediately understood what he was thinking when he heard what he said. Good idea, in this way, there will be less divine power in my body and my realm will fall. The level 99 extreme Douluo realm is also good to let him stay in Douluo continent. Uncle Jian, after breaking through level 100, is there any restrictions? Ning Fengzi noticed something was wrong and asked. After becoming a god, you cannot interfere too much in the lower realm. A god took action, in other words, it is really easy to unify the continent. But after ascending to the divine realm, the mainland's affairs cannot be interfered with. The unification situation will fall apart, and the mainland will fall into dire straits again. Chen Xin briefly talked about the precautions for the master of becoming a god, which surprised Ning Fengzi and Gurong. The Queen Chen Xinmian said it right. God cannot attack people in the lower realm casually, otherwise he will be punished by heaven. Qinyu added. Brother Cheng, you are here in the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect this time to provide this advice to Uncle Jian. This is just one of the things. You have also practiced the Li Yulai body purification art for so long. How are you doing now? Qinyu looked at Ning Fengzi and asked about his cultivation progress. I am now in 8-ring Contra. The 8 treasure glazed tower is still evolving, and it is currently 8.5. When it comes to this matter, Ning Fengzi is very grateful to Qinyu. The curse of the 7 treasure glazed tower no longer exists. Where is your father? Qinyu asked again. He is worthy of being one of the geniuses of that era, and he is already at the 9th level. After absorbing the soul ring, I will fish and raise flowers every day, and no longer care about the affairs of the sect. Ning Fengzi thought of his father's life and couldn't help but shake his head. At his age, it's time to have a good rest. You are the leader of a sect now. Although you are troubled by affairs, you cannot leave your cultivation behind. The emergence of the 9 treasure glazed tower will be able to change the pattern in the future. Qinyu reminded. Well, I know this. Ning Fengzi said seriously. The 9 treasure glazed tower is the most comprehensive auxiliary martial soul. The effects of amplification treatment and decontrol are no problem. Senior Gurong's martial spirit is quite special, so you may have to wait a little longer in terms of opportunities. Qinyu looked at Gurong and naturally noticed a hint of desire in his eyes. What? Can my strength improve even more? Gurong was a little surprised. After his strength reached level 95, he felt that it was difficult to make progress. That's natural. Next time I meet, I will bring some surprises to my seniors. After saying that, Qinyu was also ready to say goodbye to them. The purpose of visiting the 7 treasures glazed Li sect this time is achieved, so it will not take too much time. See you next time. After saying that, his figure disappeared again. Chapter 124 Wind? Cloud? In Kanshui City, A Yin in the manor looked at the ghost tiger cub lying motionless on the ground, and was very confused. Their life breath is normal, but this sleeping state has lasted for 3 days. Although the soul beast has been starving for a long time, 3 days have passed, why are there no signs of awakening? A Yin murmured, she was puzzled by the current state of the 2 cubs. They are preparing to transform, you don't have to worry. Qianyuchen's voice came from behind her. A Yin turned around happily and saw him showing a happy smile. Come. Yet, here you come. Qianyuchen then looked at the 2 ghost tiger cubs and said. They are now undergoing a soul transformation and will have a result soon. The transformation of the soul? A Yin hasn't heard of the process of transforming the soul beast, and his serious expression doesn't seem to be talking casually. At this time, the 2 ghost tiger cubs emitted a faint light and then slowly floated up. Immediately afterwards, the white light gradually wrapped around their bodies and then turned into a cocoon. Their cultivation level is less than 100,000 years, why are they going to transform? A Yin felt very strange. The ghost tiger cub, which has been in existence for less than 5 years, is now transforming. It's really against common sense. Her thoughts changed very quickly, and soon she thought that this could not be separated from Qianyuchen. She immediately asked Qianyuchen, Brother Cheng, what method did you use to make them transform so quickly? Qianyuchen asked back, do you still remember the pair of swords we bought? A Yin nodded. These 2 ghost tiger cubs seem to have a deep connection with those 2 weapons. Is it related to those 2 swords? That's right, they are more special existences. Qianyuchen smiled and kept it a secret. A Yin didn't ask any more, and looked at the changes that would happen to the 2 ghost tiger cubs in curiosity. The light of the cocoon gradually restrains and becomes colorless. Click! A crack was cracked, and a pair of chubby little hands were exposed. It's really transformed. A Yin looked at Guang Kun in surprise. This was outrageous. As the cracks grew bigger and bigger, all the 2 cocoons cracked open. 2 human cubs landed on the ground, the black curly hair on the left was cold, and the one on the right was very cute, with long yellow hair, looking as gentle as jade. Wind? Clouds? Qianyuchen whispered. The 2 human cubs nodded at the same time and confirmed their identity. Immediately afterwards, the Suiyan knife and the peerless good sword appeared in their hands. In this world, there are no Naifeng and Buletin Jingyun. You have gained a new life, just call it Qian Chengfeng and Qian Zion Jiun. Qianyuchen said, this is his child, inheriting the trend just the name. Thank you for your name. The 2 cubs said angrily. A Yin stepped forward and picked them up. It's not okay to have a bare butt, I'll take you to change your clothes. After saying that, she took her 2 children into the house. Qianyuchen shook his head and entered the house. Soon, after Ayin carefully selected, the 2 children had already changed their clothes. Qian Chengfeng was wearing a white robe and smiling. Qian Zion Jiun was wearing a black tights and her face was a little cold. A Yin, these 2 children are going to bother you. I have something to do now, so I can only take time to visit them. Qianyuchen said with a little apology. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry to practice now, and I have a lot of free time. Please leave it to me with the 2 children. A Yin smiled and gently stroked the 2 children's heads. Thank you for your hard work. Qianyuchen then looked at the 2 children and said again. You 2 are far superior to ordinary people in all aspects of their health. They are a good seedling of cultivation since childhood. I'm ready for your appropriate exercises, and I'll teach you now. After saying that, 2 balls of golden lights protected Qianyuchen's right hand flew into the eyebrows of the 2 children. Qian Chengfeng, the legs of the wind and the 6 skills of Ao Han. Qian Zion Jiun, Pei Ayun Palm and Holy Spirit sword technique. This technique is the most suitable for them. Your swords are not the best time to practice now. When will you compete and get a tie with your legs and palms? You can start practicing swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Qianyuchen reminded. Looking at the serious expression, the 2 children nodded. I understand, Daddy. Qianyuchen looked at them and smiled and said, celebrating your transformation, I'll make today's lunch. The 2 children swallowed their saliva at the same time, and they were greedy. A Yin reminded, today's rest time, Union and A Luo will be back. Qianyuchen nodded immediately and said. You're right, I have to cook a few more dishes. Otherwise, it's not enough to eat. Sure enough, there was still an hour before lunchtime, and the sisters Shui Yunyan and Shui Yunluo arrived on time. As soon as I walked into the hall, I found 2 children inside, and my face became a little strange. Sister, whose child is this? I don't know, but I look a little familiar. Shui Yunyan said uncertainly, preparing to ask Yin for a clear question. Just so happened that Yin came down from the upper floor at this time, looked at the 2 sisters, and greeted him. Yunyan, Aluo, you are here. Sister Yin. Shui Yunluo finished speaking, then pointed to her 2 children, whose children are they? After Yin went downstairs, he smiled and said, 2 little boys, they have become humans now. Ah! Shui Yunyan felt that the CPU could not be transferred. Are these 2 children the 2 ghost tiger cubs? Yes, they transformed into shape in the morning. Brother Cheng is here. Yin nodded, indicating that it was true. Brother-in-law is here, where are others? Shui Yunluo looked around and wanted to know where Qunyu City was going. Look, I'm anxious again. Yin shook his head and pointed to the kitchen. My brother-in-law is cooking in the kitchen. We will have a good time at noon. Shui Yunluo's eyes lit up, but she hadn't eaten the food made by Qunyu for a long time. Shui Yunyan didn't expect Qunyu City to come and did not leave immediately. Yin smiled and said, wait a moment, he's going to have a meal soon. Then, he sat next to the 2 children. Shui Yunyan looked at the 2 children carefully and asked, Sister Yin, if the soul beast transforms into a shape, wouldn't it take 100,000 years of cultivation? Why are they both? Brother Cheng seems to have taken a special approach, and they are both quite strange in themselves. Of course, we can't look at it with common sense. Yin explained. Shui Yunluo came to the 2 children and asked, tell me, what are you 2 names? Hearing this, the 2 children looked at each other and said in unison, hello, aunt. Qian Chengfeng smiled, I am Qian Chengfeng. Qian Zionjiun still looked cold, I am Qian Zionjiun. When Shui Yunluo wanted to ask something, the voice of Qunyu came over. Come on chicken soup. Chapter 125 The God King leads the way, Su Yun Tao. Time flies, Qunyu has been in the position of Pope for 4 years. Calculate the time, the martial soul awakening ceremony in the mainland is about to begin. He looked at the calendar and finally reached the stage where the plot officially began. In recent years, he has carefully investigated the news about Yu Xiaogang, Tanghao, and others. Their whereabouts are very similar to those in the original drama, and they will meet after the plot begins. Yu Xiaogang is known as a master of martial soul theory for his plagiarized the top 10 core competitive theories of martial souls. Many civilian soul masters respectfully call him masters. The sentence "there is no waste of martial soul, only waste of soul master" has aroused many empathy from people. Therefore, this made him invisibly respected by many people. Because of Lu Erlong's life experience, he left on the wedding night and is now hiding in Notting City as a theory teacher. The Golden Iron Triangle went its separate ways. Flander was unwilling to do things for the powerful and opened the Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong is here too. When we arrived in Tiandu City, with the help of Yu Luomian, we established the Advanced Academy of Civilian Soul Masters, Lanba Academy. After that battle, Tanghao dragged his seriously injured body and settled down in Holy Soul Village. He became the only blacksmith in the village and relied on his meager income to support his son Tang San. As for Tang San, his soul was already the Tang San who had secretly learned Xiantian Bao record in another world and finally jumped off the Tang sect. After Amon sacrificed, when Tanghao and Qian Sunji fought, his soul fell into the baby's body. With a mature mind, he has become very well behaved since childhood, which makes Tanghao much more relaxed when taking care of him. As for other less important characters, Qunyu did not pay too much attention. At the same time, a strange young man came outside Wuhan City. He was called from Notting City's Wuhan Hall. Su Yun Tao. The God King leads the way, the blind God King. In fact, Su Yun Tao was very confused at this moment. Why would the Pope pay attention to him as a little person? He is not that kind of genius. His innate soul power is only level 2, and he has only level 26 after practicing for so many years. If I hadn't worked in the branch hall of the Wuhan Hall in Notting City, I might not know where to survive. The person who issued this notice was Elder Ju, one of the Pope's right-hand arms. This made him puzzled. What important thing does the Pope summon him? However, this is a great honor for the branch of Notting City's Martial Soul Hall. Let's take a step by step. The thinking of this big man is not something that someone like me can guess. He calmed down and walked into Wuhan City with the token. Su Yuntao was not attracted by the prosperity of Wuhan City, but moved directly towards Wuhan Hall. Qian Yuchen, who learned the news, couldn't help but look up to him a little. Although his talent is a little poor, this kind of mind is not something that ordinary people can have. Su Yuntao, who came to the Martial Soul Hall, looked solemn. This is the dream of all soul masters on the Spirit Hall and even on the mainland, and he cannot lose his etiquette. The Soul Master of Notting City's Subdistrict Hall, Su Yuntao. I'm summoned by the Pope, please report it. When outsiders enter the Wuhan Hall, the procedures are very strict. However, the people summoned by the Pope were a little more relaxed. When the guard heard Su Yuntao's words, he said, "You wait a moment, I'll confirm it." After saying that, he came to the small pavilion beside him and flicked the phone in front of him for a while. In 2 minutes, he received a reply. After putting down the phone, the guard came out of the pavilion and looked at Su Yuntao and said, "The Pope has arranged someone to pick you up, please wait." In his tone, he felt a little more respect for this colleague who was less cultivating than him. "Please be troublesome." After Su Yuntao said that, he waited safely. 5 minutes later, a woman wearing a green flowing sleeved skirt walked inside. The visitor was Yume. She looked at Su Yuntao's strange face and said, "You are Su Yuntao, please come with me." After saying that, she let Su Yuntao follow her. Su Yuntao followed Yume respectfully and entered the Martial Soul Hall. Although it was Yu Guang, he was still shocked. The Martial Soul Palace is worthy of being the holy land in the hearts of soul masters on all continents. To be honest, along the way, many soul masters have far higher cultivation levels than him. He is so small. When he was active, Yume had already brought him to the Pope's hall. Yume turned around and looked at Su Yuntao and said, "Deacon Su Yuntao, the Pope's palace has arrived, and the Pope is waiting for you inside." Su Yuntao immediately came back to his senses and said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance." Yume smiled and left. Su Yuntao turned around and looked at the Pope Palace and walked in with anxiety. In the Pope's hall, Qian Yuchen felt that the other party was coming and looked at the gate with a hint of curiosity. Su Yuntao walked into the Pope's hall and looked at the man sitting in the center, and was immediately surprised. "Lord Pope, is he so young?" He knelt down respectfully on one knee and said with a respectful tone, "Su Yuntao, pay homage to the Pope's crown." "No need to be polite." Qian Yuchen smiled and looked very approachable. "Deacon Su Yuntao, I'll call you to Wuhan City this time. I hope you can help you pay attention to someone in the upcoming awakening of Wuhan." Qian Yuchen directly opened the right path and told him the purpose of asking him to come to the Wuhan Hall. Su Yuntao was shocked. Could it be that he was an important person? He said firmly, "Pope, please give me the command, I will fulfill my mission." That child's martial soul is a plant-based system. In your opinion, it may be a waste martial soul, but it is innate full soul power. After helping him complete the awakening of martial soul, follow the normal process and do not do other things. If you put together their names, someone will go to the Notting City branch to get this list. After Qian Yuchen said that, Su Yuntao was puzzled by what he meant. Abandoned martial soul? Or is it innate soul power? Can this kind of weird combination be together? He expressed deep doubts about this. "This matter is done, I will personally give it to you Golden Deacon badge. Reward a 200 square meter courtyard in Wuhan City, and your family can change to a new living environment." Qian Yuchen said again that the reward can be said to be full. Su Yuntao was frightened, and the wealth that was so stormy about him fell on him. It seems that the matter explained by the Pope is indeed very important. "Mr. Pope, I will fulfill my mission and complete this matter." Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yuntao thanked again. In addition, Bishop Mathono's promotion notice has been issued. Go back and bring him this good news. After saying that, Qian Yuchen sent a bishop promotion notice in front of him with his soul power. Su Yuntao respectfully took it and placed it in his 10 cubic cube storage soul guide. He asked, "I wonder if the Pope's crown has any other orders?" "No more, you came from afar, and your residence has been arranged. I'll take you there and take a rest for a night before returning to Notting City." After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he signaled him to retreat. "I'm leaving." Su Yuntao left the Pope's hall. I don't know what kind of martial soul Tang San will awaken, but I'm a little looking forward to it. Qian Yuchen smiled and continued to handle the matter. Chapter 126 Tang San's Martial Spirit Awakens. After Su Yuntao returned to Notting City from Wuhan City, he received high attention from Bishop Mathono. When Su Yuntao handed him the promotion letter, he burst into tears. He shouted, "Long live the Pope!" As for Qian Yuchen's advice and rewards, he has not told the other party about this matter yet. Although Bishop Mathono is good, he is old and can't stand such great excitement. Moreover, they are also ordinary superiors and subordinates, and do not have much intersection. In normal times, Su Yuntao basically couldn't see Bishop Mathono except for reporting on his work. After this incident, Su Yuntao immediately devoted himself to work. Awaken the martial souls of children from remote villages under the jurisdiction of Notting City. 39 villages take a long time. He didn't even have time to share his trip to Wuhan City with his girlfriend Ceci, so he rode his horse and set off. I must complete the mission of Lord Pope. Si, our wonderful life is here. Thinking of Qian Yuchen's reward, Su Yuntao's mouth curled up slightly. His happy life is coming. Bishop Mathono looked at his motivation and thought he was stimulated, so he didn't say much. The outside world is beautiful and cruel. Wuhan City is a place where geniuses go everywhere. Su Yuntao is 27 years old, with a level 26 Great Soul Master cultivation. He is a handyman in Wuhan City. It seems normal for young people to be hit. Time flies, and in 3 days, Su Yuntao has already traveled to 38 villages. This year, the number of children who awakened their martial souls has tripled compared with previous years, which has more than doubled his consumption than before. However, he has not encountered the situation mentioned by Qian Yuchen yet. Why are the Pope so sure? In 38 villages, I, a child with aborted martial soul but a congenital soul power, didn't meet me. Su Yuntao was a little suspicious of life. Could it be that he could not accept the wealth that came to his door? Soon, he rode his horse to the front of the Holy Soul village. He still has a lot of impression on this place. Village Elder Jack is a very real person. After all, it is a place where the soul saint has emerged, and he can always get a seedling every 2 years. Captain Jack should be waiting at the entrance of the village. He is so enthusiastic every year. I don't know if the children this year can pick out 2 soul-powered ones. Su Yuntao sighed and could only pray for the Pope's blessing. When Su Yuntao walked into the Holy Soul village, he found that the village elder Jack was rarely greeted by the village entrance. He didn't care, and rode his horse to the place where the martial soul awakening was awakened in the village. A bigger wooden house. There was a sign hanging, with the 3 words "The Spirit Hall" written crookedly. This is the location of the Wu Soul Hall of the Holy Soul village. He walked in and found that there were already 7 children waiting. When they saw a stranger, the 7 children looked at him with fear and curiosity. Su Yuntao smiled and said kindly, "Children, I am the Soul Master who helped you awaken your martial soul, from the Martial Spirit Hall." After the words fell, the children reduced their fear. Su Yuntao ignored the children and came to the table in the room and took out the tools he had prepared for the awakening of martial souls. 6 black awakening stones, soul power test crystal ball. After waiting for about 10 minutes, old Jack walked in with a child. "Master Su Yuntao, I'm so embarrassed to let you wait for a long time." "It's okay, are the children here?" Su Yuntao thought it was nothing, just as the child had not missed it. "It's all together, this kid is the last one." Jack said hurriedly, then looked at Tang San, "Miss San, go and queue up." "Okay, Grandpa Jack." Tang San nodded and stood at the end. Su Yuntao also began the martial soul awakening ceremony and walked to the children. "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, you are your leader. Now, I will awaken you martial souls one by one. Remember, don't be afraid no matter what happens." After saying that, he placed 6 black gold stones on the ground, forming a hexagonal shape. Then, signal the first child on the right to stand in it. "Don't be afraid, feel it carefully." After saying that, his eyes lit up and he growled. "Lone wolf, possessed." His body began to expand rapidly and turned into a werewolf. At the same time, 2 soul rings rose from under his feet. 1 white and 1 yellow. The children were shocked and Su Yuntao hurriedly comforted them. "This is my martial soul, a lone wolf. When your martial souls are successfully awakened, you will have similar abilities." After hearing this, the fear in the children's hearts disappeared. These children naturally do not include Tang San. After all, he is the soul of an adult man, and this small situation is nothing to him. However, this strange phenomenon aroused his curiosity. While he was thinking, the first child's martial soul successfully awakened. Scythe. Su Yuntao looked at it, picked up the test crystal and began to test his soul power. Unfortunately, there was no response. This also means that this child cannot practice and cannot become a soul master. You cannot become a soul master without soul power. You can stand on the other side first. This result was as expected by him, but he was still a little lucky. However, the 5 children behind them were either sickles or hoes and other farm tools. Children do not have soul power in their bodies, and they cannot become soul masters. Next. The 7th child is a girl, and she walked into the magic circle timidly. Under Su Yuntao's operation, her martial soul successfully awakened. Blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass, a waste of martial soul. He sighed and handed over the test crystal. Sure enough, there is no soul power. The rest is Tang San, who has not yet awakened. Looking at the calm Tang San, Su Yuntao was curious about what he would perform. Tang San walked into the awakening array. Su Yuntao continued to flap his hands, and the golden light began to fly into his body. A warm feeling wandered all over my body, and then something seemed to be broken and was pulled out by this force. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up. The noise was a bit loud, maybe there would be a surprise. Tang San subconsciously raised his right hand, and a piece of grey withered vine appeared in his hand. Kunyu Teng, this is also a waste of martial soul. Su Yuntao felt a pity. Why is it another waste of martial soul? No need to think about it. He must have no soul power. His happy life is about to be ruined. Tang San looked at Su Yuntao not testing his soul power for himself, and said, "Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power for me. Try it." Su Yuntao handed the crystal ball to Tang San, without any hope. Tang San took the crystal ball and felt that the Xian Gong was activated. The internal force in his body seemed to have found a catharsis port and rushed towards the crystal ball frantically. In an instant, the dazzling blue light flashed, illuminating the entire house. Su Yuntao said in a lost voice, "Innate soul power." Then he remembered Kunyuchen's previous words, but the abandoned martial soul was innate full soul power. The child in front of me is the child the Pope is looking for. His gaze at Tang San was a little softer. Tang San was puzzled and asked in confusion, "Uncle, is the innate soul power?" "Innate soul power, that's..." Su Yuntao began to introduce him to simple knowledge of soul power, and also recommended the talent training plan of the Wuhan Hall. After finding out everything, Tang San rejected Su Yuntao's kindness. The reason given is, "My father doesn't know whether he agrees or not." Su Yuntao did not force it, put away the tools and took the children out of the house. After talking to old Jack about the result, he hurriedly left. Tang San looked at Su Yuntao's leaving figure, looked at his tightly clenched left hand, and whispered, "Can a person really only have one martial soul?" Chapter 127 Yu Xiaogang appears. After Su Yuntao registered Tang San's name, he immediately returned to the branch of Nodding City's Wuhan Hall. When he came back, Gui Mei had been waiting outside the hall. "Elder Ghost, please give this to the Pope." Su Yuntao took out an envelope from his storage soul guide and handed it to Gui Mei. "Good job, go." Ghost nodded and turned into a black shadow and disappeared. Watching the ghost disappear, Su Yuntao felt that his beautiful life was coming. When he walked into the hall, he found his girlfriend Ceci in it. The other party was looking at him with resentment, with the words on his face, "Don't be employed." Bishop Mathono looked at Su Yuntao coming back and asked, "Are there any good seedlings in this martial soul awakening?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao sighed, "There are 39 villages, nearly 200 children, and the highest soul power is only level 3. More than half of the children are basically useless martial souls. It's so difficult to produce a soul master among the civilians." Bishop Mathono deeply agrees with it. If the lower class people come up with a genius, it is really a choice. Over the years, a soul saint has emerged in Nodding City. Other villages Zi, it would be great if it could produce a soul king. This is also why Holy Soul Village has 2 job student quotas. However, in recent years, the children in the Holy Soul Village have no choice but to do so. Notting Junior Soul Master Academy has cut one quota and given it to other villages. In 3 days, you have traveled all over 39 villages, thank you for your hard work. After writing the summary of the awakening ceremony, let's have a good rest. Ma Thono knew that Su Yuntao was working hard, so he didn't say much about this. Sir, then I'll step down first. Su Yuntao saluted and was about to turn around and leave. Seeing this, Ceci also spoke, Sir, I'll step down first. Ma Thono waved his hand and asked them to leave. Walking outside the hall, he looked at Su Yuntao with a slight bad intention, and the implication was that he would not give me some explanations? Su Yuntao of course understood Ceci's thoughts and said, Ceci, it's better to go to the private room before us. I'll tell you about the affairs of Wuhan City. And, there are surprises. Seeing that he didn't seem to be telling a lie, Ceci nodded and signaled him to lead the way. Su Yuntao smiled and walked in front of him. Tang San told his father Tanghao about his successful awakening of his martial soul. Unlike the original work, Tang San did not let village chief Jack follow him. After all, Tanghao's temper is indeed not very good. Jack thought about Tang San's words and sighed and left. At Tang San's home, he was showing his martial soul. Tanghao looked at the dry vine in the palm of his right hand, and a few tears suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes. Dad, is my martial soul the magnificent vine? Tang San asked. No, your martial soul is ghost vine. Tanghao choked. Unexpectedly, he saw Gui Tang again, and it was his son's martial soul. Aman, our son has inherited your martial soul. Tanghao shouted excitedly. Immediately afterwards, Tang San said another thing that shocked him. Dad, can each person only have one martial soul? When Tanghao heard this, he immediately looked at him and said, Miss San, what did you say, can you? Tang San nodded, then raised his right hand and a dark little hammer appeared. But the hammer is very heavy and it is very difficult for him to hold it. Twin martial souls, my son is actually twin martial souls. Tanghao's eyes flashed with excitement. The idea of stopping his child from becoming a soul master was dispelled. He held Tang San's left hand and hugged him in his arms. This was also the first time Tang San felt his father's mind. From what he can remember, my father has been in a very decadent state all day long. This is the first time like this hug. But over time, he felt his left hand sinking more and more. Tanghao noticed his strangeness and let go of him, take it back. Under Tang San's control, the Haoshan hammer was put away. When he looked at Tanghao, he was stunned for a moment. I have never seen my father's face so wonderful, and various complex emotions keep appearing on Tanghao's face. After a long time, he slowly said, remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand. Forever. Tanghao already knew that his child would eventually embark on the path of a soul master. He was very scared that his son would follow in his footsteps. However, the desire to become a soul master in Tang San's eyes could not be concealed. This kid looks so much like him. God's will is so, then I will teach you the most basic things of Haoshan sect. As for how much you can understand, it depends on yourself. Tanghao finally felt soft-hearted and was preparing to teach Tang San Yao Tian sect the introductory skills. The hammering method of the cloak. With this technology in mind, you can ensure your food and clothing even if you leave the house. He is still not very competent as a father. Time flies, and 3 months have passed. Tang San has initially mastered the essence of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, and as he grows older, his progress will be faster. This also means that he is about to leave his home and go to the Soul Master Academy to study. Under Jack's leadership, Tang San came to Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. However, when I was preparing to enter the school, I had a conflict with the concierge. The abandoned martial soul, almond vine, or the innate soul power. Your martial soul proves to be fake, right? Hearing the guard's disdainful words, old Jack immediately retorted. Let your eyes open and see clearly. This is a certificate issued by Master Su Yuntao himself, and the exclusive seal of the Wuhan Hall. I am an old man, I don't have the courage to forge a proof of martial soul. You are deliberately making things difficult. Okay, wait, I'll go find the deacon of the Wuhan branch hall. Miss San, let's go. As he said that, Jack turned around and walked into the city. Tang San looked at the doorman secretly and sentenced him to death. In the past 3 months, he made the simplest hidden weapon of the Tang sect, a sleeve arrow. To solve this guard, a sleeve arrow is easy. The concierge was a little panicked, he just wanted the other party to make some sense. Of course, no one dares to fake the proof of the martial soul hall. After all, a large number of civilian soul masters respect the people in the martial soul hall very much. The fake martial soul awakening proves that it is simply a desperate situation. This also made him angry. Although he was a concierge, he was much nobler than these two people who came from the countryside. You are from the beggar's village. Our place is not a charity academy. You can leave quickly. Old Jack was instantly furious, and insulting the Holy Soul village was simply unforgivable. So, the second wave of conflict began. The two sides fought together, and Tang San took action in secret, and the concierge was pushed to the ground. Bad boy, you are looking for death. How embarrassing to be pushed down by a child. In anger, the concierge got up from the ground and rushed towards Tang San. Okay, stop. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded, stopping the doorman's movements. The concierge staged a wave of face changes, with a flattering look on his face. Master, you are back. Yet. Master glanced at the doorman and looked at Jack. Old sir, please show me your proof. Old Jack handed him the decision to prove the martial soul in his hand. After reading it quickly, he began to look at Tang San. Your proof is not wrong, it is true. I apologize to you on behalf of the college for what happened just now. Leave this child to me. Old Jack waved his hand quickly. Master, you are so polite, then I'll leave the mistress to you. He turned around and looked at Tang San. Miss San, please go in with the master, you must be obedient. Tang San nodded and looked at master and felt a little intimate. Chapter 128 Tang San appeals to Yu Xiao Gang. After the master and Tang San left, the concierge returned to his room and took out a box with an antenna. After pressing 666, the voice of Qianyuchen came from the opposite side. Spy 9527, what's the matter? Sir, that child has already come into contact with Yu Xiao Kong. Okay, just pay a little attention to it. Nothing is easy to do, and no intervention is done. I see. That's right, the things in the doorman's hand are the big brother. This kind of thing is not widely used in Qunyu City, but is only used for its newly established shadow spy. This shadow spy is similar to the Jinyue, lurking in all walks of life and does not know each other. Everyone has a single line of contact, and they directly obey the commander of the highest level. After the call ended, Qianyuchen walked out of the Pope's palace directly. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang have already met, and the next moment is the friendship between teachers and students. Xiao Wu was sent to Tianshui Academy by herself. Who would replace her with the god of the upper realm or the power of plot correction? After all, Yin has already set a precedent and has been replaced by the Ghost Vine Queen who has been aged 100,000. Tang San, your journey has just begun. This drama is not good without you as the protagonist. He has arranged many secret tricks, and now he just needs to wait for the good show to continue singing slowly. On the Holy Soul Village, Tanghao also left the blacksmith shop after Tang San left his house. However, before leaving, he cleaned the house cleanly, which was quite considerate. Shortly after he left, Qianyuchen received the news again. Tanghao left the Holy Soul Village and disappeared. But he knew where Tanghao was going, and left the Holy Soul Village to secretly protect Tang San. Before the end of the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, Tanghao was secretly protecting him. Qianyuchen looked at the statue of the angel god in front of him and smiled. Dad! A girl's voice came, causing him to turn around immediately. Qianlinger is here. She was followed by a girl with a similar appearance as her. Qianrongxiu. Sister, hurry up. Qianlinger urged. What are you anxious about? Qinren Snowman said in a big way. Qianyuchen looked at them and asked, what are you doing here if you don't practice well? Humph, you really underestimate us sisters. Dad, we have already broken through to level 30. Qianlinger straightened her chest and looked like she was praising me quickly. Oh, Linger is so powerful. She is level 30 so soon. Did you tell your mother about this good news? Qianyuchen smiled and was still surprised by their talents. I was cheating at the beginning, but my cultivation level was like a rocket ascendant. Could it be that his daughter is really the chosen son of God? Qianrongxiu's martial soul is a six-winged angel, basically the successor of the next martial soul hall. Qianlinger's martial soul is a six-winged Seraphimosis with a holy fire attribute. What they have in common is the innate soul power level 20. Moreover, the two can also release the martial soul fusion skills. The first and second soul rings are all purple. In terms of strength, it is far beyond his peers. Xiaoxiu, Linger, you guys are so awesome. I'll cook myself tonight and make a big meal for you. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Sister, I just said Dad will definitely make a big meal for us. Qian Linger looked at Qian Rongxiu with a proud look on her face. She won this time. Well, you won. Qian Rongxiu said calmly. She was not that childish and muttered in her heart, stupid sister. Then we will go home early today and prepare delicious food for you. Qian Yuchen stretched out his hands and his two little hands grabbed him. Go. On Tang San's side, after being taken to his residence by Yu Xiaogang, he almost thought that the other party was the enemy as soon as he spoke. You are a twin martial soul, you are the owner of the third twin martial soul on the continent. Yu Xiaogang looked at his puzzled expression and waved the awakening of the martial soul in his hand. It's this proof. If I can't even see this, then I don't deserve to call him a master. After saying that, he still showed a strong sense of confidence on his face. Tang San asked back, why are you so sure? I once investigated 1,000 plant-based martial soul owners, and only 30 people have soul power, which is 3% of the chance. Even those with soul power will not exceed the innate level, but you are just the opposite, innate full soul power. According to my top 10 core competitive theories of martial souls, Yu Xiaogang has a lot of bars, and it proves that Tang San is the owner of the twin martial souls. This suddenly shocked him, and he was indeed a master. Without any hesitation, Tang San took a step back and knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Yu Xiaogang can't be fooled by his operation, so why are you kowtowing to become a disciple? Then he bent down and pulled Tang San up, and said with a smile, if you become a disciple, you will become a disciple. Why are you kowtowing? Little did he know that Tang San was influenced by his previous life and attached great importance to the inheritance of his master. In his opinion, the theory of martial soul is a very important thing. His ability to quickly reach a high level of Xian Gong in his previous life laid a solid foundation in the Tang sect library. Therefore, he performed such a great bowing ceremony. A teacher for one day and a father for life. This is what it should be. Tang San said seriously in a tone, not feeling too polite. Okay, okay. Yu Xiaogang pulled him and was about to go out. Let's go, I'll take you to the academic affairs office to report. He was very excited now and accepted a genius disciple with twin martial souls. Soon, under the leadership of Yu Xiaogang, Tang San completed the admission procedures. However, Director Sui and the 2 assistant teachers were still quite surprised that Tang San was appointed as Yu Xiaogang as his teacher. A theoretical master who cannot break through level 29 and has a malignant mutation of martial souls. The other one is the child who has innate soul power but is a waste of martial soul. To some extent, they are indeed quite similar. After Tang San successfully registered and returned to Yu Xiaogang's residence, he took his luggage to the dormitory of the first-year work-study student. When he opened the door, the eyes of other people in the dormitory gathered on him. The older child in the lead seemed to have a bad look. Take advantage of the situation. Tang San could see what the other party's purpose was at once. He didn't take the child's tricks to heart. Just one glance shows that their strength does not pose a threat to themselves. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend anyone. If they want to cause trouble, don't blame him for being rude. He didn't want to be troublesome, but the matter still came to him. The child in the lead walked slowly towards him and said as he walked. There is a rule for Kishi. Whoever has a big fist is the eldest son. My name is Wang Sheng. I am the chief of the shepherd. I am new here. Let me introduce myself first. Tang San put down his things and looked at Wang Sheng. My name is Tang San, I come from Holy Soul Village. Chapter 129, King Guyu, the replacement of Xiao Wu. Tang San defeated Wang Sheng without any surprise, and Xian Gong gave him great help. After defeating the other party, he learned why he did this. Work students are all from poor families, and they must have a single one among them. If someone is bullied by the nobles, someone can help you stand up. There were blue marks on Wang Sheng's arms, and that's how it came about. There was also the teachings of chivalrous men in the Tang sect in the previous life. Since Tang San defeated Wang Sheng, he would naturally take on the responsibility of the boss of the Kishi. At this time, the dormitory door opened and a girl's voice came. Hello, is this Kishi? The dormitory door opened, and a pretty little girl stood at the door, holding the school uniform in her hand, looking inside curiously. Except for Tang San, Wang Sheng and the other two had their eyes straightened instantly. How could there be such a cute girl? Mom, I seem to meet my sweetheart. Tang San looked at Wang Sheng in confusion and asked, is this a man and a woman mixed up? Wang Sheng nodded, yes, everyone is a child. The school does not distinguish between male and female dormitories for the time being. Only the Soul Master Academy will live separately. Then he said incomprehensible, it's really strange. In previous years, there was not a single work-study student. Why did he add 2 at once this year? Seeing that no one responded to her, the girl looked up at the door sign and confirmed that this was Kishi. She smiled sweetly, hello everyone, I am King Guyu, Ching Ching, dancing dance. Xiao Wu's replacement is here. Light dance. The thin child on the left behind Wang Sheng looked at King Guyu quickly. Unlike Xiao Wu, King Guyu is wearing a mattress behind her back. After she walked in, Tang San felt Wang Sheng poking his waist twice with his elbow. Boss, the rules cannot be messed up, understand? This okay? Tang San could not think of taking action, but the rules could not be broken. He walked forward 2 steps and came to the front of King Guyu. Hello, I'm Tang San, from this dormitory. Speaking of this, Tang San felt that the word boss was not suitable. The head of this dormitory, just call me my name. What is your martial soul? King Guyu smiled and said, butterfly, butterfly dancing, where are you? Tang San replied, my martial soul is the morning glory vine. Morning glory seems to be very attractive to butterflies, right? He did not tell that his martial soul was ghost vine, and he had not even told Yu Xiao Gang. King Guyu nodded, that's it, then you can get out of the way, I'm going to make the bed. There is a rule in the dormitory. New work students need to show their strength. So, I want to talk to you. After Tang San finished speaking, he saw that she was a girl and was about to leave some strength when he took action. Disputes are not bullying people. King Guyu asked in confusion, are you sure? Tang San said surely, well, you put the things first. King Guyu quickly placed her bedding and school uniform on the empty bed beside her and looked at Tang San with a smile. Bring it on. After the words came, she shot at Tang San and punched him in the abdomen. She originally wanted to slap her in the face, but she felt it was impolite, so she changed her position. Tang San was shocked by her quick sneak attack. I quickly reacted, flashed sideways, grabbed her right hand, intending to throw her to the ground. He had already thought that if King Guyu was about to contact the ground, he would just support her. Unfortunately, things did not develop as he thought. King Guyu stood up with his feet, showing the posture of a sheep and horse with 2 character pincers, stabilizing his body. With the turn of his right hand, he escaped from Tang San's capture. Is it a pictographic fist? Tang San took 2 steps back and murmured. The two looked at each other and rushed towards each other again. Wang Sheng looked at the two of them in a hurry, afraid of missing a detail. At the same time, he was surprised. These 2 newborns are devils, right? Tang San and King Guyu fought 30 moves and ended the competition. He was knocked back 7 or 8 steps by the opponent's quick punch from a short distance. Although Xian Tiangong protected his body, the pain still made him unable to recover for more than 10 seconds. The two of them looked at each other again. King Guyu looked at Tang San with a smile, as if saying, I won. You won. According to the rules, you are the head of this dormitory. At the same time, we are also our boss. Tang San stood up and spoke. Son-in-law? Boss. King Guyu's eyes lit up, this is great. Okay, then I'm your boss. However, the title of boss is too vulgar, call me Miss Xiao Wu. What do you think? Wang Sheng and the other 3 had no objection and nodded quickly. Miss Xiao Wu. Tang San didn't care. He nodded and prepared to pack up his own things. He was careless just now. The first time he had a close fight with a girl, the feeling made his reaction slow down half a beat. There is nothing I can do about this. Who said he was also a single dog in his previous life? He is really not good at communicating with girls. King Guyu performed well with them, so she happily hummed a song and started making the bed for herself. The thin boy in Kishi was holding something similar to a calculator and tapped quickly. It seems to be calculating something, but it is actually sending a password. On the side of the Wuhun Palace, Yuchen quickly received the news. The content on the paper is Kishi, Tang San, Alpine Vine, Light Dance, Butterfly. Discussing special soul skills. After reading the content, he turned the paper into ashes. It really appears, Xiao Wu's replacement. The butterfly soul beast that has been around for 100,000 years seems to have come from a special mountain range. Yuchen exclaimed, the correction power of this plot is really powerful. According to his understanding, there are no insect-like soul beasts in the Stardow forest that are 100,000 years old. However, there may be insect soul beasts of 100,000 years in the mountains that humans rarely enter. There are only 3 types of butterfly-like soul beasts recorded in the books in the Martial Soul Hall. Colorful butterfly, goddess of light butterfly, ghost face butterfly. Then this King Guyu is most likely a rare soul beast that turned into a human form by the goddess of light. Yuchen thought of some contents in the second part and roughly guessed the essence of King Guyu. Donger went out to hunt soul beasts and obtain the soul ring of the second martial soul. Wouldn't that mean? Will you meet King Guyu's mother? I'm good, 2 goddess of light that has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Even more than 2 100,000-year-olds. Bibidong's martial soul attributes tend to be dark, and it cannot absorb the soul ring with the light attributes. If she really chooses to force herself to absorb it, it will be extremely unfavorable for her subsequent development. No, I have to look for Donger right away. Yuchen wants to see what changes will happen if we change this result. The timeline is a little messy now, and there is no problem, it's very big. What would happen if King Guyu's mother and Bibidong became friends? Things seem to become interesting. Chapter 130 The Territory of the Goddess of Light Butterfly. On Bibidong, I set out alone to find the 100,000-year soul beast. 3 days have passed, but I still have no harvest. Before she set out, she looked at the distribution map of all the high-age soul beasts in the Wuhan Hall and was preparing to go to those relatively remote areas to see. Before she knew it, she came to a valley covered by mist. Why have you never heard of this place? Bibidong looked at the valley ahead in confusion. There is no such valley on the newly drawn map. While she was about to walk in and take a look, Yuchen suddenly appeared behind her. Donger, this place is a strange entrance to space. Bibidong turned around, but he didn't expect him to appear. Uncle Second, the entrance to the space? Very dangerous. Yes. Yuchen nodded and walked to her. The power of space is a very magical power. Same, it's very dangerous. He didn't want Bibidong to try the danger even if the Rakshasa god would help him. Besides, Rakshasa god is not a kind-hearted person. He had a conflict with the other party, so he might leave any backup plan on Bibidong. Let's go, I have a little understanding of the power of space, just follow me. After Yuchen finished speaking, he stepped into the fog. Bibidong immediately followed him, and the figures of the two gradually disappeared. As the picture turned, the two of them saw the foot of a beautiful mountain range. There is a small village in the distance, next to it is a peach forest, with peach blossoms in full bloom. Strange, there shouldn't be peach blossoms in this season. Bibidong said in confusion. Normal, there is no peach blossom in the current season, but the environment we are in is abnormal. Yuchen said that this place is indeed very magical. It tastes a bit like a paradise. Then, the two of them headed towards the village. At this time, in the ancestral hall in the village, a woman in plain clothes who was cleaning the dust stopped the movements in her hand and looked out the door. A customer is here. She put down the duster in her hand, bowed to the many tablets, and left. When Yuchen was about to approach the village, he found many butterflies on the trees. After a closer look, what a guy! All are the goddess of light butterflies. Is it too outrageous? It's all right. Bibidong looked at him and became shocked in an instant. Second uncle, is this goddess of light butterfly real? Her martial soul theory is also very strong, and she basically knows the illustrations of soul beasts of all sizes. She also knew about a rare soul beast like goddess butterfly. That's right, this is the goddess of light butterfly. Yuchen nodded, the scene was indeed quite shocking. Someone came, probably because he found out that we were here and came out to receive us. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman in plain clothes appeared in the sight of Yuchen and Bibidong. Bibidong thought this woman was quite amazing and had a mature intellectual beauty. Qian Yuchen saw the other party's true body, the goddess of light butterfly. The butterfly of the mature stage of light. Who are you, and why did you break into Butterfly Valley? The woman spoke, her voice soft and ethereal. I'm in Qian Yuchen, I have no intention of breaking in, please forgive me. Bibi Dong, you're courteous. The woman felt relieved without feeling the hostility of the two. She couldn't see through the strength of these two people, and she should be just as close as herself. 2 against 1, the disadvantage lies in her. Since you are entering by accident, that is fate. Please follow me. The woman smiled and signaled Qian Yuchen and Bibi Dong to follow her. Qian Yuchen and Bibi Dong looked at each other and followed the woman. Strangely, the butterflies on the trees were very quiet and did not scatter because of the arrival of strangers. These children are in dormant period now. If the movement is not too great, they will not wake up. The woman's voice came, answering the doubts in their hearts. Then, the three of them came to a simple thatched cottage. The humble house is simple, which makes the guests laugh. It's okay, it's not a pleasure to express your love between mountains and rivers. Qian Yuchen felt that it was nothing. After all, a mountain is not high, and an immortal is famous, a water is not deep, and a dragon is spiritual. This place is simple but not simple. The woman was a little surprised by Qian Yuchen. This person looked like a noble young man in the human world. Such a simple life is unacceptable by ordinary nobles. After walking into the yard, the woman asked the two to sit down and went into the house to make tea. Bibi Dong looked around and always felt as if he was being monitored by something. It seems that there are two eyes, observing them in secret. No need to see, I'm the guardian of this place. The opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. We have no hostility, and he will not take action. Qian Yuchen looked at her and shook his head. The source of this sense of peeping is at the highest point of this village. The ancestral hall. How to say it, the breath is very similar to the deep-sea demon whale king, but it has a sense of decline. The woman walked out with tea, our own rough tea. It may not be in line with the taste of two people. Smelling the fragrance of tea floating out, Qian Yuchen smiled and said, fresh and natural, good tea. After pouring tea for him and Bibi Dong, the woman sat on the other side. I'll ask you presumptuously, is the butterfly clan of Goddess of Light? Qian Yuchen did not hide his thoughts and asked directly. The woman paused for a moment, and then nodded. Well, our clan lives in seclusion here under the leadership of his ancestors. Qian Yuchen said again, is that true? But it seems that there is a child who has transformed for a short time and appears in the human world. If I guess correctly, she seems to be transformed into a 100,000-year-old goddess of light. The woman's face changed and she said in a deep voice, my clan's secret technique is here. Even the title Douluo will not see through her body. How did you know? Don't be so nervous. I have no malice towards you. Qian Yuchen smiled and said again, no matter what secret method, there are always flaws, and there is a titled Douluo who is secretly observing. What you said is true. The woman frowned, no longer as kind as before. That's natural. Although that person won't take action, it doesn't mean he won't plan anything for his son. Qian Yuchen's words are half true and half false, and there is nothing wrong with it. Tanghao secretly protected Tang San, so he would naturally pay more attention to the people around him. King Guo fought against Tang San and defeated the other party. If you want to say that Tanghao would not pay attention to her, Qian Yuchen would not believe it. As for the plans he mentioned, it is hard to say whether they are true or not. You should know that in the original drama, Tang San is the most successful winner in the entire series. I, my parents, and my children have irritated all the top resources. The soul beast Xiao Lord became his daughter-in-law, the auspicious beast was with his son-in-law, and his son also absorbed the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Tanghao also won the Lord of the Plain of Douluo Star. Once the Goddess of Light Butterfly tribe is locked in, the 100,000-year soul ring will be taken steadily. It is normal for Tanghao to have his father's selfishness for his own son. Humph, if someone dares to attack our clan, it will be too late to regret it. The woman's long hair rose with the wind, and powerful force emanated. She is not a soul beast transformed into 100,000 years ago, but a human form of a soul beast. Mrs. My cultivation has been around for 700,000 years, right? I'm very curious, how did you avoid the heavenly tribulation in the divine realm? After Qian Yuchen discovered the other party's true identity, he did not feel any sense of weakness in the other party at all. Even the Snow Emperor and the Deep Sea Demon Whale King are not at its peak. This is the power of our ancestors, and I'm not convenient to reveal it. The woman shook her head and refused to tell Qinyu City the mystery. We really have no objection to come here. You should pay attention to the tribe member outside and don't attract wolves into the house. I have always been very friendly to the soul beast. Qian Yuchen took out a blue leather thread package from his storage soul guide and handed it to the woman. The woman looked at it and found that it was a method of cultivation. The light butterfly god transformation. Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, I think this is your way to avoid the heavenly tribulation. You will form cocoons every 100,000 years, and of course, you will also choose to turn into human form. However, this is very difficult for those tribe members who have already turned into human form. This method of cultivation is to make friends. Qian Yuchen's words shocked the woman. She handed over the book and asked, "This young master, you will not receive any rewards. What do you want to do?" I was very satisfied to see the legendary butterfly clan of the goddess of light this time. Everyone said that this thing is to make friends. Qian Yuchen said again, his tone full of sincerity. My guess was correct, and I gave the other party a vaccination to achieve the goal. A method of cultivation is nothing. The purpose of this trip was so smooth. The woman looked at Qian Yuchen with a clear gaze, not as if she was fake, so she withdrew her hand. Okay, the young master is so generous, then I will recognize you as a friend. Chapter 131 Bibi Dong meets with the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. After leaving the tribe of Goddess of Light Butterfly, Bibi Dong was puzzled by the purpose of Qian Yuchen coming here. I came to this place just to have some tea and have a meal? He also gave the other party a precious method of cultivation, which is simply a super invincible good man. Uncle Second, you said that woman is a human form of a soul beast that is 700,000 years old, but why didn't I see it? Bibi Dong still didn't hold back and asked Qian Yuchen. That woman's physical indicators in all aspects are indeed almost the same as those in humans. But, her bones are 10 fewer than normal people. You have not reached that meticulous state, so you naturally cannot discover it. Qian Yuchen explained. The human body of the soul beast is still different from that of humans. Unless it is a million years old and turns into a human form, it is no different from a normal talent. In this regard he can only know the knowledge himself, but it cannot be spread out. If he really wrote a book and passed on this method, the human being transformed into a soul beast would be injured. There may be another fierce battle between soul beasts and humans. He dared not test the bad nature of human beings. No soul master can withstand the temptation of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. After hearing Qian Yuchen's answer, Bibi Dong didn't ask again. Uncle Second, my second martial soul's soul ring has not yet been settled, what should I do? The soul ring produced by the goddess of light butterfly is not suitable for me. She changed the topic and hoped that Qian Yuchen could give herself some advice. Why is it so difficult to meet a soul beast of 100,000 years here? Qian Yuchen thought for a while and said, if it is not easy to find on the mainland, just go to the ocean to find it. The evil soul demon whale king, or other matching sea soul beasts, are all in line with your choice. The sea? Bibi Dong thought about it and it seemed like a good way. But Uncle Second, I'm not familiar with the sea. The sea is full of crisis. What should I do if I lose my direction? She asked again. Qian Yuchen. You, a titled Douluo who has an external soul bone, can you lose your way in the sea? He couldn't help but complain, but he still showed Bibi Dong a way out. You go and find the Deep Sea Demon Whale King and let him help you get the soul ring. Remember, you'd better let those soul beasts sacrifice so that you can resurrect them again after you become a god at a level 100 years. The guy from the Deep Sea Demon Whale King must know the specific distribution of the soul beasts in the deep sea. Bibi Dong is undergoing a god test, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes a god. When she attacks the divine world in the future, she will resurrect the sacrificed soul beasts, and it will be a win-win situation between the two. That guy is the overlord of the sea soul beast for 990,000 years. Can I cooperate well with him? Don't worry about this, you can take a step forward. Qian Yuchen signaled her to get closer, and Bibi Dong came to 2 feet in front of him. Then, he gently tapped Bibi Dong's eyebrows. This mark can help you sense the position of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. After calling him out, he will help you. Bibi took 2 steps backwards and nodded, then, Uncle Second, I'll set off now. Her 8 wings spread out her back and flew quickly into the sky. What are you doing in such a hurry? Qian Yuchen shook his head and disappeared into the valley after watching her leave. Bibi Dong followed Qian Yuchen's instructions, and when he came to the sea, the mark between his eyebrows gave a sense. Southeast direction. She moved quickly in the direction she was guiding. After flying at full speed for 30 minutes, she saw an island where a family of 3 was preparing to have a meal. However, when looking at the little girl, the other party's body was a soul beast. That man should be the deep-sea demon whale king. Bibi Dong looked at the man full of oppression and said intimately. The deep-sea demon whale king's family also discovered Bibi Dong's existence. If the other party can find this place, it must be an acquaintance to guide him. He was very curious about who was guiding this little human girl. Dare you dare to ask if the deep-sea demon whale king is in front of you? Bibi Dong said voice. Yes, I am the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king nodded and revealed his identity. After he finished answering, Bibi Dong landed directly at 10 meters away from the deep-sea demon whale king's family. I am Bibi Dong, the saint of the spirit hall. I took the liberty to bother. The deep-sea demon whale king is puzzled, the agent of the strongest organization of the land soul master, what are you doing here? When he was puzzled, a light flew out from Bibi Dong's eyebrows. The phantom of Qinyu City appeared among them. Deep-sea demon whale king, this is the saint of my spirit hall. Now I need to attach a soul ring to the second martial soul. Just let the sea soul beasts that have been 100,000 years old sacrifice. In the future, after she becomes a god, she will resurrect them all. So, your subordinates are still there in the moment of our big counterattack. After saying that, the phantom of Qinyu City disappeared. Ha! The deep-sea demon whale king was unhappy, but what he said made sense. Well, after all, they are all ally, just treat it as a small favor. He looked at Bibi Dong and said, since you were guided by him, I should give you some face. This saint girl, let me see your second martial soul first. Compared to before, his tone became much more friendly. Bibi Dong stretched out his left hand and the soul-devouring spider emperor appeared. The dark aura made the deep-sea demon whale king frown slightly. How come this martial soul looks even more evil than him? However, there are still many sea soul beasts suitable for this attribute that are still 100,000 years old. Put it away, I already have 9 suitable choices. The deep-sea demon whale king asked her to put away her martial soul, and she was still a little surprised. According to human aesthetics, this person, girl is at the forefront. Why did he awaken such an evil spirit? Devouring talent, this is terrible. Once you can't control it, it will be a disaster for many soul beasts and even soul masters. Bibi Dong put away his martial soul and walked slowly over. Since we have made it clear, there is nothing to worry about. Little girl, sit down. The wife of the deep-sea demon whale king, said the demon emperor. The little girl beside her was looking at Bibi Dong curiously. The little girl is the daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king and the demon emperor, Lan Fuzi. She asked curiously, sister, are you from the mainland? After Bibi Dong sat down, he smiled and said, yes, I came from the mainland. After saying that, he took out a few milk candies from his storage soul guide and placed them in front of her. This is candy, try it. Sugar. Lan Fuzi was obviously very interested in this thing, after all, her food was all fish and shrimp. In human form, the most delicious fish made by my father is the grilled fish and cooking dishes. She peeled off the candy paper and put it in her mouth and was conquered by the sweet smell. Well, it feels so curious. This is sweet. Bibi Dong said with a smile. The deep-sea demon whale king was very satisfied when he saw that she got along well with his daughter. After all, most humans are resistant to soul beasts, or even afraid. Holy doll, after we finish our meal, we will find the sea soul beast you need. I have a way to make them sacrifice at the same time. But I hope you have to keep your promise. Hearing the deep-sea demon whale king's words, Bibi Dong said seriously. Since my second uncle asked me to come here, what he said will naturally count. I still know the basic credit between friends. The demon emperor agreed deeply, and Bibi Dong's words did not seem to be fake. The deep-sea demon whale king nodded, and the busy things in his hands were over. Come on, try this big squid in the deep sea. Chapter 132 Zhuheng, the transformation of the soul-devouring spider emperor. The deep-sea demon whale king was very efficient. In less than 2 hours, he found 9 sea soul beasts suitable for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stood tall and stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the 9 soul beasts below, and was surprised. What the second uncle said is indeed correct. The resources in the sea are rich. The deep-sea demon whale king found 9 soul beasts that suit me without any effort. Under the command of the deep-sea demon whale king, these 9 sea soul beasts had already set up their formation. He looked at Bibidong's position and shouted, "Holy doll, you come here and prepare for the sacrifice ceremony immediately." Hearing the other party's voice, Bibidong's soul-attached bone opened and flew towards their position. She came over the center and asked, "What do I need to do?" The deep-sea demon whale king said, "You fly to the center, and then you can just about 1 meter away from the sea." Bibidong immediately did as he did and flew to the center. "Okay." The deep-sea demon whale king immediately looked at the other soul beasts under the sea and said, "Everyone prepare, the ceremony begins." 9 sea soul beasts slowly floated out of the sea, with a strong visual impact. However, for Bibidong, it is nothing. After all, her soul-devouring Spider Emperor and Death Spider Emperor are both top martial souls, and these soul beasts have no sense of power at all. The formation starts. At the command of the deep-sea demon whale king, 9 sea soul beasts released their soul power one after another. Under his operation, these soul powers were connected into a special formation. In an instant, the 9 soul powers locked Bibidong and rushed towards her body. "Summon your second martial soul and absorb soul power," said the deep-sea demon whale king again. Bibidong also felt this huge power and needed to summon martial souls to share the pressure. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor appeared in her left hand and was very excited to feel this huge soul power. Bibidong's cultivation level is already at level 99 extreme Douluo, and no matter how much soul power you have, it will not work. Except for the soul ring, this extra soul power is devoured by the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. The sacrifice ceremony begins. As soon as the deep-sea demon whale king said this, even greater soul power emerged from the 9 sea soul beasts. At the same time, their bodies began to slowly become illusory. "My king, wait for me to come back again." The 9 sea soul beasts finished in unison and their bodies completely disappeared. At the same time, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor excitedly absorbed this huge soul power. Bibidong clearly felt that his martial soul was actually excited. Under the nourishment of this huge soul power, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor began to change. Its body is expanding rapidly, and cracks appear. Click! The sound of shattering came, and a stronger aura swept across the surroundings. It's incredible that the girl's martial soul has actually undergone transformation. The deep-sea demon whale king didn't expect that he could still see this strange scene. Uncle Tu has never said that my soul-devouring Spider Emperor can also undergo transformation. Bibidong was also puzzled why his second martial soul had also changed. Like the Death Spider Emperor, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor also turned into the shape of armor and actively fitted on her body. The difference is that there is a pair of gloves on both hands, with the pattern of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor engraved on it. Information is transmitted to Bibidong's mind. This is a swallowing glove that can activate the power of swallowing. Okay. The green armor put on the body, which made Bibidong feel more evil. Buzz. After the soul power of the 9 sea soul beasts was transmitted, 9 red soul rings flew up one by one and came towards Bibi East. Immediately afterwards, these soul rings fell on Bibidong like nesting dolls. This also makes Bibidong's own momentum become stronger and stronger. The calm sea surface began to surge. On the sea god island, Posei also felt this powerful momentum. She walked out of the temple of the sea and looked at the location where Bibidong was. What happened to the territory of the deep-sea demon whale king? This powerful force is no less than me. Her impression of the deep-sea demon whale king is very bad. After fighting with the other party, her strength is even weaker than the other party. However, he has not had any conflicts with the sea god island over the years, and the entire sea area has become much calmer. Blessed by Lord Sea God. Posei prayed devoutly. She couldn't leave casually, otherwise she would definitely want to see what was going on. Back to Bibidong, her momentum reached a peak state at this moment. The soul ring on the body is shocking. Jahung. In addition, 9 soul bones appeared in front of her. Arms, legs, torso, skulls, external soul bones, pals. Not only that, her own soul bones also changed under the baptism of the remaining soul power. Years have improved to varying degrees. This feeling is so wonderful. Bibidong felt very comfortable. How wonderful the feeling of improving strength is. At this moment, the voice of Rakshasa god sounded in her mind. After 900,000 year soul rings, the Rakshasa god passed the first, second, and third level. Reward: the 3 levels of power of the magical artifact Rakshasa Demon Scythe, the age of the Death Spider Emperor 1, 2, and 3 soul rings has been increased by 10,000 years. Bibi Dong's martial soul instantly switched to the Death Spider Emperor, and at the same time he had an extra weapon in his hand. The first 3 soul rings of the Death Spider Emperor are purple purple and black, and now they have become black black. The colors of the 9 soul rings are 8 black and 1 red. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King looked at the weapon in her hand and a hint of surprise flashed through her. It's really a girl doll that is ready to become a god, and all the magical artifacts have appeared. Now, the little worry in his heart disappeared. All the other parties' magical artifacts have appeared, and it is only a matter of time before they become gods. After she becomes a god, she can awaken the souls sleeping in the soul ring and then resurrect them. Young Master Qian, I'm very curious, where did you meet these evil talents? As he finished speaking, Qunyu City, far away in the Wuhan Hall, sneezed. Ah, cut! Who is talking about me? After muttering, he continued to handle the affairs at his hands. After Bibi Dong adapted to the upgrade of the soul ring, he removed the fusion state of the martial soul. The Rakshasa demon sickle disappeared, and there was a sickle mark on the palm of her right hand. Flying to the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, she gave a thank you gift. Thank you for your help. Holy doll, you're just a secret now. You are the one he recommended, so I will do my best. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King smiled rarely, signaling Bibi Dong not to be so polite. My purpose of coming here has been achieved and I am going to return to the mainland. You can hand this thing over to Sister Lan Fuzi for me. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, he took out a necklace from his storage soul guide and handed it to the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. There are various candies containing 50 cubic meters, but she has to remind her not to eat too much, otherwise she will have tooth pain. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King was not polite and took it. If his daughter is happy, then his mood will naturally be very beautiful. See you next time. If you have time, you can come here to visit. Then let's say goodbye. Bibi Dong smiled and flew away. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King watched her disappear from the horizon and turned around and left. Bibi Dong flew quickly towards the land, with an excited look on his face. Second uncle, I succeeded. Chapter 133 Bibi Dong reports the reap. After Bibi Dong returned to the Spirit Hall, he immediately went to the Pope Hall to meet Qunyu City. Second uncle, it's done, I'm done. Qian Yuchen heard her happy voice, shook his head and said with a smile. You're anxious again. He knew that Bibi Dong's trip should have a great harvest. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King is a smart person and must have provided her with high-quality soul rings. The strength of that Deep Sea Demon Whale King is really terrifying. The aura he emits is too oppressive. Bibi Dong expressed his most intuitive feeling about the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, which was indeed so terrifying. Of course, he has a cultivation level of 990,000 years, and he is one step away from becoming a god. You have just taken the divine exam now, so naturally you can't withstand the pressure of divine power. Qunyu Chen is quite familiar with the strength of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. It would be great if Bibi Dong's current cultivation level can successfully escape under the opponent's hands. Not only him, but his wife, a woman named Demon King, is also very strong. It's even greater than the pressure Elder Ling Yuan puts me. Bibi Dong said again. Although the Demon Emperor seemed to feel kind to her, the bloody aura on her body could not be faked. He is a cruel woman. For more novels, 132,426, join, https://discord.gg/xxtastch. Well, the wife of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King must not be a simple character. Qian Yuchen nodded and said, the Demon Emperor has been practicing for 1,000,000 years in the original work and has become the god of godless. It is the first person among the soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King. And he also became the leader of the Holy Spirit Church, which caused great losses to Shrek Academy. He added, her cultivation has reached at least 600,000 years. If she adds the adventure, it will probably only be a matter of time before she breaks through 1,000,000 years. Bibi Dong was shocked. He didn't expect that the Demon Emperor's strength was so powerful. 600,000 years old, he deserves to be the wife of the Overlord of the Deep Sea. Their daughter is very cute, and I also gave her a lot of candy. By the way, her name is Lan Fuzi. Sorry, I typed a typo in the previous text. Bibi Dong mentioned Lan Buddha Zi and thought that little girl was very cute. Hearing this name, Qian Yuchen couldn't help but nod. Lan Buddha is indeed a very cute little girl. She is also a very bumpy character in the original work. As the child of the Demon Emperor, she has never done anything bad. In the end, it became the last remaining deep-sea demon whale on Douluo continent. Because of her identity, she embarked on the road of loneliness alone. Now, this result may change. The cultivation level of the deep-sea demon whale king, who practices the martial arts he taught, will probably reach the level of millions of years in a few years. As for the demon emperor, it should be able to reach 1 million years before the Battle of Jialing Pass. Qianyuchen naturally would not let this cute little girl go on the old path of the original work. You can't eat too much candy, you should tell the other party. That's natural. Before I left, I gave the deep-sea demon whale king a special advice. Bibi Dong finished speaking, then looked at Qianyuchen with a smile. Uncle Tu, what do you think of my gain this time? Looking at her expression, Qianyuchen felt that everything went very smoothly, even exceeding his expectations. It seems that the deep-sea demon whale king is even more grand than he imagined. Qianyuchen thought about it and expressed his guess. 100,000 years of soul ring, you will get the soul ring of your second martial soul, and the deep-sea demon whale king should have done it for you. And you came back so quickly, and your breath was not at all exaggerated. The other party must have used some special means to let these soul beasts sacrifice together. I'm right. Bibidong's expression of control of the situation instantly turned into a shock. She even doubted whether Qianyuchen was following her, and she was so accurate. I can only say that I am my second uncle, and I can see it very accurately. Uncle second, you are right. My 9 soul rings are all obtained at one time. The deep-sea demon whale king adopted a special method, allowing me to absorb 9 soul rings stably. Hearing Bibidong's words, Qianyuchen's brows frowned slightly. Such huge soul power would definitely be difficult to absorb with Bibidong's physical strength. Soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Yes, it was Wuhun who helped her share this power. Donger, your second martial soul will not change like the Death Spider Emperor, right? Second uncle, you are such a pervert. Bibi Dong was completely convinced. He can guess such a thing. Even a master of theory can't even guess such mutation events. Bibi Dong summoned the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, and his state was similar to the transformation of the Death Spider Emperor. Qianyuchen was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this power transformed her martial soul. Okay, Donger, then can your martial soul be easily converted? Yet. After Bibi Dong responded, the Wuhun combined with dark green armor, and then it quickly transformed into dark black armor. Seamless switching, smooth and smooth. Did you keep the soul bones produced by those 9 soul beasts there or bring them back? Qianyuchen almost forgot about the soul bones and asked. Bibi Dong put away his martial soul, walked to the empty table beside him, and took out 9 soul bones from his storage soul guide. The deep-sea demon whale king asked me to bring it back, but unfortunately I have already collected all the soul bone suits, otherwise I would have to absorb 1 or 2 pieces. Hearing Bibidong's slightly regretful voice, Qianyuchen smiled and said. After you accept the god-level soul bone suit. There are also soul rings. The mass of your Death Spider Emperor's soul ring will be 9 red sooner or later. After saying that, he looked carefully and found that Bibi Dong was really lucky, a soul bone suit. It's useless for me to keep this soul bone. Second uncle will plan it yourself. Although the soul bones that were 100,000 years old were cherished, Bibi Dong still handed them over to Qianyuchen for treatment. Only under the arrangement of his theoretical master, these soul bones will play their greatest value. This time she was able to complete the absorption of the soul ring so smoothly, thanks to his guidance. Okay, I already have a general plan in my mind. My sister-in-law has a spiritual skull, and her martial soul needs spiritual support. For other distributions, let me keep them confidential for the time being. Qianyuchen spoke, then got up and came to Bibi Dong and put away his soul bones. Bibi Dong feels no problem, the martial soul of my master's wife involves music and has high requirements for mental power. Uncle second, look at what this is. Bibi Dong smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and a weapon similar to the Grim Reaper's sickle appeared in his hand. A magical artifact. What's your progress in the exam? Have you rewarded all the artifacts? Qianyuchen was very surprised now, and she didn't expect that she would still have such unexpected joy. It's 30% rating, and then I'll reward this weapon. Bibi Dong smiled and said, finally something was beyond his expectations. Your current strength is still difficult to use magical tools, and you should have obtained some permissions. Qian Yuchen felt that the Rakshasa god was not so grand, and this artifact was now a mascot. Bibi Dong nodded, well, you can just play without moves. Then, I put it away. You have spent a lot of time on your way. Let's go down and have a good rest first. Wait for the evening and have a big meal. Qian Yuchen noticed her slight fatigue and asked her to go and rest quickly. Well, Uncle Second, I saw you that night. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, he left immediately. In the Pope's house, quietness was restored again. Qian Yuchen returned to his position and continued to process the documents. A secret letter that has not been processed has the latest news. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang entered the soul hunting forest and obtained the first soul ring. Chapter 134 Tang Yuehua comes to the martial spirit hall. Qian Yuchen didn't expect that Tang Yuehua would come to the Wuhan Hall in person, and she didn't come alone. She, with a child, a boy. At the age of 3 or 4, his white and tenderness, his golden eyes and hair color gave him a sense of nobility at a young age. This child is Qian Yuchen looked at the child and felt very friendly. The little boy hid behind Tang Yuehua's legs and looked at Qian Yuchen curiously. He was not afraid of being angry, but felt very curious about the surroundings. Humph, you are such a ruthless man. That night you said you were tired and wanted me to give you a massage, but what happened? Tang Yuehua looked at Qian Yuchen resentfully, who would have thought that he would be defeated in one go. She also knew that the other party was the Pope and was very busy every day, so she temporarily concealed the matters about her children. However, when I came to the Wuhan Hall this time, I still asked the child to see his father. There was no way, the child was making noise and asked for his father, so she had to bring the child with her. Yuehua, thank you for your hard work. A hint of apologies flashed in Qian Yuchen's eyes. Then he looked at the child, leaned down, opened his arms, and said kindly, come on, come to dad. The little boy glanced at Tang Yuehua and was seeking confirmation. You're clamoring for dad, why are you afraid when you see someone? Tang Yuehua gently patted his little head. The little boy immediately ran into Qian Yuchen's arms and shouted, Dad! Oh! Qian Yuchen picked him up and put it on the child's face. Qian Yuchen asked, Yuehua, have the child named him? Tang Yuehua shook his head, not yet, I've always called him a nickname. Please give him a name. Qian Yuchen thought for a while and said, boy, just call him Qian Pengchu. This name shows that he attaches great importance to his children. Tang Yuehua looked at her son and smiled and said, little pig, you have a name now. The little boy nodded seriously, well, Mom, my name is Qian Pengchu. Since you are here, go and meet the old man. He misses his grandson very much. You and your son are here at the right time. After saying that, a hint of helplessness flashed in Qian Yuchen's eyes. Lao Deng also began to give birth. Why is this process common to parents in the heavens and all worlds? Qian Yuchen's expression is very rare. Tang Yuehua pursed her lips and smiled, this is how you are when you are old, and my grandfather was like this at the beginning. Qian Pengju said, Dad, see Grandpa. Okay, go see Grandpa. Qian Yuchen kissed his son on the cheek and walked out of the Pope's hall. At the same time, Qian Douluo, who was accompanying 2 granddaughters, suddenly felt his heart beating faster. This is the connection between bloodlines. Strange, why did you suddenly have blood-induced? The 6-winged angel clan still has bloodlines outside. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and the 2 granddaughters were right in front of him, and there was no one else. Grandpa, what's wrong? Qian Rongxiu asked curiously. Qian Douluo smiled kindly and said, it's nothing, I suddenly thought of something. Qian Linger's eyes rolled and asked coquettishly, Grandpa, what did my father look like when he was a child? Hearing this, Qian Douluo remembered the past time. My 2 sons have a very good relationship, but unfortunately God is willing to mess with others. Your father, you have been very smart since childhood. No matter what you do or learn, you are very. Qian Douluo began to tell the story of Qian Yuchen when he was a child, and Qian Linger and Qian Rongxiu listened with relish. It turns out that my father, uncle, was like this when he was a child. 5 minutes later, Qian Linger seemed to feel something and stood up and looked outside the worship hall. She murmured softly, Dad is here. After the words came, Qian Yuchen walked in with the child in his arms and followed Tang Yuehua. Qian Daoliu's eyes fell on the child in his arms, and he was stunned for a moment. Qian Yuchen said, "Father, I'm here." Qian Pengju also shouted, "Grandpa." Qian Linger immediately came to Qian Yuchen, looked at the stupid little boy in her arms and asked, "Dad, who is he?" Qian Yuchen smiled and said, "This is my younger brother, Linger, you are my sister now." Qian Daoliu then came back to his senses, held Qian Rongxiu's little hand and walked over. "How old is this kid?" "Brother-in-law, he is 3 years old." Tang Yuehua answered Qian Daoliu's words. Qian Daoliu looked at Tang Yuehua and still had some impression of her. "Are you Tang Chen's granddaughter?" "Well, my grandfather has left Haoshan sect for a long time, and I don't know where he has gone." Qian Daoliu's mind was a little confused, and this relationship made him a little numb. Qian Yuchen looked at him and smiled and said, "Father, don't you look at your grandson." Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Pengju again and smiled. "Good grandpa, please hug me." He let go of Qian Rongxiu's hand and stretched his arms in front of Qian Yuchen. Qian Pengju also felt that he was very kind, so he did not refuse. Qian Rongxiu also looked at the new brother curiously and thought he was very cute. Qian Linger looked at Qian Daoliu's appearance and curled her lips. "What's the point of this stupid brother?" "Grandpa." Qian Pengju smiled. "Oh. My good grandson." This sentence reached Qian Daoliu's heart. Qian Linger looked at Tang Yuehua and asked, "Dad, who is this aunt?" Qian Yuchen and Tang Yuehua's eyes fell on her, and a smile appeared on her face. "This is Aunt Yuehua." "Hello, Aunt." There is no problem with Qian Linger's etiquette, after all, there are already several aunts. "I just don't know if my mother would be unhappy, and then I twisted my father's soft flesh on my waist hard." Qian Yuchen City then looked at Qian Rongxiu and said, "Xiaoxiu, how are you doing recently? Is your mother okay with practicing?" Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, "Uncle, they are all very good, and Mom is working hard to practice." Qian Yuchen nodded and said again, "Yuehua comes from afar, Father, our family hasn't been together for a long time." Qian Daoliu smiled and said, "You go and arrange it, I'll take you with you kids." "Well, then I'll take Yuehua down first." Qian Yuchen pulled Tang Yuehua away from the worship hall. Now, Qian Daoliu and 3 children were left in the worship hall. Qian Pengju looked at Qian Rongxiu and Qian Linger and shouted happily, "Sister!" Qian Linger felt pretty good in her heart. She had a stern face and muttered, "Silly brother." Qian Rongxiu responded with a smile, "Brother." Qian Daoliu looked at their cordial communication and breathed a sigh of relief. After Tang Yuehua was taken out of the worship hall by Qian Yuchen, she was still a little nervous. "After all, I'm going to see the main room soon. What's wrong with you? Don't be so restrained. There is no distinction between wives and concubines here." Qian Yuchen looked at her and said. "Humph, you are so gentle." Tang Yuehua said resentfully. "Her cultivation is only at level 88, and it is probably the lowest among those women." Qian Yuchen took her hand, "Yuehua, you have seen it too, Ling Yuan will understand." Tang Yuehua didn't expect that the eldest room was Ling Yuan, the woman with a somewhat hot personality. "Let's go, you'll know when you go." Qian Yuchen took her and walked towards his residence. Chapter 135 Goodbye Zhu Ling Yuan. The time for reunion is always short. Tang Yuehua stayed in the Wuhan Hall for a day before leaving. Ling Yuan was a little surprised by her arrival, but she still secretly glanced at Qian Yuchen. She also understood that on the night in Tiandu City, Qinyu City and Tang Yuehua became close. To some extent, he can be regarded as the third sister. Ling Yuan was curious about what method Qian Yuchen used to convince the heart of the Lord Yuexuan Pavilion. Tang Yuehua was very arrogant in her heart, and the conventional methods could not impress her. The moment Ling Yuan saw Qian Pengju, she knew that the status of the Yuexuan Pavilion master would not be low this time. Boy! And Qian Daoliu also likes it tightly. The future path of the Wuhun Palace will definitely be more stable. Although Qian Rongxiu is already the next pope who is determined to be a destined person, the other party ascended to become a god, and the successor of the Wuhun Palace is Qian Pengju. It will be passed down from generation to generation. The other children in Qinyu City will no longer take over the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Ling Yuan knew Qinyu City, and he would not let all his children stay in the Wuhan Hall. He planned a lot of things and needed these children to help him complete these things. Her personality is a bit hot, but that is only to outsiders' eyes. In the past few years of practicing the Juxiao True Sutra, the mind and nature have changed greatly. Just be sure, support Kunyuchen in anything. What she must achieve now is to break through to level 100 and add a help to Kunyuchen. On the Kunyu city, I felt very relieved when I saw Ling Yuan already had a big house. He also understood that the other party was watching. It's great to have someone who understands you. His son did not let him stay in the Wuhan Hall, and he asked Tang Yuehua to continue to take him. If I am not by my side, my son is her sustenance. Take some time to accompany the mother and son, that's it. When his work is completed, everyone can be reunited. Kunyuchen received a message from the Xingluo Empire, about Daimyo Bai. After learning about the royal grazing plan, the other party felt scared and fled from the Xingluo Empire. Looking at the handwriting on the envelope, Jian Yuchen could tell at a glance that it was written by Zhu Lingyun himself. Her current status in the Zhu family should be very stable. After all, her sister has become the imperial concubine now, and she has a strong say in the Zhu family's affairs now. Three titled Douluo can all be contrary to Tian Gang. After the completion of the 9 yin scriptures, their master and servant practiced at an extremely rapid pace. Kunyuchen has arranged the 9 yin scriptures of the Dragon and Tiger sect series, which is even more amazing. Zhu Lingyun, Ziai Ling and Yu Ling reached the title Douluo realm in a very short time. Returning to the Xingluo Empire was also to support Kunyu City's subsequent plans. Daimyo Bai escaped from the Xingluo Empire. It seems that Davis is still under a lot of pressure. Jian Yuchen said, burning the envelope. If the plot line has not changed, he must have gone to Shrek Academy in the Baroque Kingdom. Fred opened a Shrek Academy there, and usually made money by opening a small shop in the city as a profiteer. 3 years ago, Jian Yuchen performed a play and drove Xiao Wu over. Xiao Wu now should be the vice president. Like in the original work, Xiao Wu's current realm is the Soul Saint. I just don't know how Ling Yun will arrange it on Zhu Zuking's side. Kunyuchen thought about it and decided to go to the Xingluo Empire to take a look. He said to the outside of the hall, let the saint come to the Pope's palace. Yes. Responded outside the hall. 10 minutes later, Bibi Dong arrived at the Pope's hall. Second uncle, what's the matter if you call me? You have to take care of the Pope's affairs for 3 days, and I have to go to the Xingluo Empire. Jian Yuchen immediately explained the reason for calling her here. Star Luo Empire. Although Bibi Dong was confused, he still didn't ask much and nodded, well, just leave the matters of the Pope Palace to me, just do your business. Then, Kunyuchen left the Pope's hall. He didn't bring anyone with him for this trip. In the Xingluo Empire, Zhu Lingyun sat in her room, looking out the window with longing expression. Suddenly, a magpie flew to the eaves of her window, and then flew away after screaming 3 times. The magpie suddenly arrived. It seems that there is a happy event. But, it's impossible that the master can come to the Xingluo Empire in person, right? Zhu Lingyun smiled, feeling it was quite unreal. Daimyo Bai left the Xingluo Empire, which was something that all the princes and nobles did not expect. They accused him of being ungrateful, fearing death, and not having the courage of the contemporary Xingluo emperor. She naturally passed this news to Jian Yuchen in time. After all, he focused on this matter when he parted. Daimyo Bai, how could there be cowardice in the Xingluo Dai family? You are very smart and have escaped from this big vortex, but the opportunity outside depends on your luck. Zhu Lingyun sighed. She had left the Zhu family's whirlpool to achieve what she has today. She didn't regret it either. After all, it would have to pay some price to achieve anything in the world. Zhu Lingyun felt that her price was worth it. What are you thinking? Are you feeling depressed? A familiar voice came from behind her, and Zhu Lingyun turned around and saw that it was the person she had never missed. Master! She rushed into the other party's arms. She rubbed against Kunyuchen's chest. Master, I miss you so much. It's like a kitten acting cute. You. Jian Yuchen smiled and stroked her hair. I came to you this time to get a general idea of the current situation of the Xingluo Empire. The third prince Daimyo Bai must have a very fierce response when he left the capital, right? Hearing Jian Yuchen's words, Zhu Lingyun came out of the other party's arms and nodded. Yes, many supporters have turned to the eldest Prince Davis. Many princes and nobles think that Daimyo Bai can't stand the wall in a mess, and there is no appearance of an emperor at all. Qian Yuchen shook his head, and the emperor's appearance could be seen. Lao Zhu in the history of his previous life started with a bull. Who could tell when he was a child that he had the appearance of an emperor? The world is not yet determined, you and I are all dark horses. Dai Mubai knew that he couldn't fight with Davis in the Xingluo Empire, so he ran out on the excuse. Emperor Xingluo may have guessed it, but his expectations for him may not be great. Qian Yuchen expressed his guess. Not everyone can succeed in Feng Tianjing like Judy. Unless Dai Mubai returns in an extremely strong posture, he can only be free. Zhu Lingyun is very similar to his experience, and her chance is Qian Yuchen. As for Dai Mubai, his chance lies with Tang San. I guess no one expected that in the original work, the down and out prince who started with twins was finally able to become the god of war. Master, I think this is the same as you think. The child's choice is very right, it depends on how he avoids Davis' pursuit. Zhu Lingyun agrees with Qian Yuchen's words very much, no one in the royal family is good at it. Qian Yuchen naturally understands how the other party avoids it. Disheartened, lack of fighting spirit, nostalgia for flowers. How could a prince like this defeat the energetic Davis? Qian Yuchen looked at the haggardness on Zhu Lingyun's face and said with a smile. Tell me what happened to you when you returned to the Zhu family. Chapter 136 Martial Soul Fusion Skill Dark Moon Ghost. After returning to the family, I showed my tough attitude. And my cultivation of titled Douluo shocked my father and the elders. They are indeed a group of hypocritical people, and they said something that I felt disgusting. Of course, it's from the same family after all, and I'll make 3 rules with them. Zhu Lingyun briefly talked to Qian Yuchen about her experience after she came back. She made 3 rules with the Zhu family as the last barrier to protect the family. There is nothing particularly important, don't let people come to your residence to disturb you. After staying in the Zhu family for only 3 days, Zhu Lingyun and his 3 masters and servants left and came to this quieter courtyard. With her own strength, the Zhu family also understood that she was not joking. Being able to make such a decision can be regarded as a reward for the family's cultivation. Well, you're not wrong with your approach, nor are those people. We are just standing on our own standpoints, it's just a word of profit. Qian Yuchen knows these big families relatively well, after all, inheritance is the most important thing for them. This is the idea whether it is the Dai family or the Zhu family, or even those small families. Zhu Lingyun's titled Douluo cultivation is the last insurance to protect the family, so those people are naturally very happy. The cultivation of Ziling and Yuling was not exposed, which left a small pit for the Zhu family. Master, I have made the biggest concession anyway. If they think I am a sign of retreat, then I can't blame me for not being resigned. Zhu Lingyun naturally knew that the family puts interests first, but she was not the weak woman who could be controlled by others. Qian Yuchen nodded with satisfaction. This is the posture that a titled Douluo should have. Master, how long are you planning to stay in Xingluo Empire this time? Zhu Lingyun knew that Qian Yuchen was the Pope of the Wuhun Palace, so there must be a lot of things. For 3 days, I'll leave the matter to the saint. It is my greatest free time to do my job in his position. Qian Yuchen said. When he came to Xingluo Empire, he was still planning to accompany his 3 daughters. After all, they are all people who have intimate relationships, so they have to enjoy the same amount of rain and dew. Things are relatively stable now, and he can take time to accompany them. Where are Ziling and Yuling? He did not feel their aura. They went out to purchase and used up the ingredients at home. After Zhu Lingyun finished speaking, she took Qian Yuchen's hand and left her room. After going downstairs, Qian Yuchen discovered that the layout of the hall was similar to that in his own Kanshui city. It seems that her longing is very deep. Although Zhu Lingyun looks cold to the outside world, she is very gentle and sensible in front of her. When you have time, it's good to go to Kanshui city to have a look. Ayan and Union are all there. You can stand alone now, but you must also relax yourself appropriately. Qian Yuchen stroked her hair and said softly. Zhu Lingyun shook her head, Master, my mission has not been completed yet, and I will not leave here. She knew very well what she wanted to do. Qian Yuchen's plan was huge and needed her strength. Before the matter is over, she must hold back her suppressed mood. Okay, when Ziling and the others come back, I'll cook lunch for lunch. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took Zhu Lingyun and sat on the sofa in the hall. After he sat down, Zhu Lingyun lay in his arms like a kitten. The 2 of them didn't speak in a tacit understanding and enjoyed a short and warm time. 30 minutes later, the laughter of Ziling and Yuling came from outside the hall. Today's things are so fresh, and there are a wide variety of fish. The young lady will definitely be very satisfied. That's right, it is said that these fresh sea fish were transported from Kanshui City. Oh, when the young lady tastes this, she will definitely miss the master even more. After Ziling finished speaking, she walked into the hall and stayed there. What happened? Yuling wanted to ask, but was stunned. Master. The two women then showed excitement and joy, and quickly came to Kunya City. For a moment, Kunyuchen felt the suffocation of happiness. It was a violation of the rules when dribbling the ball. Then they let go of Kunya City, and their expressions were still very excited. Ziling asked, Master, when did you come? We also saw unfamiliar footprints along the way. You forgot, I can teleport at a very long distance. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, You forgot, how did we return to the hotel from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect before? Ziling then remembered that he still had this ability. Yuling he hurriedly asked, Master, how many days are you going to stay in Xingluo this time? They were so happy that Qian Yuchen came here. 3 days. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Okay. Ziling and Yuling were both very happy. Zhu Lingyun watched them gradually calm down, and then said, Hurry up and put the things you purchased, and the host will cook in person at noon. Yes, miss, let's go now. Ziling and Yuling said in unison, and then quickly went to the back kitchen. It's really Zhu Lingyun shook her head with a smile. Qian Yuchen glanced at the direction where the two women left and smiled, they are so excited. It's natural for human nature to be separated for so long. In Ziling and Yuling's hearts, Qian Yuchen actually had a weight of 10% more than that of the eldest lady Zhu Lingyun. He is 6, she is 4. The estrangement was broken between them, and they were like Zhu Lingyun's maids. Of course, they think so. This concept may not be obvious on the surface. When facing Zhu Lingyun and Qian Yuchen, she subconsciously placed her position very low. But Qian Yuchen treats them the same as others, no different. This made them very grateful to Qian Yuchen. The kindness was endless, and they couldn't be finished. 5 minutes later, Ziling and Yuling sent you back to the hall, serving fruit plates and tea. Master, try the famous ruby pomegranate and flame fruit in the Xingluo Empire. Ziling put down the fruit plate and signaled Qian Yuchen to try it. Yuling poured him and Zhu Lingyun a cup of tea, and then sat down. After looking at the three girls, Qian Yuchen said, I have been separated for so long. What is your cultivation level now? Zhu Lingyun, I am at level 95 now, so I should be the strongest in Xingluo. Ziling, Master, I am now at level 92. Yuling, Master, I am also level 92. The title Douluo is currently rare among the two empires. Among the forces on Qian Yuchen's own side, there are many existences of titled Douluo hidden. Therefore, the number of Douluo titled Douluo on Douluo continent is not very large. By the way, I almost forgot that the three of us can use the martial soul fusion technique. Zhu Lingyun stood up from the sofa and said. Martial soul fusion technique. Qian Yuchen was a little surprised and said curiously, how powerful can it burst out? I named it the Ghost of the Night. The triangular formation, summoning martial souls at the same time, will merge into a black cat with crescent moon. Combining the strength of the three of us, we can at least fight against the 98th level titled Douluo. Zhu Lingyun said slowly. Ziling and Yuling said in unison, Yes, Master, it's very powerful. After hearing their words, Qian Yuchen sighed. Level 98. If you three reach level 99, there will probably be few opponents in the power of this martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 137 Zhu Lingying, the second lady of the Zhu family. During lunch, Qian Yuchen made a large table of dishes. The rich fish made him the largest fish feast so far. Qian Yuchen really didn't expect that the three of them had such a special liking for fish. Fortunately, they are all high-end ingredients, which also made him show what Douluo on the tip of his tongue. When the 16 delicacies made of fish were served on the table, Zhu Lingyun and the others almost couldn't help but feel it. Slow thing flows. It turns out that there are so many ways to cook fish. The three of them are really eye-opening. Let's go. Qian Yuchen said with a smile as he looked at their jealous appearance. Master, sit down and eat too. After saying that, Zhu Lingyun picked up the chopsticks and started to move quickly. Ziling and Yuling were not willing to be outdone and picked up their chopsticks and joined the battlefield. Seeing them eating so much, Qian Yuchen smiled and sat down slowly and started eating. Soon, most of the 16 dishes entered the mouths of the 3 girls. Qian Yuchen ate 2 pieces of fish and drank 2 bowls of soup. Zhu Lingyun looked at the tableware that was swept away and couldn't help but look embarrassed. Master, I usually eat very little, and you cook so delicious. Thinking of her rude look just now, her ears were a little red. Ziling and Yuling looked at their masterpiece and also smiled silly. Ziling smiled and said, Master, we can't blame us. I haven't eaten the food you cooked for so long. I missed it very much, so I ate 2 more bites. Himmer. Yuling couldn't help but burp, Master, you cook so delicious, it's still this familiar taste. Just eat, I don't have so many rules here. And these are originally prepared for you, just eat them openly. Qian Yuchen waved his hand as they looked embarrassed. If it's not enough, I'll continue to cook it tonight, but this dish has to be added a few more, all of which are fish, which makes me smell like fish. Zhu Lingyun and the others looked at each other, and their eyes showed a happy look. I'll trouble the host for dinner that night. Yeah, long live the great master. Sigh, there is something delicious tonight. You guys, why have you become 3 foodies? Qian Yuchen said helplessly. However, this kind of atmosphere is what he likes the most. Sincerity, natural, simple and happy. Zhu Lingyun's 3 girls can't get up now. They are eating too much and just want to sit down and digest food for the time being. They don't want to use the soul power, and they haven't experienced this feeling for too long. Qian Yuchen naturally understood their thoughts, so he got up and quickly cleaned the plate. After he walked into the kitchen, an uninvited guest came to the gate of Zhu Lingyun's residence. Sister is here to visit you. The sound came into the hall, and Zhu Lingyun's eyes were slowly digesting her food, and her full abdomen quickly returned to normal. Ziling and Yuling are the same, and they feel very unhappy to be disturbed. Why is this annoying woman here again? It was such a coincidence that I came here. Zhu Lingyun frowned slightly and said, Ziling, go and bring people in and see what she wants to do. I understand. Ziling stood up and walked out of the hall. On the side of Qunyu City, I also felt a few strange auras coming. Is it her sister that is very similar to Lingyun? She is not staying in the palace and being her concubine, what are she doing here? He muttered for a few words and continued to wash the dishes, and went out to see what the other party wanted to do later. With Zhu Lingyun's strength, the other party would definitely not dare to do anything randomly. It's interesting to climb to the 3 treasures hall without any trouble. Ziling had a cold face and brought the visitor in. Empress Xingluo and the second lady of the Zhu family, Zhu Lingying. Her figure is almost the same as Zhu Lingyun, and her appearance is 90% similar. The only difference is that there is a faint mole in her left eyebrow, which I can't find if I don't look carefully. Zhu Lingying walked into the hall. Before the aroma of food had dissipated, her nose moved. Sister, I seem to have missed a big meal. Her martial soul is a netherworld spirit cat, so she is naturally very familiar with the taste of fish. These flavors are not made by the cooking skills of the Xingluo Empire. Sister has a stranger here, I want to see who is sacred. Zhu Lingying's thoughts flashed, and then she looked at Zhu Lingyun with a smile. Sister, I'm here to come this time to discuss something with you. Zhu Lingyun knew that it would be fine for her to come here. He said with a cold face, if you have any, let's talk about it first. Don't come to me for miscellaneous things, and I don't want to interfere in your affairs. She didn't want to interfere in the battle for the throne of the Xingluo royal family. Being able to protect the Zhu family was her biggest bottom line. The Zuyun and Zuking sisters are already candidates for the imperial concubine. Of course, there are family professors in the field of etiquette. You may need to trouble my sister in practice. Zhu Lingying was reluctant to come this time. After all, I have a bad relationship with my sister, and the other party is very strong. But in order to gain a foothold in the palace in the future and the inheritance of the Zhu family, she had to do so. No, can you come to me for such a small thing? When Zhu Lingyun heard the other party's words, she refused without thinking. The Zhu family's research on the netherworld spirit cat has reached its peak. Now I still want to come to find myself, so I must have used the name of teaching my 2 children to develop the soul skills I have practiced. She admitted that she had big breasts and no brains before. Now that she has practiced the 9 Heavens Sutra and opened up the Tianxia trick, thinking about things will naturally not be simple. Don't think, I don't know what those old guys are thinking. That's my own thing, not the Zhu family's thing. The consequences of greed are very serious. Zhu Lingyun snorted again, this matter was unconventional. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Lingying's heart. Unexpectedly, the clan elder's plan was seen through so quickly. Sister, you know my situation too. Many things are involuntary, and I don't have the courage you have. Well. Zhu Lingying sighed lightly, revealing a rare trace of sorrow. You're right. Zhu Lingyun also agreed with her words, everyone is involuntarily. You all know that I'm very strong, but I don't know what I've paid. I can give the Zhu family a promise and stay in this Xingluo city is the biggest concession. If those old people are not satisfied, I don't mind sending them to see their ancestors. As soon as she finished speaking, a purple light flashed in her eyes. Zhu Lingyun was really angry, those old people were so shameless. Since you have a firm attitude, I will reply to them truthfully. Zhu Lingying had already made plans to be rejected, after all, those old things were really annoying. As soon as she changed her voice, she looked at Zhu Lingyun with a smile. Sister, there is a customer in your house. Wouldn't you introduce it to your sister? Chapter 138 Jian Yuchen, are you going to see your father-in-law? Zhu Lingyun looked at her sister in surprise, and she actually knew that someone was coming to her family. After thinking about it, she understood. The air in the hall exuded the aroma of food, which made Zhu Lingying notice the abnormality. Like herself, she has a very sensitive sense of smell for fish food. Qin Yuchen's cooking techniques are not owned by Xingluo Empire. After thinking through the other party's thoughts, Zhu Lingyun's expression returned to normal. I am worthy of being my sister, and my mind is still so delicate. Zhu Lingyun praised and continued, that customer is in the kitchen. I guess she will come out later, so don't worry. Zhu Lingying was very curious about who this person was, but her guess was more male. If my sister doesn't accept the thought, she will sit down. She chuckled and sat opposite Zhu Lingyun. Ziailing and Yuling didn't sit down and went straight upstairs. The two of them had no good impression of Zhu Lingying, and it would be better to be clean if they were not seen. The hall became quiet and the atmosphere seemed very quiet. Zhu Lingyun closed her eyes and began to calm down, not wanting to pay attention to the other person. Zhu Lingying's eyes were full of curiosity, and she glanced at the kitchen from time to time. About 10 minutes later, Jian Yuchen walked out of the back kitchen. Looking at Zhu Lingying in gorgeous clothes, he looked at Zhu Lingyun. Zhu Lingying could tell at a glance that this man was not simple. After Jian Yuchen walked to Zhu Lingyun, she spoke, Sister, who is this young master? In fact, he muttered to himself, I have a good vision and found a handsome brother-in-law. Damn it! Zhu Lingyun opened her eyes and introduced, this is Mr. Qian, just like you think, you should call him brother-in-law. Hello. I am Qin Yuchen. Qin Yuchen looked at Zhu Lingying and smiled kindly. Zhu Lingying responded with a smile, Hello brother-in-law, I am Zhu Lingying. As soon as Qian Yuchen sat down, she showed a hint of curiosity. Brother-in-law, my sister has a very high vision. How did you catch her? After saying that, he looked at him with a gossip, a little anxious. Qian Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun looked at each other and said, Your sister is a cold-faced and kind-hearted person. When she met her, she was being chased. It happened just as I was right, I helped me and gradually became familiar with me. It turns out that it's a bloody hero who saves the beauty. A muttered in his heart. Zhu Lingying didn't expect that he would help them, and said again, I didn't expect that the brother-in-law's hero saved the beauty and captured my sister's heart. Zhu Lingyun glared at her secretly, and she couldn't spit out the wild boar's teeth. What kind of heroes save beauty? That is called heroes intercepting the truth. No one can withstand Qin Yuchen's overwhelming momentum. In order to get herself out of this cage, the price she paid was very heavy. Zhu Lingyun is still very grateful to Jian Yuchen for hiding this relationship now. Brother-in-law, you are dressed very well. I guess you are the noble family of the Tiandu Empire, right? Zhu Lingying asked again. Children from big families pay attention to being a good match, but if the background is too bad, it won't work. After all, Zhu Lingyun is a child of the big family of the Xingluo Empire. Even if she is a titled Douluo, it is better to be as perfect as possible in terms of reputation. You are right. I am here in the Tiandu Empire and my family has something to do with the Wuhun Hall. The elders in the family worked in the Wuhan Hall and helped me find an errand. Life is quite acceptable. Qian Yuchen followed the other party's words. After all, what he said was fine. When Zhu Lingying heard this, she added points to her impression of Qian Yuchen in her heart. A nobleman can block the stinky mouths of those old people. She then looked at Zhu Lingyun and smiled and said, "Sister, when are you going to take your brother-in-law home and meet your father and mother?" Seeing my father-in-law, I didn't expect to leave Qunyu city. This sister-in-law is quite good at making trouble. When the soldiers came to block the enemy, the water came to cover the earth, but he felt that it was nothing. Zhu Lingyun looked at Qian Yuchen's calm expression, then looked at her sister, and said, "Then let's go home tomorrow. It's good to meet you." "Well, it's just that this time I came in a hurry, and the gifts may be prepared in a hurry." Qian Yuchen nodded, and his tone was a little more restrained. Zhu Lingying looked at him without any panic, and her impression of Qian Yuchen was even better. His father is the Prime Minister Douluo, who is less than one person and more than 10,000 people. Most people have their legs trembled when they hear it. If Qian Yuchen knew her idea, he would probably find it very funny. Zhu Lingyun's father was the one who attended the ceremony of his succession to the Pope on behalf of Emperor Douluo. I wonder what he would feel after recognizing Qian Yuchen's identity. Zhu Lingyun naturally knew what her sister had planned. Maybe she would invite Emperor Douluo to the Zhu family tomorrow. If Qian Yuchen really makes a fool of himself in front of everyone, he will definitely be rude by those old guys. However, she was looking forward to how Qian Yuchen would deal with it. After all, he is the current pope of the Wuhan Hall. In terms of rank, he is no worse than the emperors of the two empires. Zhu Lingying stood up and smiled slowly, "That sister, brother-in-law, I won't bother you. I'm going back now and notifying my family. My son-in-law comes to the door, so he has to be a little prepared, right?" After saying that, he smiled at Zhu Lingyun and left the hall. After Qian Yuchen felt that the other party had left, he looked at Zhu Lingyun, "Your sister is really not a big deal with you." Zhu Lingyun nodded, "Shi Xiang is so, and living in the palace, this kind of thinking is even stronger. But I can see that she envies me." She clearly saw a hint of jealousy in the other person's eyes. Qian Yuchen thought about it and found that the other party's eyes were indeed something wrong. After hearing what she said, "I understand." Seeing that he was so relaxed, Zhu Lingyun said, "I will go to see my father and mother tomorrow." "What are you going to do?" "See your father-in-law." Qian Yuchen sighed and began to think quickly. The Zhu family is the second largest nobleman in Douluo, and the rare treasures seem vulgar. Moreover, the other party is very old, and it is very common to be interested in things. Attention is the most important thing. Yes, I believe your father and mother will definitely be very satisfied tomorrow. Qian Yuchen smiled mysteriously and had an idea in his heart. What's more, after the other party recognizes his identity, he will probably suffer from an excited heart attack. The Pope is my son-in-law? With this alone, Qian Yuchen can easily gain favor from his father-in-law. As for my mother-in-law, I definitely hope that my daughter will find a good partner. He is handsome, low-key and connotative, and his hardware and software meets the standards, so there is no problem. Zhu Lingyun looked at the confident look on his face and felt relieved. At the same time, after Zhu Lingying left, he immediately sent someone to spread the news. The eldest lady of the Zhu family will bring her son-in-law to the house tomorrow. Chapter 139 Qian Yuchen, let's go and see your father-in-law. The news that the eldest lady of the Zhu family brought her son-in-law to the door quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys of the Douluo Empire. Many princes and nobles were surprised. Unexpectedly, the eldest lady of the Zhu family went out to look for opportunities and there was a follow-up. Many people have doubts in their hearts that it is impossible for a woman to become a titled Douluo without any expert guidance behind her. The second lady of the Zhu family is also very talented, and her cultivation is only the sole saint. As for the person who said the Zhu family, the Prime Minister of Douluo Zhu Ganluo has reached the limit of the martial soul cultivation of the Zhu family in all dynasties. Level 86 Contra. This also made him the strongest patriarch of the Zhu family in history. In the entire Douluo Zhu family, we are the only one to say. In the court, he had the same concept as Emperor Douluo, which also made the national strength of the Emperor Douluo reach its peak. You can compete with the Tiandu Empire. If you want to become a son-in-law of the Zhu family, the conditions are not ordinary harsh. There is another most important taboo, the woman from the Xingluo Zhu family will not marry unless the Xingluo royal family. There has been a change in the generation of the strongest patriarch of the Zhu family. Things seem to become interesting. The princes and nobles of Xingluo were all curious about who this son-in-law was. You should know that in the Xingluo Empire, except for the royal Dai family, there are no more awesome existences than the Zhu family. Big Melon. So, many secret spies from various major families started to move and prepared to take a hard time. Emperor Xingluo naturally received such a big news. This woman, who was originally his concubine, fled from the family and disappeared. By the time he returned to the family again, he had become the top presence in the mainland. As an emperor, he had a premonition that this matter was not that simple. I didn't interfere in this matter, and let the Zhu family solve it internally. Now that the eldest and eldest sister-in-law of the Zhu family came to the door, it confirmed his initial guess. When a friend comes, I naturally have to show the broad mind of the royal family. Emperor Xingluo thought about it and ordered. The head of the inner government, take out 1,000-year-old unknown soul bone and pack it. Tomorrow, go to the Prime Minister's house. Effect your Majesty's order. An aging voice came and then disappeared. Emperor Xingluo had no further information and continued to handle his official duties. Zhu family, Prime Minister Zhu Ganluo did not expect that his rebellious daughter brought a son-in-law back quietly. This made him so angry. Rebellious girl, my Xingluo Zhu family has been deeply favored by the emperor for generations. How could such a rebellious girl be produced? I just knew that a woman could reach the title Douluo realm so easily. Zhuganluo's face turned red and his neck was thick, and he scolded him at the door. As for why he didn't say this in front of Zhu Lingyun, because that rebellious woman would really teach him a lesson. When she came back, he was pressed by the other party's pressure and knelt on one knee without saying a word. The situation is stronger than others. As the Prime Minister, he knows what it means to be a hero. I didn't care more about Zhu Lingyun. Titled Douluo. As soon as Zhu Lingyun's 9 soul rings lit up, he was so scared that he almost couldn't get up. The last 2 are still red. 100,000 year soul ring. He has been Prime Minister in the Xingluo Empire for so many years, and has only met a soul master with a soul ring of 100,000 years. There are 2 people in this rebellious woman. But from the perspective of the family, it was wrong to run away from home. No reason for me. So what about Douluo? The blood of the Zhu family is flowing in his bones. What made Zhu Ganluo feel a little relieved was that this rebellious woman was willing to be the last barrier of the Zhu family and retain the bloodline of the Zhu family at the most dangerous time. Master, when the child Lingyun went out, his personality changed drastically, and he must have a lot of connection with this son-in-law. The 2 100,000 year soul rings on her body cannot be done by ordinary noble families. This son-in-law may have a very big background, so we can't neglect him. Zhu Lingyun's mother, looking at her husband's appearance, reminded her warmly. Zhuganluo immediately calmed down, and his wife was right. Those who can have the strength to kill 100,000-year-old soul beast can guess the forces on the entire continent with their fingers. In addition to the 2 empires, there are only 3 sects in the prestigious Wuhun Hall. I know. Although I feel dissatisfied with that rebellious woman, it's not time to lose my mind. Give me instructions, and the eldest son-in-law of the Zhu family comes to the door and receive it with the highest etiquette. Zhuganluo knew very well what to do next. To give the other party a warning is something that only a fool would do. The Majesty in the palace will definitely come here tomorrow. Only those with brainless things will think of embarrassing their new son-in-law. Okay, Lord. Zhu Lingyun's mother left and began to prepare for the welcome of her new son-in-law. Seeing the lady leave, Zhuganluo sighed calmly. I hope your abilities are enough. The Zhu family's cage should not limit her freedom. Many things are involuntarily. The next day. Early in the morning, Qin Yuchen got up with a refreshed look. A small separation is better than a newlywed. He and Zhu Lingyun have been separated for so long, and it is simply a thunderous attack on the earth. Seeing Zhu Lingyun sleeping soundly, he gently left the room. When I went downstairs, I saw that Ziling and Yuling had prepared breakfast. You two, are you getting up so early? Qian Yuchen greeted them with a smile. Ziling stood up and said, Master, it didn't take long to get up. It's all about fast cooking food. After Qian Yuchen came down, he came to the dining table and sat down. Seeing Yuling getting up and stopping her. Let her wake up naturally. Yuling understood what he meant, nodded and sat down. So, the three of them quietly waited at the dining table for Zhu Lingyun to get up. About 10 minutes later, Zhu Lingyun walked down with a rosy face. "Sorry, I've let you wait for so long," she whispered softly, with a little shyness in her tone. "Miss, after breakfast, you have to dress up. After all, I'm going to go back to the Zhu family later, so I'll still have to be more formal." Ziling reminded him that this matter is still very important. Zhu Lingyun nodded. "Well, let's have a meal now." The four of them quickly settled the breakfast and then started to dress up. Ziling and Yuling also changed into higher-level maid costumes that they had not worn for a long time. Zhu Lingyun tied her hair up, changed into a high-end dress, and paired it with a cold face, making her look like a cold noble woman. Qianyuchen wore a white crown and brocade robe with a gold border, with a smile on his face, reflecting what it means to Yan Ryu on the MO, the young master is unparalleled in the world. The four of them looked at each other's makeup and were all satisfied. "Let's go, bring your new son-in-law to the door." Zhu Lingyun covered her mouth and chuckled. "Follow our pace, the handsome new son-in-law." Ziling and Yuling turned around and smiled, and began to lead the way ahead. Qianyuchen took Zhu Lingyun's hand and said with a smile, "Let's go and see my father-in-law." Chapter 140 Official Meeting, Identity Confirmation. On the way to the Zhu family in Qianyuchen and others, the Zhu family's message transmission line began to move. The whereabouts of the four people also began to pass on to the Zhu family. The most important thing is that after the portrait of Qianyuchen was painted, it was passed on as fast as possible. All these secret actions can naturally be hidden from the four people's eyes. "My new son-in-law is quite popular." Qianyuchen gently stroked Zhu Lingyun's hand and said with a smile. "This is very common. The more a big family, the more they will do well in terms of etiquette. My father is not old and knows how to greet you." Zhu Lingyun answered simply. Qianyuchen nodded, and did not ask much, and continued to keep a smile and move forward. On the Zhu family, Zhu Ganluo took over the portrait of Qianyuchen and felt that he had recognized the wrong person. "How come the man in this portrait looks so similar to the new generation of Pope I saw in the past few years? It should look very similar," the thought flashed out, and he seemed to understand something. "No, only the power of the mainland that can easily hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts can be easily done. I'll just say how this ignorant woman's strength has improved so quickly, so that's how it is." Zhuganluo looked at the portrait in his hand and felt that it had become settled. Contemporary Pope. He actually became his son-in-law. He didn't dream, right? "Madam, pinch me," Zhuganluo said to his wife. Zhu Lingyun's mother didn't understand why, so she subconsciously twisted her waist. The pain instantly changed Zhuganluo's face. "Not dreaming. Madam, our son-in-law has a great origin." Zhuganluo looked at his wife with a little trembling in his tone. This expression was something he had never experienced in his prime minister for many years. Zhu Lingyun's mother said in confusion, "Master, is this son-in-law who has not met, a direct child from a big family in the Tiandu Empire?" "Yet." Zhuganluo nodded, "He may be the current pope of the Spirit Hall." "What?" Zhu Lingyun's mother widened her eyes and looked at her husband incredibly. Zhuganluo nodded and said again, "I have been to the coronation ceremony of the new pope after Pope Chihiroji's death. His introduction was about traveling abroad for many years, and serving as the pope was an emergency authority. Lingyun is very likely to have met him during his travels." "Master, then if that's the case, your majesty." A hint of worry flashed in Zhu Lingyun's mother's eyes. If Emperor Xingluo knew this news, it would be difficult. It is true that the Zhu family has been loyal to the royal family for generations, but if they have connections with the Wuhun Hall, any emperor may not trust the Zhu family 100%. The two empires respect the Spirit Hall very much on the surface, but secretly dislike it very much. But this is also impossible. The Wuhun Hall is the holy land of soul masters on all continents. Besides, the Wu Soul Palace never interferes in the internal affairs of the two empires unless it involves the evil soul master. But as long as he is an ambitious emperor, he will not pretend to be a fool of himself to the Wuhun Palace. Emperor Xingluo and Emperor Tiandu both showed deep fear of the Spirit Hall. Not many people have seen the Pope, and he rarely appears in front of others. Pretend to be confused. Anyway, what does it have to do with my Zhu family if it is caused by a rebellious woman? Zhuganluo still suppressed the excitement in his heart and acted calmly. The Zhu family is already very good in the Xingluo Empire, and such a pattern cannot be broken. Besides, in the eyes of many Zhu family, Zhu Lingyun is not considered her own family. It goes against the will of the family, but it will be expelled from the genealogy. If she hadn't been the daughter of the patriarch, the Zhu family would have long since disapproved of her identity. It's time to come, I can only take one step at a time. Zhu Lingyun's mother also understood the twists and turns. She was a woman and a woman said a little, just pretending not to know. At this moment, the tacit understanding between the couple was revealed. Time flies by. Under the leadership of Zai Ling and Yu Ling, Qian Yuchen looked at this luxurious mansion and was a little surprised. The Zhu family is worthy of being a big family in the Xingluo Empire, and its background is really something that ordinary families can match. This is the location of the Zhu family. How do you feel? Zhu Lingyun looked at Qian Yuchen, wanting to hear his opinion. Well, it does meet my guess about the Zhu family in my heart. Qian Yuchen said, I can only say that he is worthy of being the first family besides the royal Dai family. Soon, the door of the mansion opened, and a group of beautiful maids quickly spread the red carpet and stood on both sides. The new son-in-law is here, madam, hurry up. Before you see the person, you will hear the sound. Qian Yuchen heard this full of breath and knew that it was made by his father-in-law. This sounds kind and a little excited tone, and outsiders can't escape the problem at all. Then, an old man who looked over 60 years old and an old woman dressed in noble form came out. Zhu Ganluo, the head of the Zhu family, and his original wife Dai Qianniang. The two have more than 8 generations of blood, not close relatives. Zhu Lingyun also knew the general idea very well, let go of Qian Yuchen's hand and saluted him slowly. See your father. Mother. Qian Yuchen also saluted and said, boy, I have met my uncle. Aunt. Zhu Lingyun's etiquette was fine, but Qian Yuchen's salute scared Zhu Ganluo very much. When he saw Qian Yuchen for the first time, he confirmed the other party's identity as the Pope. It's so scary, the Pope saluted others. You are so polite, you are all your family, so there is no need to be so complicated in etiquette. Zhuganluo was very panicked and still looked enthusiastic. Yes, Lingyun is the blessing of being able to find a man as good as you, and both of us are very satisfied. Dai Qianniang looked at the two of them and showed a hint of doting on Zhu Lingyun. And, I have to be satisfied. The Pope became their son-in-law, and there are not many people on the mainland who are qualified. Let's go, let's talk about it when you go in. Zhu Ganluo greeted them with a warm look on his face and walked into the Zhu family. The maids were still standing there after they all went in. This was what Zhuganluo ordered. After all, Emperor Xingluo had not come yet, so the red carpet could not be removed. After entering the Zhu family, Qian Yuchen realized that the spirit hall was still too low-key. The floor tiles laid under your feet were actually arranged by Aries jade. The roadsides, and even other trees around are rare varieties of precious things outside. He exclaimed in his heart, it's worthy of being a big family, and this row is full of faces all at once. Zhu Lingyun didn't feel anything about these things. After all, she grew up here since she was a child and was already immune to these things. Zai Ling and Yu Ling followed respectfully behind the two, their eyes falling on them. After passing through the luxurious building complex on the 3 floors outside, Zhuganluo took Qian Yuchen to a very simple courtyard. This surprised him a little, he was an old man, my father-in-law treats him as his own person. Zhu Lingyun didn't expect that her father and mother would bring them here. This simple courtyard is where she played with her sister before she was 6 years old. After awakening from the awakening of the martial soul, this place became a forbidden place, and she and her sister were not allowed to come in again. Sit. Zhu Ganluo greeted Qian Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun to sit down. Qian Yuchen was not polite and sat down openly. Zhu Lingyun also sat beside him with doubts. Zhuganluo looked at Qian Yuchen and smiled and said, how do you feel about the Zhu family? Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and asked back. I wonder if my father-in-law wants to hear the truth or lies. Chapter 141 Father-in-law, I'm walking on thin ice this life. Zhuganluo was very curious about what this Pope's crown prince would have about the Zhu family. He smiled and said, let's hear both of them. I'm very curious about how you will evaluate. The Zhu family is worthy of being the #1 big family in Xingluo. The place where you look is magnificent and unspeakable. Walking in, it made me feel panic. Qian Yuchen's tone was filled with a look of surprise, as if he had never seen such a luxurious mansion before. To put it bluntly, it's like a local dog wearing gorgeous clothes. When he saw the real noble dog, he was at a loss. Hearing this, Luo laughed, son-in-law, he is really an interesting person. He knew that the other party was a compliment. Of course, it's just a lie. Qian Yuchen looked at the other person with a smile, and naturally he could hear what the other person said. The luxurious buildings outside are all for outsiders to see, and I don't feel any human touch. Although this courtyard is simple, I feel very comfortable. The best place is the place with fireworks. Qian Yuchen said again, which made Luo nodded repeatedly. That's right. All the things outside are used for outsiders to see. Only here can I feel my truest self. Even the prime ministers of the Zhu family of Xingluo Empire, did this. The ones outside can easily make people confused and thus fall into a state of endless doom. Many people think that the prime minister has a high position and is highly valued and has a glorious glory. In fact, there is endless temptation. You have to be careful in everything you do, because every step is like walking on thin ice. Speaking of this, he sighed, and without the kind of enthusiasm he had before, he looked like an old man who was about to die. The Prime Minister's work is not so easy to do. Many of his words and deeds represent the Emperor's will. If the Emperor is not satisfied, the position of Prime Minister can be replaced at any time. He is not the only one in the Zhu family who can guess the Emperor's ideas. It can be said that there are at least 5 candidates for Prime Ministers in each generation. Luck and strength are all there to be to stand out from the family. Qian Yuchen naturally knew what environment this father-in-law was in, but since he chose this path, don't regret it. The status of the Zhu family determines what path their descendants are going to take. There are many things, even if he is willing to change, he is still powerless. The family is a very powerful backing and a huge cage. The affairs of the Zhu sisters were something that the heads of the family dynasties never wanted to see. The biological daughters killed each other, leaving behind the best one. It's really too cruel. Zhu Lingyun also roughly understood what it meant to bring her here with her father and mother. There are too many things, and both of them can't help themselves. Especially for your own father, the decision on everything must be considered from the perspective of the family. This place is the last pure land for their souls. After leaving this door, it is time to put a special coat on yourself. If outsiders knew that there was such a place in the Prime Minister's mansion, they would probably be shocked and dropped, right? Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and looked at Luo. That is the natural, glorious Prime Minister's family, the accumulation of the times and the strong foundation. How could such a thing only a civilian family have? It's a pity that it's often unexpected, it's the most real. Luo nodded. The Pope's crown was indeed very good. Young, but not impetuous, gentle and elegant, with extraordinary conversation. There is no need to mention strength. If it is not the title Douluo, he will write the word Zhu upside down. There is a saying that goes, people are in the world, and they cannot help themselves. Lingyun naturally doesn't understand these things, but I can understand them, but I think she's going to walk on her own when she comes to her. The Zhu family, my common promise with her is to keep the Zhu family from running in the most dangerous times. Qian Yuchen said in a gentle tone, which was also the greatest sincerity he could give. How can my own woman be restricted by the Zhu family? And because my father-in-law and mother-in-law were not very heartless, it was a unique thing to make this promise with the identity of the Pope. He had long seen that his father-in-law recognized his identity and said these twists and turns. He also knew that his father-in-law could not do anything about his own private affairs. His affairs could be said to be the business of the Zhu family, and he had to pay attention to every word and action. Zhu Lingyun was very surprised that Qian Yuchen would actually say this. In his identity, such words are completely unnecessary. I understand, you are interested in the spirit, the rhyme is true. Luo was still a little surprised. The Pope's crown prince was very willing to give in his emotional matters. The Zhu family has made a lot of money in this favor. Since that's the case, I will represent the Zhu family and thank the Pope for his crown. Luo stood up and solemnly gave Qian Yuchen a big gift. But, I couldn't bend down. Father-in-law is so polite. Qian Yuchen raised his left hand lightly, and his soul power was released secretly to stop the other party. The conversation between the two was almost the same. Dai Qianniang walked out of the house and came out with 3 refreshments. Come on, try it. I made it myself, but I don't know if it suits my son-in-law's taste. She put down her things, sat next to Luo, and whispered. Qian Yuchen picked up a piece of pastry and tasted it, his eyes lit up randomly. Well, the taste of home. Zhu Lingyun looked at the things on the table, but she had no appetite. The taste may be the original taste, but people are no longer the original taste. However, when she heard Jian Yuchen's praise, she picked up one and ate it slowly. Unfortunately, this time is very short. Less than 1/3 of the meal, a white dove flew into the treetops of the yard. Luo looked at the pigeon and sighed, "It's almost done. Your Majesty is about to arrive at the Zhu family soon. You can't neglect it." He put down the pastry in his hand, looked at his wife, and said, "Take your son-in-law and Ling Yun to the main hall, I'll welcome your Majesty." Yet, Dai Qiangliang said that she understood and just leave the matter here to her. Luo stood up and left the courtyard. "Ling Yun, sit with your son-in-law for a while, and I will take you to the main hall later." Dai Qiangliang sighed in her heart, then stood up and quickly cleaned the table and walked into the house. "It's so complicated," alas, Zhu Lingyun couldn't help but sigh as she watched her mother enter the house. This is the first time she felt that understanding too much is a worry. "It's nothing, I'm still there anyway." Jian Yuchen took her hand and comforted her. When the time comes, he waved his arms and said that the Zhu and Dai families depend on each other and the two empires should disappear into the long river of history. The next time is to meet this ambitious Star Luo Emperor. Yet, Zhu Lingyun leaned on his shoulder, not thinking about those messy things. Dai Qiangliang came out of the house and felt very relieved when she saw her loving appearance. "Please be careful, go to the main hall with me." Hearing her words, Zhu Lingyun immediately corrected her body and did not dare to look directly at her mother. Jian Yuchen stood up and said, "Then I'll trouble my mother-in-law to lead the way." Dai Qiangliang nodded and walked out of the yard. Jian Yuchen took Zhu Lingyun's hand and stood up to follow him. Chapter 142 The Arrival of Emperor Xingluo. Before inheriting the throne, the Prince of Xingluo Empire must have no less than 20 years of experience in handling the government affairs. The successor of the Star Luo Emperor is not Dai Yuntian anymore, but his eldest son, Dai Qiheng. Luo has known him for a long time, and their ruling philosophy is also very similar. The key is that both of them are quite talented in cultivation. Dai Qiheng succeeded to the throne at the age of 49, and his cultivation is a rare genre. The princes of the Xingluo royal family have been among the top 3 in terms of cultivation. In terms of governance, he generally followed his father's policies. He took specific matters more closely. "Son-in-law of the Zhu family, I want to see what excellence is like." Dai Qiheng looked at the Zhu family getting closer and closer, and his curiosity about Jian Yuchen became heavier and stronger. Who is this man who made Zhu Lingyun fall in love with him, who was originally the candidate for the throne? Could it be that there is also some hidden family in the Tiandu Empire? Only emperors of all dynasties knew about the hidden family of the Xingluo Empire. Star Guanzong. Otherwise, the reason why the throne of the Xingluo Empire has changed for many years and the country's name has not changed yet is here. If the other party is a hidden family like the Xingguan sect, he still has to try to win over it. All the worshippers have said that he has hope of breaking through the title Douluo. Maybe he can annex the Tiandu Empire in his lifetime and fulfill the unfulfilled wish of the Star Luo emperors in all dynasties. Soon, Dai Qiheng met Luo who was greeting him outside the mansion. "Have you met your Majesty?" Zhu Ganluo gave a courtesy of his subject and said respectfully. "The Prime Minister does not need to be polite. Today I will go on a private visit and do not discuss the relationship between the king and the minister." Dai Qiheng smiled and said, the meaning was very obvious. "Your Majesty, please." Luo let go of his position and let him enter the mansion. Dai Qiheng nodded and stepped into the Zhu family. The accompanying guards took over the maids and guarded in front of the mansion. After entering, Luo and Dai Qiheng walked side by side. Dai Qiheng asked, "Prime Minister, where is this eldest son-in-law at this moment?" Luo, "Main Tang, the lady is greeting you." "Well, then go and meet." Dai Qiheng nodded and walked quickly in front of him. The son-in-law of the Zhu family came to the door, "And you, the father-in-law, cannot delay too long, so as not to make people lose their etiquette." "Your Majesty says." Zhuganluo finished speaking and accelerated his pace to follow. Qian Yuchen was sitting in the main hall with a calm expression on his face, tasting the good tea made by his mother-in-law. Zhu Lingyun also sat quietly beside him, and from time to time he glanced at the gate. "Here you come." Jian Yuchen, who had just finished a sip of tea, felt a wild aura approaching. Needless to say, it must be Emperor Xingluo who has arrived. Zhu Lingyun also noticed it and stopped paying attention to the door. A slight footsteps came, and a man with a firm face and a bit of iron-blooded spirit walked in. As soon as Dai Keheng entered the door, he saw Qian Yuchen dressed in the noble sun. Qian Yuchen also looked at him, and the two of them had a brief contact. "Your madam is here." Dai Qian Niang stood up and walked towards Dai Keheng. Qian Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun also stood up and bowed slightly. After all, the visitor is a guest, and you cannot lose your etiquette. "Well, aunt, just sit down, don't bother you." Dai Keheng signaled the other party to sit down without the need for the red tape. In terms of seniority, Dai Qian Niang is still an elder. When she comes here, she avoids this relationship. Today's timing is quite special. Qian Yuchen is here to see her son-in-law, so he can't do it without showing up. "Yes," Dai Qian Niang nodded slightly, then looked at her husband. "Master, I'll go to the kitchen to urge me." Douluo smiled and said, "Then please let my wife go there personally. This time cannot be neglected." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand. "Your Majesty, if you have anything to say, sit down and chat slowly." Dai Keheng smiled, and then sat opposite Qinyu City. A curious look was looked at him. Douluo sat next to Dai Keheng, intending to serve as an assist for Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun sat down. Dai Keheng smiled kindly, turned to Zhu Ganluo and asked, "Prime Minister, your new son-in-law is really romantic and elegant. Can you ask who he is?" Before Zhu Ganluo could reply, Qian Yuchen stood up and said, "I am Yuchen, I have seen Emperor Xingluo." Looking at the calm expression in his eyes, Dai Keheng was not surprised. "Before I came, I guessed that this son-in-law had seen the world and that his identity as an emperor was not very deterrent." Jade? Jade of Jade. He thought for a while, and seemed to have never heard of the big family with this surname. I have been separated from a small branch of the Qinjia for a long time, and it was not until my generation that I saw the outside world. If you want to contact me, I would have had some contact with the Wuhan Hall 10 generations ago." After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he used his soul power to show his name in the air. After Emperor Xingluo saw his name, a hint of vigilance arose in his heart. The six-winged angel lineage in the Wuhun Palace, the descendants of each generation are suppressed by the geniuses of the same generation. There is still a branch that just now shows the skill of showing your name, but it requires very fine control of your soul power to do it. His performance was easily demonstrated, and his strength must not be underestimated. Is the title Douluo? Dai Keheng was still shocked. The cultivation talent of the six-winged angel lineage is really terrifying. Seeing that you should be younger than me, I will call you Brother Yu. I'll ask you, your current cultivation level. He still wanted to know if Qian Yuchen's strength was as he guessed, 9 soul rings. Level 93. Qian Yuchen smiled, it's a pity that the martial soul is not an angel. Titled Douluo. What made Emperor Xingluo breathe a sigh of relief was that the other party's martial soul was not an angel. If so, wouldn't it be able to inherit the position of Pope? The martial souls of the popes of the War Spirit Hall of all generations are the powerful martial souls of the six-winged angel. Douluo naturally knew that Qian Yuchen's words were half true and half false, but his expression did not seem to be fake. When he attended the Pope's succession ceremony, the martial soul he showed was a six-winged angel. Could it be a martial soul that is more powerful than the six-winged angel? Thinking of this, he felt a little scared of Qian Yuchen's strength. According to legend, the six-winged angel is a martial soul passed down by God. It is specially designed to deal with evil soul masters and has a strong restraint on evil. The existence beyond this martial soul is an existence that he cannot imagine. Dai Keheng pretended to be regretful and said, if Brother Yu's martial soul was a six-winged angel, he might be able to compete for the position of the Pope. After all, he is from 1,000 families. I have always been uninterested in secular affairs, and my favorite thing is to conduct theoretical research. I understand astronomy, geography, and martial soul life. Of course, the biggest gain is meeting Yuner on the journey. After saying that, Qian Yuchen looked at Zhu Lingyun with a happy gaze. Zhu Lingyun felt a little embarrassed by his gaze and blushed and lowered her head. Young master is a beauty. This is a match made by heaven. Even I envy you a little. Dai Keheng couldn't help but exclaim when he looked at the two of them. Your Majesty is joking, I can only say that I am a little bit lucky than the others. Qian Yuchen withdrew his gaze and said to him. As an iron-blooded emperor, how could there be no white moonlight in the harem? Otherwise, if the fire really starts, who can stop it? Moreover, since entering the door, the emperor was very interested in himself, so he didn't want to say what he wanted to do. It is impossible to recruit. I just hope that he can stop at the right time. Chapter 143 It's Gu again strange. Qianyuchen and Emperor Xingluo put aside the embarrassing topics of acquaintance at the beginning, and the conversation later was quite good. I have to say that just like he introduced himself at the beginning, he had some knowledge of astronomy, geography, and martial soul life. Even about people's livelihood, he can say 1 to 2 o'clock. Of course, these concepts are still somewhat different from the current dynastic and imperial society. Whether it is the Tiandu Empire or the Xingluo Empire, their supporters are all nobles, and it is enough that civilians can guarantee their basic lives and support their own rule in this regard. After all, Douluo continent is a place where strength is paramount, and the quality and quantity of soul masters among the nobles are far superior to that of the civilians. The role of the real key decisive battle against civilian soldiers is already minimal. At this time, what is tested is the competition between high-level soul masters on both sides. Dai Qiheng and Zhugenluo just felt very novel about these people's livelihood concepts proposed by Qianyuchen and did not spend too much time discussing them. In fact, the soul master output rate of civilians on Douluo continent has increased year by year in recent years. All of these are due to the effects of the books published by Qianyuchen. The quality of life and disease pain of civilians have been greatly improved, their physical fitness has increased year by year, and their genes have been weekly optimized. In recent years, Qianyuchen has been paying close attention to counting the data in this regard. The future path will definitely be that those who win the hearts of the people will win the world. The base of civilian soul masters is large, and as time goes by, more genius soul masters will emerge. I got off the ground and returned to the chat topic of the three. After a long conversation, Dai Qiheng seemed to be a little unsatisfied, and a look of fatigue appeared between his eyebrows. This is obviously abnormal. How could Conra, who is at the peak of her body, get sleepy after a simple chat? When they were not paying attention, a golden light flashed in Qianyuchen's eyes, and he secretly looked at Dai Qiheng's whole body. What a courageous person! He dares to impose a worm on a generation of emperors. The evil soul master is so tired of living. Zhugenluo saw him frowning and looked at the emperor with heavy eyes, and a strange feeling flashed through his heart. Can your majesty be mentally in poor spirits during this period not caused by lack of sleep? What's wrong? I just feel a little sleepy. If I don't handle government affairs, it will have no impact. Dai Qiheng didn't care and said with a smile. No. Qianyuchen shook his head. If it was just a simple sleepy, it would be okay, but it wasn't. As soon as these words were said, something wrong flashed through Dai Qiheng and Zhugenluo's hearts. Does anyone want to poison my emperor, your majesty? Why do you say this? Dai Qiheng said in a deep voice. I have also been involved in medical skills. Your majesty's situation does not seem to be normal in poor spirits, but is affected by something. If I guess correctly, your majesty, you should have started a month ago and felt in a bad spirit, right? Qianyuchen expressed his preliminary guess. After thinking about it carefully, Dai Qiheng's face looked a little ugly, and then nodded. Yes, I felt a little sleepy when I was handling government affairs a month ago, and I didn't care. It seems that I have been a little frequent during this period. He was so bold that he had his idea on her. It's simply presumptuous. At this moment, Dai Qiheng was like a tiger about to get angry, and he was powerful without anger. This is not a poison, but an extremely rare type of poison insect on the mainland. Dream goo. Qianyuchen explained the cause of his illness and continued. I think your majesty will always dream of working hard to govern the world this month, right? And after waking up, I still feel energetic and have endless energy to use. Dai Qiheng never taboos in practicing medicine. After hearing Qianyuchen's words, he nodded. What he told me about is absolutely true. That's it. The dream insect, like the dream goo, only exists in the form of martial souls, and there is no real individual in reality. So, there must be unknown secrets behind this matter. Qianyuchen said slowly, and was very curious who was so bold and dared to plot against Emperor Xingluo. No, this soul master with the dream goo is also an evil soul master, right? The guy I killed before was definitely an evil soul master. Humph. Dai Qiheng's eyes showed murderous intent. Then I want to see who is so brave. The nature of a tiger is a human-eating person. Brother Yu, I may have to help you next. He looked at Qianyuchen and said sincerely. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Your Majesty, you are polite, the city should do its best. Zhugan Luo didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, and he was still a little scared. If this dream goo can control people's hearts, the situation in Douluo continent will be unimaginable. Once the Xingluo Empire rashly starts war against the Tiandu Empire, the consequences will be unimaginable. By then, all forces will fall into a chaotic struggle again. Zhugan Luo looked at Qian Yuchen and also begged, Your Majesty's illness, I'll ask the son-in-law to worry too much. The dream goo will not have a big impact on people at the beginning, and the border will be really unconscious. It will only be controlled by the people behind the scenes during the Qing dynasty. Qian Yuchen gave the two a reassurance first, and things were not as urgent as it was. Zhugan Luo's heart was a little relaxed, it would be fine if there was no big impact. Zhu Lingyun was a little surprised that she could still encounter this kind of thing. Very disappointing. If such a thing happens, after dinner, you will definitely follow Dai Keheng to enter the palace. She doesn't like that place that is unfamiliar. If you simply accompany Qian Yuchen, it would be nothing. I am afraid that I will disturb my interest if I meet my sister. It was as Zhu Lingyun guessed. After a banquet with no interest was over in a hurry, Qian Yuchen was taken by Dai Keheng and prepared to go to the palace together. Zhu Lingyun, who had changed into her mobile suit, planned to go with him. If two people cooperate, maybe this matter is easy to accomplish. The person behind the scenes who disturbed their reunion must be found out for him. Zhu Lingyun doesn't care about the body of Emperor Xingluo. She only knew that Qian Yuchen was about to leave, and this matter must be resolved quickly. In this way, we will spend a little more time together. Qian Yuchen looked at her with a kind of disturbed expression and comforted her. That guy must be hiding in the palace, and the case may be solved in 2 hours. Of course, the sound is transmitted separately through soul power, and outsiders seem to be whispering. Zhu Lingyun's expression recovered a little and said, I will not let that guy go. Just kill him first and then hand him over to the palace. Qian Yuchen smiled without saying a word, looking at her with a faint smile on his lips. Also realizing that what he said was inappropriate, Zhu Lingyun said again, then find it out quickly and leave it to the palace. Dai Keheng didn't notice their actions, and he was thinking about one thing. I was actually poisoned. I want to pull the person out and let him see what it means to hide a million corpses in anger. Chapter 144 Female Evil Soul Master. Qinyu City soon saw the majestic Xingluo Palace, with buildings similar to the Western style of the previous life. From a distance, you can also feel the profound historical heritage contained in it. The Star Luo Empire is well known. When he arrived at the entrance of the palace, Dai Keheng took out a golden tiger seal token, and the guards hurriedly knelt down. See Your Majesty. Welcome Your Majesty back to the palace. Dai Keheng took back the token and said lightly, Get up. Then, they quickly entered the palace. The matter was urgent. Dai Keheng brought Qian Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun to the palace hall. Brother Yu, do you need to block all exits of the palace? Dai Keheng is still preparing to consult his opinions. A large-scale mobilization of soldiers will definitely arouse the other party's alertness. Your Majesty, you pretend to be nothing, just find out that person and Lingyun. Qian Yuchen spoke and let the other party keep a calm mind. How can I cooperate with you? Dai Keheng asked again. Qian Yuchen walked to him and quietly said a few words in his ear. Then, Dai Keheng's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. He said in a deep voice, Since that's the case, I'll trouble you. Then we will start to act, but Your Majesty should give us something like a pass. It would be bad if you don't have any conflicts with the guards in the palace. Qian Yuchen said again that this is a necessary thing. Dai Keheng took out a white tiger pattern token from his storage soul guide, with the word Tong engraved on it. This is a special pass order. You can pass through the palace at will, no one dares to stop it. Qian Yuchen took the token and put his hand on Dai Keheng. Your Majesty, I'll take out this dream pot for you first. After the words came to his voice, his soul power instantly spread into the other party's body. In just under 3 seconds, when Qian Yuchen took his hand away again, his soul power condensed into a small ball, with a very small and transparent insect inside. The dream insect's Sun Gu. Zhu Lingyun has a very good vision and can see clearly the overall appearance of the insect. It's like a reduced version of Tianmeng Ice silkworm. It's true that people and animals are harmless, and it's often unexpected. She muttered in her heart. Dai Keheng also saw it, but his expression did not change. Then, Qian Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun left the hall. After they left, Dai Keheng's face turned gloomy and then sighed deeply. If you want to wear a crown, you will be very heavy. It's not easy to sit in this seat. I will not let anyone with evil minds touch this position. The pattern of the mainland cannot be broken for the time being. The spirit hall has always been an insurmountable natural barrier. He also thought of taking action against the Tiandu Empire and conquering nearly half of the opponent's territory with thunder. After all, as Emperor Sui grew older, his energy became increasingly low. Prince Xuexing does not have enough prestige in the army, and Prince Xueqinghe is too young to suppress those nobles who are ready to move. This is their good opportunity, but unfortunately the current trend is biased towards the Spirit Hall, and the ultimate benefit of the war between the two countries is the Soul Hall. It is not advisable to take action before the time comes. It's not that the tiger's fangs are blunt, but that it crawls up and accumulates its energy. Through soul sensing, Qin quickly found the location of the Mother Gu's Mother Gu. But that position surprised him a little. Harem. That place is forbidden for men. Ling Yun, the person behind the scenes, is hiding in the harem. Although I have a token, it may not be good to go there rashly. Qin said, after all, it was the territory of the other emperor, so he had to give the other party a little bit of shame. If there is a familiar concubine or queen in the harem of Wuhun Palace, it is no problem for outsiders to enter normally. But, where can we find a suitable concubine? Zhu Lingyun was also a little embarrassed. She couldn't go to find the queen, right? Sister, what are you doing with your son-in-law to the palace? By chance, Zhu Lingying's voice came from behind the two. Qian Yuchen looked at her and his eyes lit up. Wouldn't this help her come? Now there is a very important thing that needs your help. This is the token given to us by the emperor, but it cannot be fake. After quickly speaking, he took out the White Tiger Pass order. Zhu Lingying was shocked. Something big happened in the palace. This is not a place to talk, come with me. After she finished speaking, she asked the two to follow and take them to her residence in the palace. Soon, he came to Zhu Lingying's imperial concubine's courtyard. After walking in, she conveyed orders to the palace maids. If someone comes to see me, I will say I'm not feeling well. After greeting Qin Yuchen and Zhu Lingyun to sit down, she immediately asked. Sister, what big thing happened? Could it be that your majesty's side? The specific situation cannot be discussed. Do you have a detailed distribution map of the harem here? Zhu Lingyun did not answer her words, but instead asked if there was a distribution map. Zhu Lingying derived a picture from his soul guide and spread it on the table. This is the most detailed distribution map in the harem, you can read it slowly. Although Zhu Lingying was incompatible with Zhu Lingyun, she still knew what to do before the big trouble. Qian Yuchen closed his eyes and carefully felt the location of the Mother Gu through Zi Gu. Then I looked at the distribution map and determined the other party's position. Sister-in-law, you have made a contribution this time. The emperor will reward you when the matter is over. He showed a kind smile and was about to leave with Zhu Lingyun. Zhu Lingying nodded, then let me accept my brother-in-law's auspicious words. Qian Yuchen took Zhu Lingyun's hand and disappeared into the courtyard. As soon as the picture turned, the two appeared on the roof. I saw that there was no yard below, and the fluctuations of the Mother Gu were inside. Qian Yuchen used his soul power to transmit his voice. Zhu Lingyun looked at the yard below in confusion. Isn't that the old lady's laundry room? Is the person behind the scenes hiding here? Qin Yuchen relaxed his perception, and there was only one old woman in the courtyard below was cleaning clothes casually. However, the other party's vitality is not as good as an old woman should have. This method to hide your true body should be the soul bone. Such a perfect hidden method is similar to Jian Rongxiu pretending to be Xueqinghe in the original work. The difference is that this person does not need to imitate any living habits or ways of speaking. Be safe, surround the place first so that she won't run away. Qin Yuchen thought quickly and opened the holy light barrier. The 20-meter yard is covered by an invisible barrier, including the underground, and the underground passage is blocked. Go down and see which master is you who dares to attack Emperor Xingluo. Qian Yuchen looked at Zhu Lingyun and said with a smile. Zhu Lingyun looked at him and then jumped down. The old woman who was washing clothes came out of the inside when she heard the sound. He looked at the two of them in confusion and kept gesturing. Okay, your trick to deceive others is okay, it's useless to me. Qian Yuchen shook his head, signaled the other party to stop, and continued. Your soul bone skills are indeed rare, otherwise others might not be able to see it. It's a pity that you are lucky when you meet me. Old woman, her face changed, her eyes became solemn, and then she showed an inexplicable smile. Her body showed soul power fluctuations and fog filled her. When the fog dissipated, it turned out to be a young woman. Young Master Qian is not staying well in the spirit hall, what are you doing when you come to Xingluo Empire? The woman pointed out Qian Yuchen's identity directly, which surprised him a little. I didn't expect that I was so famous. Among the forces I know, I have never heard of any martial soul as a dream gu. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled, young master is indeed knowledgeable. She can find this place. The master of theory is well known. Don't you know my origin in your heart? A hint of regret flashed across Qian Yuchen's face and sighed. You are a beautiful lady, why are you a thief? This woman is an evil soul master. The other party's dream gu is not so simple to control people's spirit. The woman put away her smile, her face became serious, and there was still a hint of fanaticism in her eyes. What thief? What good and evil? I just know that this world is so scary, and I'm eating people all the time. The top priority is to overturn it and build a harmonious world. Chapter 145, Not an evil soul master, nor a good person. No, I really want to know what you are thinking about. I think of myself as a savior all day long, and I'm talking nonsense. Do you know about agriculture, animal husbandry, and forestry? Do you know how to implement medical and health education? Qian Yuchen felt that this woman's organization might be a gathering place for a group of madmen. Why do people like Obito appear in Douluo world? Humph, princes and nobles, wouldn't you rather have a seed? They stand on a high ground, enjoying the richest resources on the mainland, and do not take ordinary people seriously. Young Master Qian, your position is too high. I don't know what it means to be down to earth. The woman obviously did not accept Qian Yuchen's argument. After all, the other party's identity is the Pope of the Wuhun Palace. How could he understand the civilian affairs? Qian Yuchen half recognized and half disagree with this statement. The leader of the organization behind this woman also saw how to change the situation in the mainland. The law of aristocratic monopoly is undesirable in itself. I don't know what you call it. I'm following my dream. After learning about the other party's name, Qian Yuchen was not in a hurry to capture it for a while. Of course, you must first punish the fanatic. Miss Yimen, do you know that the basic physiotherapy manuals circulating on the mainland are written by me? He asked back, wanting to see what the other person's expression was. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yimen instantly burst into tears and looked at him with an incredible look. This book was regarded as a book given by their leaders. People in the entire organization have added a special task to find the author of the book. Now tell her that the new pope in the martial spirit hall in front of her is the author? A fantasy. Nonsense. What's impossible? The book was originally published from His Highness Wuhun. I believe you all know this, right? Qian Yuchen looked at her with a smile and said again. Since you are so stubborn, let me see the clips of your memory. Yimen obviously could not accept Qian Yuchen's words, which was simply an insult to the great image in her mind. The sixth soul skill, the dream realm. A white light flashed, making the inside of the barrier become foggy. When Qian Yuchen opened his eyes again, he found that the surrounding environment had changed. Looking at my hands, it was like when I was a child. This soul skill is a bit interesting, and the experience is quite real. The surrounding buildings are where I lived in the Wuhan Hall when I was a child. My childhood memories. Wouldn't it be that Chihiroji was about to appear in his childhood? Sure enough, a familiar voice came from behind him. Younger brother. Turning around, he saw Qian Sunji calling him with a smile. Qian Yuchen stood up and walked towards the other party. Brother, you are. Brother, my father is coming back, my mother asks me to call you back. Qian Sunji said slowly. Qian Yuchen remembered this time. Qian Daolio went out to practice and happened to meet Tang Chen, and then returned to the Wu Soul Hall. Next, he was preparing to go to the Sea God Island with the other party. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Brother, let's go. Qian Sunji nodded and walked in front. It's a pity, you're a fake. Qian Yuchen still didn't plan to leave with the other party. This thing will not make him sensational or cause regret in his heart. He looked at the other person's back and said, Miss Yimen, I have to say that your ability to construct your illusion is indeed quite powerful. It's a pity that you don't understand us brothers, stop pretending, it's quite tiring. When Chihiroji was young, he paused, and then Yimen's voice came. Young Master Qian, it seems that your past is not as beautiful as you imagined. Qian Yuchen said lightly, there is no perfect life, everyone's road is bumpy. The picture of the illusion changed again, and Qian Yuchen opened the perspective of God this time and observed the lower part. This scene was the moment when he awakened his martial soul. How is this possible with a waste of martial soul? Yi Meng's shocked voice came again. She seemed to have discovered some amazing secret. The contemporary Pope of the Martial Soul Palace actually awakened the defunct martial soul? As you can see, my martial soul is a useless martial soul. Qian Yuchen did not shy away and admitted it calmly. So what about the use of abolished martial soul? It's just that the pendant has not yet awakened. Immediately afterwards, Yimen passed through the illusion and finished watching Qian Yuchen's 36-year-old experience. I was stunned. No, how could you resist loneliness so much? Can you stay in the boring library for 30 years? Year after year, day after day, deaf ears to the outside world. Don't Miss Yimen know that there is no way out? As long as you want to walk, the road is at your feet. Qian Yuchen snorted coldly, and his powerful soul power shocked. Yimen was revealed by this powerful force. She looked at Qian Yuchen with shock. No, your martial soul is definitely not a waste martial soul. Your strength has long been the titled Douluo. How could a boarded martial soul be able to cultivate to this level? Qian Yuchen asked back, who said that if you can't cultivate the titled Douluo if you lose your martial soul? Yimen still felt incredible, this has never happened. This is impossible. How did you do it? The man in front of me is so terrible. The mind and concentration are not as good as one has. Not before, it doesn't mean it's not now. Knowledge changes destiny. Qian Yuchen replied to her only with these two sentences. Yimen had nothing to say. It was a big trouble to meet him today. The Dream Gu's deception effect of the hearts is ineffective on him, and the opponent's strength can easily crush her. Young Master Qian, I will take back what I said before. You are a down-to-earth person. Maybe our philosophy has a big problem in the eyes of you, a knowledgeable person, but have you ever thought that there are no perfect arrangements in this world? The heart of a person is complicated, and no one can guarantee what the next 100 or even 1,000 years will be. Yimen was completely convinced by him, but she also saw some clues. Qian Yuchen did not answer her, but said, relieve your soul skill. I will come forward with Emperor Xingluo to protect your life. I need to meet your leader. He could see that the other party's organization was similar to the Evil Soul Master, but it was more orderly than the Evil Soul Master. Yimen does not have much evil spirit, which shows that she is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Yimen didn't understand. What exactly did this man want to do? There is a premise. I want to confirm first. Are you Evil Soul Masters? Qian Yuchen asked seriously in a tone, and his guess could not be guaranteed to be 100% correct. When Yimen heard this, she immediately retorted, Humph, don't compare us with those dirty and inhumane guys. Although we want to create a new world, we have never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Seeing that her expression didn't look fake, Qian Yuchen nodded. Keep your word and relieve your illusion. I will take you to see Emperor Xingluo. This little episode has to be over quickly. Yimen sighed and helped to remove the sixth soul skill. Excuse me. She shouted sweetly, and the fog disappeared instantly, and the surroundings returned to their original state. Zhu Lingyun saw her and was about to attack her, but was stopped by Qian Yuchen. No, she has been subdued by me. Now I can take her to see His Majesty. Qinyu City was a little further away from the air, and Yimen found that the soul power in her body was imprisoned. With a wave of his hand, the holy light barrier disappeared. This made Yimen feel that this person is too stable and has set up barriers around him, so afraid that he will run away. Qian Yuchen looked at her again and said with a smile. Let's go, Miss Yimen. Chapter 146 The Palace is in trouble. Qian Yuchen took Yimen to the main hall where Dai Keheng was located. When he walked into the hall, he was obviously a little surprised. Dai Keheng said to himself, is this the woman who gusted me? Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more careful she should be. However, the harem has not recruited young and beautiful women in the past 3 months. That must be disguised as he sneaked into other teams and waited for an opportunity to act. Your Majesty, this woman is the owner of the Dream Gu. As for the origin, it is not the Evil Soul Master we guess. Qian Yuchen spoke and said a few simple words. These words made Dai Keheng feel a little better. If you are targeted by the evil soul master, it will be like a ray of light on your back and a thorn in your throat. Even unable to sleep or eat. This woman is not an evil soul master, so what is the other party's purpose? Bold assassin, he dared to attack me. What is your purpose? Dai Keheng showed the majesty of an emperor and looked at the other party with sharp eyes. Yimen didn't feel the so-called emperor's pressure. After looking up, she said slowly. Emperor Xingluo, our purpose is very simple, which is to build a world without kings so that everyone will no longer be oppressed by nobles. Crazy. Dai Keheng felt that the organization behind this woman was even more cruel than the evil soul master. How could such an unrealistic idea be realized? You should know the proportion of soul masters and the distribution of high-level, soul king or above, the proportion of nobles is the largest. A soul master of the soul king level joins the battlefield and can fight at least 500 heavy armored soldiers alone. Once a war really happens and the nobles unite, the power cannot be resisted by ordinary forces. Even if you recruit 100,000 elite soldiers, you can't stop the rush of the 3,000 soul masters. It seems that you are all pitiful people, which really disappoints me. Dai Keheng shook his head, no longer wanting to know other information about the other party. Brother you can do it yourself. After he finished speaking, he signaled Jian Yuchen to take the woman down and deal with it. It is impossible for an organization that is delusional to be successful. The other party's idea of organizing is completely nonsense. No one can grasp the human nature. Even if he, Dai Keheng, understood some things, was just a small punishment and a big warning. It is not easy to govern the country, Jian Yuchen nodded, a trace of murderous aura flashed in his eyes. Bang! He slapped Yimen's forehead with a palm. She widened her eyes, her expression was incredible, and she lost her rest. Dai Keheng didn't expect that he was so decisive and shot the other party to death. Before it was over, Jian Yuchen waved his hand again, Yi Meng's body turned into ashes and dissipated with the wind. It seems that I still underestimate this Zhu family's son-in-law. I am so decisive and should be a hero. Dai Keheng was slightly surprised and his understanding of Qian Yuchen was once again improved. This person is still a smiling tiger, so you have to pay attention. Zhu Lingyun was puzzled. Didn't she want to see the woman's leader? If you break up the other party, how can she lead the way? Since brother Yu has solved the problem, I should thank you very much. Dai Keheng then remembered that the gift he had not given to the other party had been given yet. He took out a box with exquisite packaging from his storage soul guide and handed it to Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen was not polite, so he took it. When I opened it, I found that it was a broken trunk bone. It is said to be incomplete, but it seems to be deliberately divided into two. Thank you, Your Majesty, then we will take your leave first. Close the box and Qian Yuchen put it into the storage soul guide. The matter has been completed, and it is time for him to leave. I will give you the pass order. If you come here in the future, you can come to the palace as a guest. Before leaving, Dai Keheng did not take back Qian Yuchen's token. Your Majesty, then see you next time. He smiled and took Zhu Lingyun's hand and left the hall. That woman, did you beat her to death like this? After leaving Xingluo Palace, Zhu Lingyun said in confusion. What I want to do is not done yet, she won't die. Qian Yuchen smiled mysteriously and kept it a secret. But she... Zhu Lingyun really wants to say that you have turned into ashes, so how can you still resurrect others? Sometimes, eyes can lie. Qian Yuchen quickly headed towards the Zhu family after saying this. The father-in-law always has to say goodbye, after all, the other party is not bad to him at the moment. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the gate of the Zhu family. The servants who had been waiting outside saw them, hurried to report the news to Zhugenluo. Soon, Zhugenluo, Ziailing and Yuling came out of the mansion. When Qian Yuchen walked forward, he hurriedly asked, Son-in-law, how is the matter dealing with it? It has been solved. Your Majesty rewarded this and let me leave. Qian Yuchen smiled and took out the White Tiger pass order. Zhugenluo flashed with a hint of surprise. This was the royal pass, so was he rewarded? That's good, you're planning now, Zhugenluo asked. There is another important thing to do, so I won't bother you in the house. Qian Yuchen planned to go to that organization, and he didn't have time to stay in the Zhu family for too long. Zhugenluo said, since that's the case, I won't force it. After saying a few more words, Qian Yuchen took Zhu Lingyun and the others to leave the Zhu family. Back at Zhu Lingyun's residence, Qian Yuchen waved his hand in the yard. Plop! Yimen landed on the ground, looking at him with a resentful look on his face. Zhu Lingyun? Master, she isn't. Sometimes your eyes can lie. Didn't I tell you? After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he looked at Yimen with a smile. Miss Yimen, get up. Humph, what a hateful man, I don't know how to cherish the fragrance and beauty at all. Yimen snorted coldly and got up from the ground. It would be great if I could successfully take you out of the palace. Qian Yuchen shook his head without showing any sympathy. This woman is not a beauty, and he cannot guarantee whether the other party is carrying a sperm pot. He said again, where is your stronghold? I'm ready to lead the way. In the northwest direction of Xingluo City, a small village 10 kilometers away, where is the joint location? We are all single-line contacts, and only the liaison officer knows the location of the headquarters. Yimen spoke. This is not a deception to Qian Yuchen. Every time I go to the headquarters, I will be covered in my face. Except for the liaison officer, no one knows the specific route of travel. Then go to your stronghold first, it's so ridiculous. Qian Yuchen shook his head and said it didn't matter, so I'll go first. Are you planning to go alone? Yimen finished speaking, then looked at Zhu Lingyun's 3 girls. That's natural, I'll just go alone, it's enough. Qian Yuchen nodded. It must be better to go there alone. You 3 are waiting for me to come back here and come back to have dinner in the evening. After saying that, he reached out to put his hand on Yimen's shoulder and the 2 disappeared into the courtyard. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a quiet village appeared in the valley below the 2. Chapter 147 The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Hu Yuer. Qian Yuchen's action this time can be said to be a decisive move. After Yimen brought him to the contact point, he quickly took action to control the person. After special methods, Qian Yuchen obtained a location to the other party's headquarters. He directly used teleportation and came to this place with Yimen. I have to say that the first time I saw this place, it was like a paradise. The continuous mountains are natural barriers, making it impossible to discover this place. The most convenient passage is the cave that has existed in the mountain for a long time. When Qian Yuchen came here, it must have attracted a lot of vigilance. Looking at the dark man, he was overwhelmed by a powerful force, and the soul saint level below fainted. What surprised him was that there were more than 200 people left, and they tenaciously resisted the pressure of his soul power. The other party's leader also revealed his true body. A woman wearing white plain clothes, a veil, plump figure, and full of temptation. Qian Yuchen didn't expect that this woman was not a human. Nine-tailed demon fox. The soul beast turned into human form, and so many people gathered in this place to overthrow human society. It is worthy of being a soul beast with advanced wisdom, and its thinking is unique. Without saying a word, she was subdued directly when the other party appeared. His level is level 99, but it is still useful in the god level realm. Once the holy light realm opens, it's invincible. Finally, after a friendly exchange of dry mouth and hard work, the female leader was finally dealt with by him, and the entire organization belonged to Qian City. Zhu Lingyun looked at Qian Yuchen's new woman bringing back, and expressed her doubts. It looks so charming, like a poisonous rose. I am Hu Yuer, I have met my wife. The woman was still very respectful to her. Looking at Zhu Lingyun's confusing gaze, Qian Yuchen explained. This is Hu Yuer, the leader of that organization. But, I am already my subordinate, my own. Zhu Lingyun then realized that this was someone who had found a job for herself. She knew clearly that Qian Yuchen was not very interested in small forces and was not very efficient in doing things. If you accept this woman, the other party's power must not be underestimated. She didn't ask much, anyway, Qian Yuchen could return safely this time. Ziling and Yuling have the same attitude as Zhu Lingyun, and they will feel at ease when Qian Yuchen returns here safely. Hu Yuer was slightly shocked. In this inconspicuous yard, the 3 women were all titled Douluo. What a mysterious man, but what do you want to do? She really couldn't understand what Qian Yuchen's plan was. It seems that the other party is standing at a very high level observing the changes on the mainland, but he is very down to earth in doing things, taking into account both. She believed that what the other party wanted to do was unprecedented. It's still early, I'll check your cultivation progress. Qian Yuchen spoke. Ziling and Yuling's eyes lit up, and they could just try their martial soul fusion skills. They said in unison, "Okay, we also want to see how much our strength has improved." Zhu Lingyun nodded and was also ready. In order not to affect the surroundings, I'm better safe. Qianyuchen thought about it, opened the barrier, and built a special venue. After he finished, he smiled and said, "It's time to start." Ziling and Yuling showed their martial souls at the same time, and shouted, "Fusion, Ziyu Ghost." This is their exclusive martial soul fusion technique, Purple Jade Ghost. Meow. A tiny cat appears, but it gives people a very dangerous feeling. "Master, I'm going to attack." Ziling smiled slightly, looked at Yuling and launched an attack. The kitten's body exploded and turned into a purple lightning and rushed towards Qianyuchen. "What's wrong? I can't bear to leave those three maids." Hu Yuer looked at Qianyuchen's silent appearance and said in confusion. "What are you thinking about in your mind?" Qianyuchen gave her annoyed look and waved her. Bang! Hu Yuer's face turned red. Why did this person hit her there? The tail connects there, but it's very sensitive, okay? Qianyuchen said again, "Small punishment and great warning, be careful when you speak next time." Humph! Hu Yuer turned her head aside and stopped looking at him. Qianyuchen naturally didn't want to leave the Xingluo Empire, but got the latest news. Tang San's first and second soul rings are all ghost vines. Yu Xiaogang also discovered something was wrong. The martial soul of his disciple seemed to have a high affinity for the soul ring produced by the ghost vine. Perhaps, it is not the proof that the morning gauze vine written on it, but the extremely rare ghost vine martial soul. Next is the news about King Guyu. She seems to have a better and better relationship with Tang San. Once, I got drunk when I was drunk, and I actually pulled Tang San to become a sworn brother and sister. This is the focus of his attention. Goddess of Light Butterfly cannot make a wedding dress for Tang San. We must find a way to break it up. After sorting out his thoughts, Qianyuchen turned around and looked at Hu Yuer and said. After returning to the spirit hall, your identity will definitely be discovered. When are you planning to transform and rebuild? He knew that the other party had been suppressing him. The cultivation level is not a good method. The suppression is too fierce, and the final backlash is stronger. Humans, how did you see that the secret techniques of our clan are not passed down? Hu Yuer was surprised how he knew. Secret. Qianyuchen smiled and continued, I will help you protect the Dharma, no one can discover it. Hu Yuer thought about it and said truthfully, the nine-tailed demon fox transforms into a shape and recultivates, and can start at any time, but it needs to maintain a very quiet environment. Then I will take you to the Stardew Forest, there is a good place there. By the way, there is a level 47 six-tailed red fire fox there. Qianyuchen said. There are very few soul beasts in the Sky Fox or the Demon Fox clan that have reached 100,000 years. The heavenly tribulation is limiting the breakthrough of high wisdom soul beasts. It is already the most lucky existence for 470,000 years. Hu Yuer was a little surprised. She thought that she had successfully broken through 100,000 years of divine disaster. Time is tight, let's go. After the words came, Qianyuchen put his hand on her shoulder, and the two turned into afterimages and disappeared. Opening his eyes again, Hu Yuer found a huge lake in front of him, exuding a very comfortable atmosphere. Is this the Stardew Great Forest? She looked at Qinyu City with some confusion. Qianyuchen nodded, well, the core circle. Immediately afterwards, a slight fluctuation occurred in the lake water and the Silver Dragon King came out. Young Master Qian, what are you doing with a little fox? Hu Yuer looked at her and felt very scared and dared not look directly at her. She is a nine-tailed demon fox. Now she needs to be transformed into a human and recultivated, so the environment should be quieter. Qianyuchen said. Then I won't disturb your business. After learning about his actions, the Silver Dragon King returned to the bottom of the lake. After she left, Hu Yuer breathed a sigh of relief. What a strong blood pressure, it's so terrible. That's the clone of the soul beast, the dragon god. After Qianyuchen finished speaking, he asked her to start preparing for transformation. Hu Yuer walked to an empty place, sat down, and began to close her eyes and rest. However, the fluctuations in her soul power were getting stronger and stronger, and the tales were revealed from behind her. Chapter 148 Return to the Spirit Hall, the message of the Evil Soul Master. When Hu Yuer transformed, Qianyuchen transferred a pound of 10,000-year-old ice marrow to her. With such a huge and pure energy indoctrination, her level after transformation quickly reached level 60. This also confirmed that the speculation in Qian Yuchen's mind was that the soul beast transformed into humans has enough energy to quickly enter the maturity stage. You are now at the level 60 Soul Emperor. Take the time to condense the soul ring. Hu Yu'er naturally understood her current state. The pure energy just now helped her reach the maturity stage instantly. She nodded, young master, wait a moment. After getting up, she looked at her current body carefully. Brush. A gentle feeling came, and a set of clothes fell on her. This is your clothes, I'll avoid it first. When she looked at Qian Yuchen, the other party had already walked behind the tree in the distance. Qian Yuchen couldn't help but feel shocked, it's so amazing, it's comparable to Ling Yun's figure. The vixen is so terrifying. Hu Yu'er was holding the clothes with instructions on it. Humph, man. Shaking her head, she began to wear clothes slowly. After putting on her clothes, she sat cross-legged again and began to condense the soul ring. Feeling the fluctuation of soul power, Qian Yuchen came over again. The pink soul power has surrounded Hu Yu'er, and her aura is gradually increasing. Buzz. The first yellow soul ring has been condensed. The scene was still like this later. After half an hour, all her 6 soul rings were condensed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Standard soul ring ratio. How do you feel? Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Very good, I feel a new life. Hu Yu'er no longer felt the invisible threat and felt much more relaxed. Among humans, the Soul Emperor's cultivation can basically protect himself. And as time goes by, her strength will become stronger. That's good, we are ready to go to the Spirit Hall. After saying that, Qian Yuchen looked at the lake and said again, thank you. The voice of the Silver Dragon King came, a small matter. Putting his right hand on Hu Yu'er's shoulder again, the two disappeared. As soon as the picture changed, the two of them had already arrived in the woods outside the martial Soul City. Let's go, let's see what the Holy Land in the minds of Soul Masters on all continents looks like. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he walked out of the woods. Hu Yu'er followed him and looked at the martial Soul City with a deep foundation in front of him. After successfully entering the city, Qian Yuchen took her to the Wu Soul Hall. As soon as he walked into the Pope's hall, he met Bibi Dong and returned from outside. Bibi Dong looked at the strange woman brought back by Qian Yuchen, and was very confused. My second uncle went to the Xingluo Empire this time, and the emperor gave you a beauty? When Qian Yuchen saw her, he understood what Bibi Dong misunderstood. This is Hu Yu'er. He introduced Bibi Dong to Hu Yu'er, this is my saint of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong looked at Hu Yu'er again and saw through her body. The fox with 9 tails, this woman's eye is also transformed into a soul beast and rebuilt. She smiled and said, hello, welcome to join the Spirit Hall. I am Bibi Dong. Hu Yu'er also smiled and said, Hu Yu'er, I have seen His Highness the Saint. Donger, you can take the Pope's palace first, and I'll settle Yu'er first. Qian Yuchen took Hu Yu'er away from the Pope's hall and walked towards his residence. Ling Yuan felt the breath of Qian Yuchen and walked out of the house. There was nothing else, and I could feel the breath of a strange woman. And, there is a tempting aura that emanates. Brother Cheng is not the kind of person who is tempted. Could it be that this woman is extraordinary? After walking out of the yard, she saw Hu Yu'er beside Qian Yuchen. This woman is actually transformed from a soul beast like a yin. Then she understood that Qian Yuchen must have some purpose in bringing the other party back. Are you back? Yeah, I'm back. Ling Yuan and Qian Yuchen looked at each other, and the tacit understanding was all included. After entering the house, Qian Yuchen briefly told Ling Yuan about his experience this time. Miss Yu'er, since you have come here, I still hope you can abide by the basic rules. As soon as Ling Yuan opened her mouth, the eldest lady's aura came out instantly. She knew that the woman around Qian Yuchen could not escape being attracted to him in the end. As a daughter-in-law of Qian Daoliu, she still has to say what she should say. Madam, Yu'er understands. Hu Yu'er nodded, and the woman in front of her was more powerful than the previous 3. This is Elder Ling Yuan and my wife. The 99th level titled Douluo is the first woman on the continent to achieve this level in tens of thousands of years. Qian Yuchen introduced Ling Yuan to her. Ling Yuan smiled and asked again, Miss Yu'er, what kind of cultivation are you now? Hu Yu'er, Madam, I am now at level 63. Maturity stage. Ling Yuan didn't expect that she was already in the maturity stage, which could avoid most of the troubles. However, the elders in the temple were still conservative in their thoughts. If they discover it, Hu Yuer's identity will be more embarrassing. Brother Cheng, let her stay by my side first. After Miss Yuer breaks through to the Soul Saint, she will be able to go anywhere in the martial spirit hall. Ling Yuan expressed her thoughts. Qian Yuchen also understood what she meant, and the worship hall could not know about this. Yuer, you'll stay by A Yuan's side for the time now. When you successfully break through level 70, I will arrange specific things for you. He spoke and adopted Ling Yuan's suggestion. Hu Yuer knew that this was the two of them, and maybe there were experts in the spirit hall who would discover her identity. When the soul saint is at the outset and the true body of the martial soul is revealed, her soul beast aura will completely disappear. Yuer understands that I'll be troubled by my wife during this period. Ling Yuan smiled and said, is it troublesome? The third room on the left side of the second floor is empty, so you can go and have a look first. Hu Yuer knew that the two had something to say, so she got up and walked upstairs. After feeling her entering the room, Ling Yuan put away her smiling face. Brother Cheng, the evil soul master is very rampant during this period, and many villages by the sea were attacked. Even the branch hall suffered serious losses. This news changed Qian Yuchen's face and showed murderous intent. What did you say? The evil soul master dared to show up at this time. Yes, the news from the spy hit the villages by the sea, and even the other party sent a Conra. Ling Yuan sighed, and then showed anger. The other party seemed to suddenly appear from the sea, and whenever he met the village, he launched a sneak attack. Have the Tiandu Empire moved out? Qian Yuchen asked. No, the troops guarding nearby show no sign of moving. This was also a point that surprised her. The Tiandu Empire didn't want to care about this matter. Let Mulan lead the 5th operation team to dispatch, and Yuegwen Ghost will secretly assist. Qian Yuchen quickly made a decision, and it was time for his best disciple to move. He gained a lot from Thunder Academy, and returned to the Wuhan City Qunyu City and taught the Thunder and Lightning body forging technique. Now at level 79, it is only one step away from Conra. Ling Yuan knew that Qian Yuchen was angry, so she prepared to send a special operation team. Okay, I'll make arrangements later. Chapter 149 The 5th Special Action Team. Mulan has been favored by Qian Yuchen since he was a child. This taciturn disciple is the most focused and diligent among the 4 children. The only thing Qian Yuchen is worried about now is his marriage. He was not worried about doing things, and this disciple was able to stand alone. Otherwise, he would not have let him serve as the captain of the 5th operations team. Teacher. Mulan was brought over by Ling Yuan and saw Qian Yuchen. Are you clear about the mission? Qian Yuchen looked at him with a smile. Teacher, this is the first mission of our 5th team, and we will fulfill our mission. Mulan said in a serious tone. I'm relieved to you. Qian Yucheng nodded, but no matter what happens, you must come back alive. Teacher, it's better to walk through the 36 strategies, I've always known this. Now the 5th team is equipped with the latest weapons, and I am confident that I will take the team members to attack the evil soul master. Mulan's tone was full of confidence. After all, the equipment provided by Qian Yuchen to them was indeed too strong. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Qing'er will come later, just have a meal together. Hearing this name, Mulan's face showed a hint of happiness. Soon, Shui Qing'er arrived at Qunyu City. When he saw Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan, he said respectfully, I have met the teacher and the wife of the teacher. Qian Yuchen waved and signaled that the other party not to be restrained. Qing'er is here, sit down, don't be polite. Shui Qing'er sat next to Ling Yuan, just opposite Mulan. Why, you are so close to each other, why don't you know each other when you come here? Ling Yuan looked at her appearance and joked. Master's wife, what are you talking about? Shui Qing'er's face turned red and she became shy. I'm asking you here this time. First, Mulan is about to go out for the mission, and second, it's about you two. I grew up watching you two, and now I have achieved such achievements. I am very pleased to be your teachers. I can now say from the bottom of my heart, congratulations, you have successfully graduated. Qian Yuchen said this with his elder identity. Teacher, we are very lucky to meet you. Mulan said gratefully, if it weren't for you, I might still be wandering there. Among the 4 children, in the knowledge of ordinary soul masters, are to use martial souls and do nothing in their lives. After being adopted by Shui Yunyan, Jian Yuchen knew about this and did not dislike them. Instead, he taught carefully and lit a bright light for them on the road to growth. Teacher, thank you. Shui Qing'er also expressed her most sincere thanks. She immediately asked, Teacher, is it related to the evil soul master when he went out for a mission this time? Jian Yuchen nodded and said curiously, Qing'er, how did you know about this? Shui Qing'er sighed and replied, I have a child in my class, and my home is by the beach. I received a letter of condolence today. I plan to hand over this task to Mu Lan. If the evil soul master wants to provoke me, the new pope, then he has to think about it. Didn't target them on a large scale, but instead gave them the opportunity to be arrogant. Jian Yuchen understood that it must be their inner support who conveyed the news, which made these guys unable to hold back. Most evil soul masters on the continent will be secretly sent to the capital of killing after being captured by the Spirit Hall. The evil soul master never remembers to fight. Every time the Pope's position in the martial soul hall changes, they will cause trouble. Teacher, don't worry, I won't let those guys go. Mu Lan hates the evil soul master very much. He has seen the evil of the evil soul master, so he naturally will not be merciful. Brother Pastor, remember to stay calm. No matter what you post, safety is the first priority. I will be in the Spirit Hall, waiting for your good news. Shui Qing'er spoke, full of confidence in Mu Lan. Okay, eat, eat. Ling Yuan stopped them from thinking that they wanted to continue talking. This time I asked someone to come here for peace of mind, not to express my opinions on the evil soul master. Jian Yuchen was also a little embarrassed and almost deviated from the topic. He smiled and introduced the dishes on the table. Come on, don't be polite, I made them myself. Mu Lan and Shui Qing'er looked at each other and said in unison, I have never tasted the dishes made by the teacher for a long time, I miss them very much. Ling Yuan also said, eat open, you're welcome. Then, the laughter of the four began to ring on the dining table. Before arriving at the 5th team's garrison, Mu Lan put away his few smiles. Evil soul master, damn it. He walked into the station with firm steps, and 11 soul masters of his age quickly assembled. Team leader. Mu Lan nodded and said, our mission has been issued. Are you all clear? I'm clear. The 11 people said in unison. Okay, this is the first time that our 5th Special Operations Team has carried out a mission since its establishment. This is the opportunity given to us by Lord Pope, and it must be done. Break the evil soul master and avenge the dead civilians and fellow comrades. Mu Lan paused for a moment and made a warrant for preparing for the action. Bring your equipment and set off. After saying that, the 12 people, including him, quickly returned to their respective tents and took out their equipment. The 5th Special Operations Team was established 2 years ago and has been undergoing secret training. There are 12 members, all of which were personally selected by Jian Yuchen. There are 3 soul masters in the strong attack system, agile attack system, defense system, and auxiliary system. Each person is equipped with corresponding soul weapons according to the characteristics of the martial soul. Their storage soul guide is also equipped with the latest soul guide sniper rifle developed by the craftsman department. The maximum range can reach 1,500 meters, and the 800 meters peak can kill soul masters of the same level. In addition, there is a soul-guided mortar that can carry out long-range coverage strikes. To a certain extent, the 5th Special Operations Team is the first special team in Douluo continent. It's still a secret equipment, it shouldn't exist. A special team of firearms of each era. Although there are research on the mainland, the current level of soul guide is limited to storage. Through the guidance of the Bible, he designed a relatively primitive thermal attack soul guide. Of course, its power is amazing. With the blessing of soul power, these weapons can be increased by about 3 times. The 5th Special Operations Team is also a preliminary concept of Qinyu City. This time, the most chaotic evil soul master is an excellent opportunity to test their actual combat capabilities. Mu Lan's strength, combined with the soul guide, can kill opponents beyond the level. The soul masters of Douluo continent are very fragile before the martial soul fusion is integrated. Unless you use soul skills to make special attribute bonuses, you cannot stop the raid. Tang San's hidden weapons can cause powerful damage, not to mention his hot soul guide. Mu Lan looked at the team members who had assembled and said seriously. Set off. Chapter 150, Sniper Killing, the moment of the evil soul master's judgment. The 5th Special Operations Team was moving very fast and arrived at the coastal area in half a day. When these young men saw the crimes left by the evil soul master, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Beast! Mulan said, gritting his teeth. There was no time to mourn, so he immediately ordered to start tracking the traces of the evil soul master. Open the map, and the distribution of the villages that the evil soul master attacked in the past few days has been marked. Captain, tonight is the full moon night, and it is the most suitable for the evil soul master to do it at midnight. The team member with the number said that he is an analyst for this team. The place they attacked is probably here. He pointed to a place called Langzi village on the map and said again. There is no way, the route chosen by the evil soul master is to connect the coast into a straight line, which is very arrogant. We can't ignore Meng Shui village in 2 groups, except for Langzi village. Mulan pointed to the inconspicuous small village, which was easily overlooked. He dared not bet that the evil soul master would give up here. After all, the life of every civilian is very important. The team member with the number recognized Mulan's words. What the captain said makes sense, and you can't be lucky. The odd number is 1 group, and the even number is 2 groups, act separately. I will lead a group to Langzi village, and the second group will be led by number 8 to Meng Shui village. Keep in touch at any time when communication is communicated. If the other party is too many to pursue, then gather here. Mulan immediately made an action arrangement and pointed to the location Zushuiako on the map. This position is high and low in the middle. Once the evil soul master is introduced here, it can be bombarded with soul-guided mortars indiscriminately. The key is that this place is in the middle of the 2 places. I understand. Others have no problem with this arrangement. After the general action arrangement is completed, it is time to briefly talk about the specific action plan. Mulan glanced at the team members and continued. If the evil soul master comes from the sea, please greet me with the sniper rifle. Since you want to do evil, you must be mentally prepared to be judged. After saying that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then let these beasts be judged by the spirit hall. The team member with the number is also the deputy captain, and agrees with Mulan's arrangement. Since there is no problem, then let's take action separately. After the words came to the end, the 5th Special Operations Team was divided into 2 groups, heading towards its mission point. Evil Soul Master, prepare to accept the sanctions. Mulan was holding her anger in her heart and looked at the sea from time to time. Time passed by bit, and night soon came. The full moon rises and the sea becomes very bright. The first team led by Mulan was hidden in the mountains outside Langzi village, quietly observing the movements on the sea. 6 people were in a telescope, and they didn't dare to relax at all, looking at the sea. As the height of the moon gradually increases, the ones on the coast are very suitable for landing. Here you come. The team member with the number was the first to discover a mast on the sea. The others' faces condensed, and they took out their soul guide sniper rifles and installed them with silencers. A ship appeared in Mulan's telescope. As the other party got closer to the coastline, he saw the other party's appearance clearly. That kind of contemptuous expression and the joking and bloodthirsty smile on the corners of his mouth can prove the other person's identity. Evil Soul Master. Everyone is in place. With a command, they all set up the soul guide sniper rifle in their own position. The target was aimed at the Evil Soul Master's head and aimed at it. At the same time, above the ships on the sea. Boss, this village has been investigated and is very far away from the jurisdiction of the Wuhun Hall. This time I can release it happily. A man with a goatee and a very vulgar face laughed. Humph, our mission this time is to put pressure on the Spirit Hall. Let them know that our evil soul masters are not so easy to defeat. Only in this way can people know how powerful we are. Leading the man said in a serious tone, and his strong body exuded a heavy evil spirit. This guy is not a good guy. Hehe, those guys may not have imagined that we are attacking from 2 lines. Even if I guessed it here, the other side will be smooth. The vulgar man smiled again, as if he was sure to win. Everyone is ready, our time will begin soon. The strong man in charge issued an order. Okay, the wretched man's laughter didn't come out, and there was a blood hole in his mind. Plop! The body fell into the sea water, and the sea water under the boat turned red. The hidden weapons, all of them are lying down. The command of the evil soul master in the lead has not been completed, and there are 2 holes in his brain and heart. He walked into the footsteps of a vulgar man and fell into the sea. Mulan pursed the corner of her mouth and continued to prepare for shooting. Prepare for the third shot and suppress their momentum. Clear. The 6 people shot again, and the evil soul master on the ship fell into the sea again. I didn't find the enemy, and I suffered heavy losses here. Moreover, the leader was gone, and the evil soul master on the ship became even more chaotic. Damn it, why did they come so quickly? What kind of hidden weapon is this? The range is so long. Stay steady, keep calm. The evil soul master is now in chaos. The person who stood up and prepared to escape was shot in an accurate manner and fell into the sea. This scared them all lying on the deck, not daring to show their heads anymore. On the other hand, Mulan's initial prediction was correct. The evil soul master attacked on 2 lines, and a team of evil soul masters attacked towards Meng Shui village. The team members also issued an attack order very decisively, and the soul guide sniper rifle sent away many evil soul masters. The judgment of the Wuhan Hall is blooming in 2 lines. Mulan and number 8 both had the tacit understanding, and they were the first to snipe the leader of the evil soul master. Let them lose their backbone on the boat, and when they get ashore, it is the best time to harvest. The firepower on both sides was very fierce, and the evil soul master suffered heavy losses. The first wave of attacks of the 5th Special Operations Team has achieved remarkable results. After all, the evil soul master stabilized the situation and accelerated towards the coastline. Our position has been exposed. Those guys must rush to the formation, and the soul guide grenade is ready. Their ship docked, and all 10 soul guide grenades were thrown out as fast as possible, and then formed a formation to meet the enemy. Mulan issued another order, and the team members put away the soul guide sniper rifle and took out 10 soul guide grenades. The evil soul master's ship docked and instantly felt like he was standing up. They shouted and rushed forward, preparing to start their own massacre. Swish, swish, swish. A sound of breaking through the air came, and they looked up one after another and found that it was a black round stone. I'm so confused. Can this stone stop us from moving forward? The evil soul masters flashed a trace of disdain, and then it was too late to regret. Talk. Boom. A violent explosion occurred, and the evil soul masters screamed again. Ah! My legs! God's punishment, this is God's punishment! Eyes, my eyes! Whispering everywhere, the evil soul master was once again judged from justice.